got a long day, dude.
I didn't want to bring that up on here.
You're unbelievable. Working on it. View the flag. Flying backwards. Calling this meeting to order. If you'll please join me in this Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Welcome to the October 22nd workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board here in the beautiful city of Norfolk, downtown Norfolk today. Certainly glad to be here. We're going to have a really busy day today and a busy rest of the week for those of y'all who will remain with us. Tomorrow morning, as you know, we're going to go on a tour of the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel project. That is the largest construction project in the history of the Commonwealth, and one that is really cool and will make a huge difference here in the Hampton Roads region and really the impact across the state, particularly because of tourism and the port and all the facilities that are down in this region. And so as my hometown, I'm really pleased to be here today. We've got a really busy day today, and tomorrow night after the conference will start tomorrow afternoon after our morning meeting, and then tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, some of you all will still be in town. I have a reception at my home that you've all been invited to, so hopefully you can come if you're in town, and if you're not, we'll miss you. We'll do it next time. With that, I'd like to introduce my favorite Hampton Roads District engineer. I could say it this way. I could say my favorite district engineer that represents Hampton Roads. Mr. Chris Hall, we're glad to be in your turf, sir, in your territory, and if we could just open some of these blinds, look at the water, it'd be a lot better.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Members of the board, welcome to the Hampton Roads District.
It's really glad and great to see everybody here. Glad we're going to have some good weather this week, but again, a lot going on, as the Secretary mentioned, with the conference. We look forward to getting you out to the project tomorrow. I think you're going to see a lot of, for those of you that were on the tour a couple years ago, a lot has changed out there since then. But for those of you that are new to the area, Hampton Roads District, obviously a very unique district in respect to our mission, diversity of mission, complexity of mission. We have 9 counties that represent the district, 7 cities, and 2 islands. So we have Tangier Island and Chicoteague Island, which we service as well up on the eastern shore. Serving about 1.7 million people. It's the second largest urban area in the Commonwealth, as well as the complexity of the various missions that we have with obviously our key water crossings. We operate 2 of our what I call operating projects, our Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel and the Amana Merrimack Bridge Tunnel, our 24-hour operating facilities, as well as the Jamestown Scotland Ferry, and then the James River Bridge are the 4 major crossings in the region. Again, I know y'all have a lot going on today. I hope I provide a little handout that gives you just a little bit more detail on some highlights of the district. Again, the other piece that I would highlight is sort of the geographic diversity that we have with out west. The district goes out to Emporia and then kind of takes diagonal line up across towards Surrey County, across the James River there to the New Kent County line, including all of the peninsula, James City County, York County, and the Newport News and Hampton on the peninsula. So we have a really interesting mixture of both rural environments, obviously the eastern shore, very rural environment, and the western portion of the district out west of Franklin. And then, of course, we have the metro area here in the 7 cities region in the more urbanized area of the district. So a lot of diversity in terms of our mission as well. And that presents some challenges, but also some great opportunities for the district. Lastly, again, I just welcome you to the district. I hope you have a great stay here. Spend lots of money, contribute to the HR TAC regional fund. That is really the engine right now that is funding a lot of our major construction. I'll get into that a little bit tomorrow when you come out to visit the project. But if there's anything that we can do in the district to help make your stay a little better, please make sure you reach out to Carol, and she'll get to the right folks in the district to make sure that we get you to the right places at the right times, and again, make your stay here in the Hampton Roads region enjoyable. And sir, I look forward to meeting you and the rest of the board out at the project tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Appreciate
Yes,
it very much. Are there any questions from Mr. Hall?
Sorry,
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
On the exit ramp of exit 69, there's a tire on the side. Can we get that? I'm just kidding. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Hall.
It's great to have the commissioner and the secretary as the residents in the district, but that's a double-edged sword. So, no, thank you.
You know, there used to be a mayor of Baltimore. I think his name was Schaefer, Mayor Schaefer, who was sort of well known up there, and he had the big issue of abandoned cars. And so he would be less specific about where the abandoned car he saw was. He would draw a fairly large area when he would send out his message. And then they would scamper all over that area of the town looking for abandoned cars, and things got resolved. It was amazing how it worked.
Well, I appreciate your precision, sir, both of you, when you report.
Yes,
so,
sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. The first agenda item on our agenda this morning is our report from the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, their annual update. As you know, there are a number of criteria that the statutes of Virginia require WMATA to report to this board on 3 areas, and they're here to do that today. We are pleased to have Mr. Randy Clark, the WMATA General Manager, with us today. Also, Mr. Paul Smedberg, who's our Secretary's appointee to the board at WMATA, and Vice Chairman, I believe, Paul, Vice Chairman, still, or not still, but now. And Mr. Matt Letourneau, who is from Loudoun County, and his MBTC appointment to the board, and a Finance Committee Chairman. Let me say this, folks. You know, WMATA is a really challenged place. It's a challenged entity. And it's challenged for lots of reasons, none of which have to do with the people that are standing in front of us, per se. But their job is to meet those challenges. And it's a difficult situation. It's difficult because, to begin with, it's an expensive system to operate, and there's some stuff that's built in that's hard to change and to manage. It's difficult because its governance is diverse, and they have diverse interests. It's difficult because inflation has ravaged them as much as anybody. It's difficult because COVID also did a 1-2 punch on them in terms of ridership and route optimization and all sorts of things. It's difficult because we saw high crime and the lack of fortitude to do something about it. And with some of our neighboring jurisdictions, we can continue to see large fare evasion numbers, which make things difficult, not only because you lose the fare, but because it just makes the whole thing a little bit uneasy if you see people sort of breaking the law in front of your face and there's nothing that gets done or can be done about it. And so Mr. Clark came to WMATA a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and has been working diligently with his staff and others to try to get this beast pointed in the right direction. They're making progress, but as you know, the administration and the governor has continued to push on this. We're not happy where we are. I'm not suggesting that the board or the leadership is happy with where they are either. And we're concerned about the cost structure of this organization as it goes forward. Virginia has a dedicated and prescribed funding formula for WMATA. Those are all in statute, and it comes off the top, if you will, as a percentage, not off the top, but it comes as a percentage of our revenue that flows directly to them. There's some additional capital money that is directed to them. It doesn't flow through the formula. And so there's a steady stream of Virginia money that goes in there. And it's programmed, and we know what it's going to be, and we can sort of forecast it. Some of the other entities don't work quite the same way, but in Virginia, that's the way that it works. The bottom line is they've had a huge deficit that has arisen over the course of COVID, and COVID money, if you will, helped cover it up and get them through it. But now as that changes and that money goes away, the question is how do you balance the budget at the end of the day? So lots of real challenges. These folks are working hard on it. There's a lot of people who are working hard on it. Virginia's view may be different than others, but we'll get to that later. But so these folks are here today to do a couple things. One is just to tell us how they're doing, and two is to do the things that they're required to do to give us certain pieces of information that they're required to do under the law. And so, gentlemen, with that, I welcome you. Vice Chairman Smedberg, thank you for being here, and I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Secretary Miller, and it's a pleasure seeing you again and members of the board. I'm joined here by Mr. Clark, who is the General Manager, and Supervisor Letourneau, who's my Virginia colleague. So to sort of set the table for their more detailed presentations, I'm just going to give a high-level overview of Metro and some of the progress that we've made over the past several months under Randy's leadership. And just as a point of reference, you do have a copy of the strategic plan and the budget in front of you for your reference, for reading later on or later today. So I'll go to the first slide here. And this is just Metro at a glance. This is, high level. Here you see, our budget overall, $5 billion. We are the second busiest U.S. rail system, the sixth busiest bus system. In particular, in Virginia, we have 32 stations, two of which serve one station serving Reagan National and Dulles, really important stations for us and the Commonwealth. So you see, those high high-level updates there. Next slide. We have some recent accomplishments that we want to highlight for you. The ridership. We're leading the country in bus ridership, with bus ridership up 101% of 2019. We're averaging 860,000 daily weekday riders. We're projected this week. We've been hitting close to 900 or 900,000. We're getting there pretty consistently, and we think this week we could actually hit 925,000. And also weekend ridership is up, and we're seeing a slow increase in federal employees who are usually or have been the core base of Metro ridership is slowly going up over the past several months. Crime, this is something that the Secretary, the Governor, and I and others have talked about. We have the lowest crime rate in 5 years. It's down over 40%. Fare evasion, which the Secretary mentioned in part of his opening remarks, is down 82% on Metro Rail. So we have made significant progress in that arena. And in terms of customer satisfaction, we have the highest level of customer satisfaction in Metro's history. Next, you'll see just benefits and impacts of investing in transit. This is well documented not only here in Virginia, but throughout other parts of the country. One figure here of particular interest, and we get asked this a lot, you'll see the 330 billion property value in and around metro stations. So that is a really significant economic number there, and huge investment. For any of you who have been to Northern Virginia and you ride out the toll road along, Fairfax County and Loudoun County, you see the development that has taken place because of the Metro Rail stations that are located there. And when Randy started, we said to him, everything is on the table. So with the board, we engaged in a very significant strategic planning process. And really the first time ever, and this is something that Virginia requires, again, one of the things the Secretary mentioned early on. I guess we had a strategic plan, not in my view, but now we truly have a strategic plan, and we are deciding and making decisions based on the 4 areas that you see listed there: service excellence, talented teams, regional opportunity and partnership, and sustainability. And we are, again, making the day-to-day, or Randy is making the day-to-day decisions, and then the long-term strategic strategy, he is engaging with the board, and we are engaging with he and his team, and we're having very, substantive, significant conversations for the future of this organization. And lastly, for me, 42 months of continuous ridership growth year over year. You see it here. Again, we have some of the highest ridership. We get asked a question a lot, well, pre-pandemic, you were here, there, you're still not there. So we're actually pretty close. I mean, if you look at the trends that are happening, we have close to 900, 925, pretty consistently, particularly on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Pre-pandemic, we were at 1.1 million. So we are slowly, getting to those levels again. And that was some of our highest ridership that the system experienced. So next, I will turn it over to my colleague, Supervisor Letourneau.
Good morning. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm in my 4th term on the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors. I chair the Finance Committee there. And so perhaps naturally, my colleagues on the Metro Board also asked me to chair the Finance and Capital Committee here. And it's not like it was an easy time to do that. But I've been on the Metro Board since February of 2020, representing the Virginia jurisdictions. It's been a great honor to do so, get to know the Secretary and the team here at the Commonwealth, and we really do appreciate the support that they've provided for us. My job is to walk you through a few of the numbers related to Metro's finances, starting here with our operating budget. So you can see we are heavily reliant on subsidy. That's true for just about every transit agency. It's been more true for Metro since COVID because of the ridership drop that we've now largely recovered from. But you can see there in this year's budget, we still have $95 million of federal relief. We will likely have expended that by the end of the calendar year. and that's one of the things that contributed to the difficulty we had putting together this budget. We have to have a balanced budget. We have no option. And so that means we take a look at the revenue sources we have, which this year included additional contributions from our jurisdictions, for which we're very grateful, about $460 million, a suspension of the 3% cap in order to fill that, and then the output. You'll see that we spend about 56% of our funds on rail, 36% on bus, and 7.5% on access, which is our paratransit source. The capital budget, I'll focus for a second on that green part on the left, because that's one of the reasons that we're here. When the Commonwealth provided, as well as the other jurisdictions, dedicated funding to us, which makes up about 19.5% of our capital funds, we need to come to you and report, rightfully so, as to how we're spending that money. And so that is one of the reasons we're here today. But you can see we do get federal funding on the capital side, except for that COVID money, not on the operating side. So that is a significant difference. But we do get significant federal formula funds here, federal PREA funds as well, which need to be reauthorized by Congress every so often. So we sometimes are in a waiting game there, since our friends in Washington don't always act as expeditiously as we'd like. And then debt proceeds, 37.5% there, and that's obviously being used to fund the capital program. On the right, you can see the different components of the capital program: rail cars, rail facilities making up about 17%, rail systems 15%, track structure and rehabilitation 11%. It's important when you think about Metro, it's a massive system. We've got lots of track, lots of stations, lots of equipment out there. Whether we're running 1 train per hour or 20 trains per hour, that all has to be maintained. We have quite a bit of oversight on us from the Federal Transit Administration, from the Metro Rail Safety Commission, from other agencies. To comply with that oversight, we have to have a significant number of people doing a significant amount of work out there pretty much at all times. So one of the questions we often get is, if you needed to cut to balance your budget, oftentimes service cuts don't necessarily deliver the amount of savings that you might think, because all of that infrastructure is out there, and we have to really be maintaining the same level of personnel in a lot of areas, even if we're not running a lot of service. And so that's why we've really been focused on driving a more efficient operation by moving more people on all of the infrastructure that's essentially a sunk cost. We've really focused on improving our customer service and communications, on sustainability, and really, I think, overall, as a system, being more efficient and better with how we're using money. So we have a lot of metrics at Metro. I'm not going to walk you through every single thing on this chart, and I can tell you as a board member, this is just scratching the surface of the metrics that we get from the staff and that we work on as a board. But I do want to highlight just a few of them. Under Metro Rail statistics, the operating expense per vehicle mile, it's something we're watching closely. You can see that number was pretty high in FY 2022. We've almost cut it in half in FY 24. A lot of that is because we weren't running as many cars, as many trains at that time due to an issue we had with our 7000 series. Now that we have our fleet back and we're providing more service, we're driving those costs down. The next one is directly related to the success we've had with the capital program, which is rail car mean distance between failure. It sounds technical. It basically just means how often do things break down. We're actually well above industry standard here, 31,900 miles between any sort of failure. Obviously, we have a robust inspection program. We get to those failures before they happen out on the system, but you can see the improvement in that. We want a bigger number there as possible, and you can see we're planning for an even bigger number in FY 26. And then a similar story on the bus side. Bus is inherently more expensive, if you will, from the standpoint of efficiency because the fare recovery is not as good, and really the level of subsidy there is always greater for every system. But the operating expense per vehicle revenue mile there also has seen some improvement. And then, of course, you can see some of those ridership metrics and things like that. Just walking you through some of the things that we've done to save some money at Metro to help balance that budget. We've achieved a net savings of $28 million in FY24 year-end operating results. And you can see there's some variance there, but really this is because of management and the work that management has done to find efficiencies. And I'll talk in a minute about Randy, but when we brought this team in now about 2 years ago, we really, as Paul said, asked them to be all-encompassing and looking at every aspect of the operation. And we've been able to find areas consistently where we can do better, and we should do better, using the money that we have. And so ultimately, this is about a good management team that's finding results for us and helping to close the gap. Some of the specific things, though, that we've done to reduce expenses and grow revenue. Well, one thing we did was we increased fares. We increased rail and bus fares by 12.5% on weekdays and up to 25% on weekends. And the philosophy there was really that we're asking for more money in subsidy, but we need our riders to also contribute more money to help operate the level of service that they want. Fare evasion, very big deal. 82% reduction in 1 year on fare evasion is truly remarkable. I think it's exceeded our expectations. We had to invest capital money in installing new fare gates in order to do that, but that payback is there because of the amount of revenue that we're now getting. And the safety of the system is significantly improved because folks who are fare evading often are the ones who are also creating mischief on the system, and when they're not on the system anymore and they know they're going to be caught or they can't get on, we're seeing that follow-on effect there. We froze wages in 2025. This is really significant in today's labor market. No one at Metro got a raise in this fiscal year. Zeros across the board for our represented union employees and for management. That was something we felt that we needed to do to sort of make sure that everybody felt the pain and that everybody was sufficiently motivated to drive savings, run a better operation, and ultimately save money so that we could continue to run service. We had some one-time savings associated with some of the management actions. We did have a few service reductions looking at our peak service levels. We're actually having the opposite problem now. I was on an Orange Line train 2 weeks ago coming in from Arlington, Virginia, and we actually were leaving people on the platform because the train was so full, so we're going to have to be looking at that capacity-wise. And then moving forward, better bus network. We will be implementing a new bus network that essentially is using existing funds but putting better routes out there that are more efficient. And then beyond, technology is a really big deal for us. Mobile devices, software, enterprise system integration. A big one I want to focus on is automatic rail operation and return to design speed. So right now we are artificially running slower than what the system was designed to be because we have taken our trains off automatic rail operation, which happened I think in 2009. That decision was made for various reasons, but we need to get back to where we were and running a fully automated system, which is safer and more efficient and will drive savings. The Metro team has done just a tremendous amount of work in the last couple of years to bring us to that point. We're just about at the finish line. So I think we're going to see an even more efficient system when we do that. And then we've already talked a little bit about internal efficiencies and procurement. So the last thing that I'll leave you with is still the structural operating deficit. It has been reduced thanks to that additional funding, but not eliminated. It still exists in the future. Randy will talk a little bit about some of the efforts underway to address that long term and the discussions we're having with our jurisdictional partners as well as internally to help deal with that long term. But it is something everybody needs to be aware of. And if you go to really every major transit agency in the country, they have a chart like this because everyone's kind of been in the same boat. If you look at cost increases, labor costs, those sort of things, even with the zero that our employees took this year, those things are increasing more rapidly than revenue is, and so that creates that deficit. So I will turn it over to Randy to walk through the details of the capital program update, but as I said, I think at this point, the team that he's put in place has really been focused on running as good a system as possibly can be run in the circumstances that we're in.
Thank you, Board Member Letourneau. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I'm going to go through quickly. I know you got a massive agenda here, so obviously we talk Metro all day, every day. So we want to be really respectful of your time. Trust me, the board sometimes has to get me to trim down because I live this all day long, which I think is the expectation. So many people probably have had the opportunity to either see the system or be on the system. when you've been up in Northern Virginia or in the DC area. But just quickly, it's a really large, complex system. We are one of the largest systems in the country, very complex. I won't go through all of the pieces, but we have 1,500 buses. We run about 1,250 rail trips a day, about 14,000 bus trips a day. We are constantly focused on executing to the customer experience. So it's it's kind of like running a big, huge, whether it's a Costco chain or that kind of thing, right? It's just nonstop amount of people coming in and thinking about how we process it all. We welcome you as you're individually or as a group. If you're up back in Northern Virginia, which you were last year, if there's things you'd like to see or experience, just obviously let us know. We're happy to facilitate that, including our new control center that we built in the Eisenhower, near the Eisenhower station in Alexandria. World-leading integration of all of our systems, and it's really leading to more efficiency and better incident response and management. We have police, fire, all of our rail, bus, security, communications, operations all in one place. So again, just 2 slides to really give you the overall, again, system. We're basically also our own utility, massive power generation. We're the largest power consumer, obviously, in the DMV area, and we're probably going to continue to actually grow in that based on zero emission and things of that nature. A couple things I really want to, there we go. I'm going to highlight a little bit about the capital program. So again, not dissimilar to the commissioner a little bit when you would do other types of modes, but we try to think long range, right? Big umbrella. What do we really need to think about for the next 25 years strategically with our assets? For us in transit, there's federal regulations for transit asset management. So we have to do condition ratings on all of our assets. We have a full methodology. Those actually get reported out to the federal government. They get audited. So basically, we can't just say this building is an F or an A. It has to get rated in a certain way, has to meet very specific criteria. So we do that across everything, whether it's a rail vehicle to a roof on a building to water systems, you name it. So that's where we really start with the long-range model. Try to build then the 10-year capital program, which is the more urgent elements of where we're going to be. Then we put together a 6-year capital program. That is where we have the money over the next 6 years to deliver the best value out of the things we know we need to do out of 10 years. So right there, we're already constrained, which would be the same constraint everyone would face, right? No one could deliver their entire capital program ever anywhere in the country, airport, road system, transit. Then from there, we really have a 1-year budget that gets executed per year. Obviously, most of our items are not 1-year based. They're multi-year. So if we buy rail vehicles, we're going to pay for that rail vehicle fleet over a decade. So we need predictability in our capital program, very importantly, maybe even more so than other modes because of the nature of the installation and equipment and ongoing state of good repair aspects. So that's just, again, generally how we frame our program up. On this one, again, life cycle, this is how we kind of go through it. We use a detailed methodology, both quantitative and qualitative approach, lots of expertise that work on this. The part that I really just want to highlight here is as we kind of move towards not having enough capital funding, the bottom is where we're really most concerned. So we're going to end up shifting from a proactive, primarily approach to maintenance to a reactive maintenance approach. Definitely not where we want to be. So many people may recall, I lived here actually at the time before I went to Texas. This system went through a really bad series of fires. Platforms were crumbling. It didn't have a state of good repair program. We are not there now. We built back this system. This system is in good shape. We got to stay on top of that. That's why performance is going so well right now. And I'll get into why we don't really have fires anymore, why we, all of our systems are performing. And as the chair, board member Letourneau mentioned, our high availability of vehicles is because of capital investment. But as you can see, as we go through this, as the funding decays, there will be no option but to go into reactive mode because there won't be the funding to stay on top of things. So, this is how we kind of, we all have to figure out, are we going to fund Metro when it's performing well? Or are we going to go through a crisis to then put even more money to get back out of the crisis? So I think as the manager, you would expect me to say we should be proactive on that. And I think that's the kind of case we're trying to make across the region and across the 3 states. Here, this is a good example of that investment going to work. So we had about a $7 billion state of good repair backlog. We got that down, as you can see, into FY24. Now we'll update that in 25. So we've delivered some very big projects, but very small projects as well. They're all different levels of importance, but we keep knocking that down. At the same time, the costs have gone up dramatically. So, we're fighting against the tide, if you will, being in a water port here. At the same time, really continuing to draw down and execute as best we can on the program. Very difficult to do our work as well, just like the commissioner would say. It's really hard to fix I-95. People try to use it at the same time you're fixing it. Same deal for us, but we have 2 lanes. So it makes it incredibly difficult. We try to use our overnight windows and outages as efficiently as possible, and then we piggyback into those to try to maximize work effort. To do that, we usually then have to do bus bridges, which then add its other complexity to it, but just really trying to get every dollar we can out of our maintenance windows. So a highlight, and I know a few of you specifically are thinking through this based on some conversation with Board Member Letourneau earlier. Again, that customer satisfaction is driven by people's experience, right? So if you go to Metro and you have a really good trip, it's because the trains are working well and the platform's working well and the signs are working well and all those kind of things. The second you get on a train and it goes out of service because there's a door failure or an engine failure or the signs don't work, obviously satisfaction's not good. Pretty basic stuff, right? So we've consistently are driving about a 90% on-time performance. We continue to actually keep getting better on that, which I'm really impressed by our team's focus. There is a little seasonality to our work, like everyone's work, obviously. This time of year is probably our best, this time in spring. Knock on wood, we don't have a significant winter, and that continues to help as well. The big one I want to highlight here, because I think Board Member Letourneau mentioned rail car reliability, is the 70% decrease in smoke and fire incidents. So again, I mentioned 2016, 2017, it was a pretty significant issue, right? Not only for disrupting people's lives, putting people's lives in an unsafe situation. We don't have that anymore. I'm not suggesting we're never going to have a track fire, right? Sometimes debris gets jammed into a place once in a while. We have significant water management issues, specifically on our red line between D.C. and Montgomery County. Is the way it was built into Rock Creek, the way it was tunneled. We just pump millions of gallons of water every single day because it was built into that creek bed. And water management is really the problem for transportation infrastructure. But this shows when we invest, we were able to drive down safety issues significantly. So we're running a much safer system. We are leading the country. If you look at the National Transit Database on safety, we're either the top or at average on every safety category across the entire country. So really got to turn the entire performance of the system around based on those capital investments. Here's a couple examples of where we're also trying to be more efficient on capital. So I got loud and clear direction from the board. I think it's fair to say every time I have a conversation with Mr. Secretary or the governor, loud and clear message as well. How are we spending our money to be as efficient as possible? And that's my goal as well, right? I want to run the most efficient operation. So we've been able in the last 2 years to identify $175 million of administrative savings out of the capital program without touching project delivery. That is a lot of money to take out of a capital program. We also identified $100 million of how we can modernize our design standards and simplify those requirements in contracting to deliver the same types of projects. So a couple examples of those would be bus shelters. When I got presented the bus shelter program, we were talking about $400,000 to put in one of these bus shelters. We got the last installations were about $80,000 total. Because we're asking a lot of questions and we're digging nonstop about how to execute, especially how do we get off the shelf, not customized, how do we deliver simple things that people actually need. Time is money in our world, right, with escalation. The faster and more efficient we do it, we're saving significant money, and the customers get a better experience at the same time. Things like pumping stations, save $5 million on some different ways we're going about that. And the big animal is digital modernization. We are a tech company, and trying to get our culture built around being a tech organization is a big deal. So whether it's data center, signaling, you name it, we are really focused on using technology to drive a safer and more efficient system. As Board Member Letourneau mentioned, this is a different version of our Big Red. We call, unfortunately, Big Red. But Big Red is smaller than last year, which is good. One of the things we're unfortunately doing is taking some of our capital money on an annualized basis and put it into operating. Certainly not a good process to do. Most places do it when they're in crisis. We are still a little bit in that. Last year, we kind of solved the operating budget more or less. Not totally, but a lot better. Our capital budget, we expect the 2018 dedicated capital funding that everyone put together, $500 million, to more or less be exhausted in the 2018. It might bleed into the 2029 timeframe. Now, that doesn't mean the $500 million goes away. It becomes fully debt service. And what that really means for us is we've been, A, using it for operating the last few years, which we should not, but there's no other option. And B, the project costs with inflation have just gone up so much in 4 or 5 years. So we need to solve this problem desperately, or we're going to go back into the reactive, as I mentioned. So this is a good example of how we got to there. So PREA, as Board Member Letourneau mentioned, is the federal component. So we get money from the federal government, and it's matched by the states to drive that $300 million. But it was never indexed. So it'd be like Social Security today, worth about $5 a month for someone that's like 90 years old, right? It wouldn't work. So we never indexed PREA. We've lost because of purchasing power. It should be worth about $480 million today. So that's no fault of anyone that's worked at Metro or the board before me. It's just the reality. If you don't index things over time, you'll lose purchasing power. The same thing happened in 2018, 2019 with the dedicated funding. That 500 will be worth 660 now. You put that together, that's $340 million of not inflation-based, or not organizational efficiency-based, just straight-out loss of purchasing power. We need to re-baseline to that 340, and we need to index the source of capital. Now, there could be an obvious policy debate on what the indexing is, right? We have an index on the operating side of 3%. Some people would argue it should be CPIW. Some people could say it's 3%. I think that's a very fair conversation for all the stakeholders to have. But I think it's very clear that we need to have indexing, because without indexing, we're going to maybe solve this and just fall apart again, and solve it and fall apart again. Predictability is one of the most important things. I bet you the commissioner would say the same thing. How you do workforce planning, how you do procurement, how you do capital execution, the more certainty you have, the better you do at that. The less certainty you have, the worse you do at that. It's kind of straightforward, right? If you own a business, it'd be the same kind of deal. As I wrap up here, this again mentions where our threat is on the good work we've done. The red line is what we don't want, and the red line accelerates pretty quickly because when we run out of new capacity for debt, and the state of good repair deficit goes up in the wrong direction. Now we could not only level that, but go the opposite way when we re-baseline and index, and then we could get it down to that appropriate level. And now, Board Member Smedberg.
Thank you, Randy. And to close off, we want to highlight 2 initiatives that are underway right now. First is DMV Moves. One thing that Mr. Clark, Mr. Letourneau, and I heard when we met with the Secretary, Deputy Secretary, and the Governor, and other legislators was, we just can't keep doing this year after year after year. And we have known for 40-plus years now that the underlying financial model of Metro is not sustainable. And they've known that, but no one has ever had, the wherewithal, I guess, to really tackle the issue. But I think the last couple of years have really put it, again, in focus. So with the help of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, you might know it as COG, and WMATA, we put together this group, Virginia, Maryland, and the district, and the federal government, actually. They have representatives there as well. We have 2 work groups. We have a community and a business community and a elected task force, our government task force, which is made up of the CAOs and the chief administrators, primarily of the 3 jurisdictions, and they're tackling various issues. But we want to come to a place where we have some sort of idea of how we're going to move forward together in addressing the underlying financial model. So we're not having to deal with this, crisis situation year after year, because unless we just have to. What Matt and Randy just highlighted on the slides illustrates that, again, this is just not sustainable. Another initiative underway is an initiative, Senate Joint Resolution 28, SJ 28, which the Secretary and I serve on this committee. It was proposed or sponsored by Senator Adam Evan, and here again, the long-term goal is to study the sustainability of dedicated funding for operations and things like that. So we just had a meeting the other day in Arlington. We have another meeting coming up November 12th. November 12th. And then we'll have an interim report. This will not be a final report, but an interim report that we'll deliver to the governor and the General Assembly by January 8th of the coming year. So these are two really, really important initiatives, I think, for me personally, and I think others would agree with this. Our first couple of DMV Moves meetings have been really substantive, particularly amongst the working groups where a lot of the heavy lifting will be done. But the fact that we have the elected leaderships, the chairman and the leaders of the three jurisdictions sitting at the table, committing 2-3 hours when we meet to discuss these issues is of real significance. And I think it symbolizes the fact that they are committed to this, that they want to do this right, and you know, they all understand the importance of Metro to our region, not only to the Commonwealth. Matt and I understand what it means to the Commonwealth, but what it means to the region. It is the thing that brings our entire region together, and it is the economic engine of our region and particularly of the Commonwealth. So we just wanted to give you a little highlight on that, and I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that in the coming months. And we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Smithberg. Mr. Kasperitz.
Gentlemen, thank you for a presentation this morning and for coming all the way down. I'm pretty certain that I'm the most frequent user of your system amongst our board members. And I wanted to join the customer satisfaction survey this morning and tell you that my recent experience has been very positive, and I commend you on that. And it's the look and feel of the system that I comment on. The cars are cleaner. It seems the on-time performance is improving, as you've stated. And I think most importantly, it seems the Metro employees that I encounter seem to be paying attention. So again, my compliments on that. I know you've got a rough road ahead of you, but the work that you've done, I think, is exemplary and should be commended. And I thank you for that. I think you'll find strong support, certainly coming from me, for your ongoing activities. And although I won't be on this board next year, I look forward to your continued improvements in the system.
Mr. Kapowicz, if I could, Mr. Secretary, you know, we really need to recognize Randy's accomplishments over the last 2 years. And I will tell you, in terms of engagement with the employees, which has been hugely important.
And you can feel
that,
it.
And you can feel it.
You can feel it.
He is constantly with the employees, going out at night, overnight, being with the people who actually make this thing run. Not just the C-suite or that layer below, but actually down with the employees, and it has had a tremendous, tremendous impact. So thank you for recognizing that.
Well done.
Yeah.
Secretary,
Dr. Smoot.
let me express appreciation for the progress that has been recently made. Some very encouraging information here, and I share Scott's view of that. Now, I live 250 miles away from Metro. I am not one of your frequent riders as Scott is, but I believe it absolutely necessary that we have a quality mass transit system in the largest urban area of the Commonwealth, and also one that reflects well on our nation as the mass transit system of the national capital. We cannot be a well-perceived nation and have a dismal mass transit system in our national capital. I know you all are working to prevent that. Now, one word of caution, which I'm sure you already understand. I've been in several transportation-related meetings over the last 2 months. Zach and I were in one just 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I hear the same story everywhere I go. We're underfunded, and it's going to get worse. I think that's true. Unfortunately, I don't disagree with that. And we're not going to find enough money anywhere to just throw more money at these problems and think we're going to solve them. I'm not just talking about Metro, I'm talking about transportation in general across the Commonwealth. So the kinds of things that you have done to address expenses, and there will be, I'm afraid, more opportunities to do that. Again, not just at Metro, but it is a situation. We all got a little like drunken sailors with all the money that was floating around over the last 2 or 3 years. Now, this is a good place to talk about drunken sailors, Mr. Secretary, I'm sure.
I take exception to that, Dr. Smoot.
Yeah, I understand. But that money is largely gone, and it is not coming back. So we all have a challenge before us. I know you all recognize this, and I think we all around the table recognize this. We have a challenge before us of how we're going to address future transit needs in the Commonwealth in a way that is not going to be just finding more money. Thank you.
Dr. Smoot. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I've got two questions. One, the first question is, you talked about increasing fares. I suppose you have some sort of a goal, but right now, fares, what is that as a percentage of your total? I tried to find it. I'm sorry if I missed it.
We have it.
So that would be the passenger revenue
I see it.
line here. So it's about
17%.
yeah, about 380, 390 million.
Okay. In terms of total capacity, what is the percentage of ridership? How many empty seats are you having?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
Hello, sir. So on transit, I'm not trying to, I guess I'm trying to make it analogous to a highway in the sense of we have peak and off-peak, right? So at peak, we are, as Board Member Letourneau mentioned, we're getting to a point at our busiest parts of the network where we've hit all of our crowding metrics, and quite frankly, we're going to have to add some more service. One thing we really worked on is running more 6-car trains than 8-car trains, so that saves us some money. Then it's the frequency after that is the next piece. So at peak, we are, especially that Ballston-Clarendon corridor, is getting very crowded at peak. Off-peak, it's like a road system, so your local neighborhood road at 11 o'clock at night, there's very little cars drive down it. At 11 o'clock on Sunday, we have less people on the system as well. So your capacity to use would be very different depending on time. So we are, again, the purpose of mass transit is to get as many human beings efficiently as possible. So for us, it could be peak rush hours, so our 2 peaks, but we also have very large special events, right? So whether it's tonight the Caps are playing, so after the Caps game, we're going to get 4,000 people within 40 minutes that all want to leave at the same time. When we do July 4th on the National Mall, we'll move about 400,000 people across a couple hours. So it's really the capacity, and we'll add way more capacity to manage that. And then we thin our capacity out on the non-peak, and like say weekends, we run a little bit less service to have a little bit less capacity. So it's kind of a curved supply-demand model to be with doing it as efficiently as possible, because Board Member Letourneau mentioned, overall we're a high fixed cost system. So you don't really save a lot of money with one extra trip, but we're willing to save that money if the demand is not really needed. So hopefully that gives you a larger philosophical approach of what we're trying to do.
Yes, thank you. With the fare increase, you're going from 17% to what? What is your goal?
So in FY25, the goal here would be to hit 16.6% with the fare increase. This is the operating budget for FY25. Okay. You should have got a copy of a 2-year budget plan, and that lists what our outlook for 26 is as well. Yeah, yeah. And right now, I will say the first quarter is looking very good for us. Ridership is above budget, and ridership revenue is above budget, so that is actually going in the right direction. We're hitting 900,000 combined most midweek days right now. We're moving more people on the weekends than we ever did before the pandemic. And then Mondays and Fridays, we're basically back to about 400,000 on rail. 2 years ago, we were about averaging like 230,000, and now we're getting closer to averaging 480. So it's really, we've come a long way in a short period of time.
Well, I'll add my thanks to the rest of the folks. Indexing is the way to go. So that's a forward-thinking way to manage it.
Sellers.
Yeah, I have 2 things. The first one is the law enforcement numbers coming from Stafford, the concern in Northern Virginia is always, what are the shared services? Because anytime you have one agency in hiring, particularly in law enforcement, fire and rescue, it starts to pull from other areas. So as Northern Virginia ramps up in law enforcement, Stafford, Spotsy, Prince William, those southern areas start losing people, and it really impacts those numbers. And where the metro is, there's options for some shared services, and just to kind of put that out there, that I see it most days of the week where we'll have a Metro police officer and a Pentagon police officer and an Arlington police officer all in the same location. And it kind of puts into this question of, do we need 3 law enforcement officers, or could we have a shared services agreement to maybe do something there and talk about jurisdiction in one location? So just something to consider and maybe think about, because if it's happening in one location, it's got to be happening in other locations. And then the other thing is, looking at these federal funds, Congress has been kind of, I don't know what the word is, but they've been not as kind with these formula type funding. They want you to really justify your budgets a little bit differently here in the last few years. And I for our federal partners and the federal programs I work on, the formula funds and even things like PREA, we've seen those reduced, and Congress not be as willing to refund those so quickly. And so my question is, have you guys looked at these federal programs and found ways to approach federal funding differently, and maybe looked at these big centers that you're going to, like National Airport, like Capitol Hill, like the Pentagon, and try to work with your federal partners and say, are there ways for us to go about this differently? Because formula funding, again, from the last few years of dealing with our budgets in the federal government, is Congress just is not as willing to fund those as they have been in the past. So just something to think about.
Yeah, no, great question. So I guess I would start with on the federal side, or actually I'll start on the police side. So it's very hard right now to hire, retain, recruit, every word under the sun, police officers in the United States. I think it's getting a little bit better, but we've gone through a pretty difficult time in the country with that approach. It's especially hard for Metro because our officers are qualified in all 3 states, so they're easily to get poached. So we train them up, and sometimes, we've kind of stopped the bleeding on that. Our retention rate has gone up significantly in the last year and a half. We have a lot of recruits now that we're training. So we actually have we're probably the most MOU based police organization in the region, quite frankly, because we work with everyone. And so you take our video system. Probably half of the crimes in the entire region are solved because of our video system. Whether it's in Arlington, D.C., Prince George's County, you name it. We have 30,000 plus cameras, whether it's on a bus or a train in a station. We move the people that live in other places, right? So we have a lot of MOUs, whether it's MWA at Dulles Airport or DCA as an example. So we lean into that. We're very heavily connected to the national security enterprise, which falls into the second part. So Senator Warner actually helped try to advance something in the last session, which is really talking about our security costs. So we spend a significant amount of money on security, daily security, but also national security. And I think, as Board Member Smoot mentioned, we are the national capital system. So people from all over the country come here to visit the system, visit the monuments, go to see the members on the Hill. We have a special part that we have to do with that. So Senator Warner, working with some other members of delegation, trying to get our security costs covered, which is different bucket than the transportation costs. So we are engaged. I guarantee we are engaged with the federal delegation every single day, every week, every month, on every opportunity we can to work collaboratively with the Hill and the administration.
Clark. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question about your average fare. First question is average fare influenced by fare evasion, or are they 2 separate things?
Yes, so yes, average fare is how many people are riding and what the fare kind of recovery is. So we are pushing that number, as you'll see, getting a little higher. On the bus side, that is why that number is lower.
Yeah, because I see that's my second part, is your bus fare tends to be sliding lower, down to 44 cents, and you've got a budget of 48 cents It was 54 and 59 in the prior 2 years. So it's sliding. You're going to be able to obtain 48 cents would be my question.
So that is our goal. We have a significant amount of enforcement that we never used to have on the bus side out there. We reconstituted a bus police team. We are doing targeted enforcement every day on bus. We also had a lot of fare boxes that were not performing correctly, so we replaced all of those. So I will tell you, this is maybe the hardest thing we're going to do. At the end of the day, again, we run about 14,000 trips a day with thousands of bus stops, so it's literally impossible to enforce our way out of this. We need people to follow, a just society, if people follow the rules of society. But we are working very hard at that. So early indications are that we're getting closer towards the 48, but it's a slog every single day. Where on the rail side, we've really been able to do quite frankly, better than we maybe even expected on the rail side.
Yeah, I see you're moving the rail to 267 from 240.
I actually moved to $3 on the FY.
You're going to 3. That's a 10% increase over FY '24. Can you get there?
So the first 2 months, we were just above 3. So I want to, don't jinx myself, but knock on wood, we're moving that one pretty well. Again, easier to build structure and enforce, but we are working on the bus one as well.
Final comment. Do you ever look internally to solve for what the fare would need to be in order for you guys to have your operating budget balanced?
Yeah, we wouldn't exist as an agency.
What's that number?
No.
I have the bogey
If
out
we
there.
have enforcement problems now, sir, I promise you we would have 100% enforcement issue.
23 to 29.
Yeah.
Dollars.
I mean, it's a public service at the end of the day that we need to run business like. Yeah. So no, I appreciate that.
There's a couple different ways to get there: fare increases or expense reduction, and maybe there's and you mean
Yeah, and we're targeting both.
Folks, we're going to be here till tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, we need to get our questions, but we need to be succinct. Mr. Gribbon.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And thank you, gentlemen. That was a very good presentation. I want to circle back to the bus performance. You notice we were best in the nation. And as you all know better than anyone, the primary linkage between the working poor and the job market is buses. And so I was just curious, how were you able to accomplish such success? And do you have kind of plans to build on that and continue to drive that to keep us best in the nation?
Yeah, great question. Obviously, you know this infrastructure area really well, so I appreciate that. So one, we changed our frequency of certain routes about 2.5 to 3 years ago, basically driving more service where there's higher demand. The pandemic showed that, as you said, more individuals that are lower income, obviously, and that's why bus did not dip like rail, and not just with us, across the country. So we ran better service. There's more people in the region helping us with bus prioritization, bus lanes, things of that nature. The real gain that we're going to make is we're taking to the board next month, assuming approval, based on all the work that's the last couple of years, better bus network redesign. So we have some buses that run in areas that maybe 30 years ago there was a school or hospital, but now that moved to some other location, so we're realigning. We expect for the same amount of money to get somewhere around 13,000 to 15,000 more trips a day with the same amount of resources. So we're constantly working with our partners to make the buses move faster, because the faster the buses move is where we waste a lot of money sitting in traffic. So really proud of the performance, and a lot of that too is the weekend ridership and later in the day is really accelerated, which is the service worker economy.
Anybody else? Mr. Clark, we talk about the fare evasion a little bit. It's commendable that you all have been able to get that down. What kind of range are we still seeing in terms of station by station or bus by bus? What's the range? Because the last time I looked, and you can go on the website, you got to dig a little bit, but you can go on the website and see it station by station, month by month, I think it is. And it was up, really high, some places, and other places not so much, right? And there's been some conversation along the way that maybe the localities who don't enforce and have high fare evasion ought to have some sort of way to make that up versus localities that do enforce and have lower fare evasion. So can you tell me where we are in the range today? If I looked at the worst rail station and the worst bus route, what would the fare evasion be?
Yeah, great question, Mr. Secretary. I don't want to misquote, so I'd have to look at the data. I will say, I know the lowest. The lowest is always Pentagon Station.
Yes.
Our service members tend not to do fare
It's
evasion.
amazing how it works
Yeah,
like that.
I'm not
isn't it?
saying it's zero, though, but it's very, very little. And I think, so a lot of pride on our armed forces doing the right thing there. With that said, the worst station right now may be in the 8% range, give or take. If I had to guess, could be a little lower than that, because we got the system average. I look at it every single day. We are on the rail system, usually about 3% every day is what we measure for fare evasion, which in some places is less than we had before the pandemic, quite frankly. So I would say Virginia is lower of the 3 states overall. There are some pockets. Roslyn is one of the
You're saying the highest fare evasion in any one station,
It's probably, if I had to guess, around 7-8%, but I'd have to go look at
7 or 8?
If I had to guess right at the moment, so if I'm off by that, I apologize. Again, we do publish it all. We're trying to be
How about
very
on bus?
transparent online. On bus, it could range everything from some buses overwhelmingly, we might have people, 90% of people pay, and we have other buses that we get 10-15% of people pay. It's a really challenging, and part of this is society-wise during COVID, every bus organization in the country said, please get on the bus and don't talk to the operator and spread out and just, from a public health emergency. That's a hard thing to put back into the bottle after 2 or 3 years of that. And in the DC market, we let that go longer probably than other parts of the country as well. So, I mean, that is a hard challenge. It looks
If I could just quickly address too, so the board is discussing a new formula, operating formula subsidy. And one of the features is that it will give credit for paid ridership into the formula. So I think to the Secretary's point, if there's a higher percentage of paid ridership, there will be a benefit in the formula to the jurisdiction.
I guess what I would say to the group, I think WMATA is a reflection, not the creation of fare evasion. And, we in society have decided that certain crimes we're just going to let happen, right? Whether it's people stealing out of the 7-Eleven or wherever it is. And people have been advised, and corporate policies have become, let it happen. If you go to the certain ABC stores now in the Commonwealth, one that I would go to occasionally, they reverted to the system I remember as a little boy, where everything was customer served. Well, it was not customer served, was employee served. There's a counter. You go to the counter, you order what you want, and they will get it. And you know why that is? You know why they do that again? It's because people go into liquor stores and just steal stuff and walk out, and that's what they do. And nobody does anything. That's what we do. And that is horrid, in my view. And we get what we deserve when that happens. And so WMATA is no different, right? And the question is, if you're the bus driver and you're sitting there driving the bus and, 12 people get on and 10 of them don't pay, do you say, hey, mister, pay your tab? And the answer is you don't do that because you're afraid what the consequence is, because we've allowed the consequences to be the consequences, which are very small. And so we've done it to ourselves, and WMATA is not, they may be a bit complicit, if you will, but they're just a reflection of where we are in society. And until we stand up and decide it's not going to be like that, it's going to be like that. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about the people riding down the road on the vehicles that are unlicensed and doing wheelies and, holding up traffic, and we just watch them because we're afraid if we do any enforcement that somehow it's going to turn out worse. Well, in my life, I've learned that if you don't do it, it's going to be worse. And if you do it, it might be worse in the short term, but it gets better in the long term. So I feel for y'all, but at the end of the day, if people don't pay when you get on, it makes everybody else sort of uneasy. It's a crime that's happening, and it's just sort of around you, and it's not a good situation. Mr. Coleman, we're going to.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You talked about use of technology. Have you thought of using AI to help with optimization?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Great question. So we have an entire task force internally We hired, when I got there, all of technology, like what used to be IT, didn't actually even report to the CEO. So I hired an executive level position, which is our Chief Digital Modernization Officer. Fantastic. He actually used to run all of technology at Georgetown University. Then he ran IT at the U.S. Marshals. So we have a very sophisticated cyber aspect that uses a lot of AI, but we have an entire task force with AI, whether it's camera analytics that we're working on, call center operations, some of our, where we think the biggest gain is going to be predictive maintenance on our vehicles and overall infrastructure. That's where we think we're going to get the biggest gain from all of that. So obviously, you know, it's not just ChatGPT here. It's the bigger the database, the more sophisticated this is going to become. So we're trying to invest in that because we know that's where the next 2, 5, 10 years is really going to drive results.
Thank you. Anyone
Mr.
else?
Secretary, if I could, just real quick. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Smoot, you were part of the tour, and other board members were as well, when you were in Northern Virginia, and we were stopped at Potomac Yard. One thing I want the group to know, soon, the Virginia Tech campus, the Advanced
Innovation Center.
if you can, the Innovation Center, is going to open. And I don't know if you've been up there and have seen the building and how beautiful it is and everything. It's really a significant development for
He has
the
no love for
Commonwealth and
Virginia
Northern
Tech. He's not interested.
Yeah.
Dr. Smoot. Listen, let me wrap this up a little bit. There's been no secret that the administration has pushed hard, and we will continue to push hard on these folks. And while we don't always share the same view, we know they're working hard and doing what they think they can do to make this thing work. Work meaning be able to run good service and be able to afford it. The governor has been relentless, I would say, cordial and friendly, but relentless. He and I will continue to be so. We still think there's a fair amount of work to be done here, and there's ways to drive these deficits down. One thing that was not mentioned, it was sort of alluded to but not really emphasized, is that capital situation, which is deteriorating rapidly. By that I mean the availability of additional capital is going to go away. In a few years, they're going to run out of room, so they won't be able to borrow any more money. Their line will be tapped out, and that's coming as well, and so that's going to be a tough one. Mr. Coleman, the indexing comment is something I've said over and over and over again. It frustrates me as a citizen when we put in things like funding and we let them sit there for 10 years as if they were the same today as they were 10 years ago, and then we just struggle and fight through it, and I don't know why we do that. There might be a few reasons sometimes to do that if you're hoping it's going to sort of go away or it's going to come down. I get that, but if it's something that's intended to be long-term and continuing, we just set ourselves up for this. But there's about $500,000 in the monies that were given to WMATA from Virginia as additional subsidies. We're working with them to make sure that money gets used as it was intended to be from the governor's position, to really try to drive more focus on cost containment and cost reduction. So we're working with Mr. Letourneau and Mr. Clark and Mr. Smedberg to make sure that happens. So lots of work to do here, folks. We're going to continue to push and push and push and try to find ways to drive this down. I will say, when you saw slide 14, I think it was, it showed the budget and the gap. You will see where, yeah, there you go. You see the regional investment right in the middle in the dark gray, and then you see the hash marks. That means what they're intending here is that money continues, and then we put money on top of that money. That's what that chart means. So this emergency money that's come from the states and the district are baked into this chart here in the hash marks. And that's not baked into the state budget. And so there's some work to do in that regard as well. Lots of challenges. We're enthused with the team. We know Mr. Clark is serious about it and has made good strides. We think there's much work to continue to be done. We're going to look forward to working with you to make sure it happens. Thank you so much for coming down and
Thank you.
Appreciate it very
the
much.
opportunity.
Now, Ms. Mathis, so we're an hour and 30 minutes into our 15-minute presentation. I thought it was at an hour and 15 minutes, and I just got confused. But But this is one of the most important things going on in transportation in the Commonwealth, and we can't spend enough time on it, actually. So thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is highway system changes, abandonments, and discontinuances. Mr. Hofrichter is here, and I'm going to step out for a moment, and I'll let the commissioner run this piece. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. It's good to be at home.
Yes, it is.
I wanted to just start off this presentation. Mr. Hofrichter will be giving the presentation about abandonments and discontinuances. And we don't do a lot of these throughout the year, but we do a few, so we thought it would be important just to kind of refresh in everybody's mind how that works and what happens. These are initiated usually by two things. One, projects, where we realign a project and we have some roadway that's left over, right-of-way left over. Another one is by localities or private citizens that initiate that. Rob Hofrichter, he's the director of our land use office and responsible for administering this for additions as well as abandonments and discontinuances. These actions in close collaboration with Lori Snyder. She heads up our right-of-way division, and they work closely together to do this. And both of them will be here to answer any questions once Rob goes through his presentation. But what I would like to say is that these abandonments and discontinuances are with very close collaboration with our localities. So they don't get to this point without us exhausting those conversations with the localities before they get here. The number of discontinuances is very small, so you don't see very many of those. And the number of discontinuances that are not project related is even smaller. Rob's got a slide that'll show you what a really small part of discontinuances there are. So don't get too wrapped around the axle about the discontinuances. The larger percentage will be abandonments as we go forward. So Rob, I'm going to turn it over and let you go.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay. Morning. So Virginia Code gives us basically two ways to get rid of highways from our system. One is abandonments and discontinuances. There are 6 laws that cover that. They're all contained in Chapter 9 of Title 33.2. And as was mentioned by Kevin, these are triggered usually by a project change or by a request from a property owner. Of our last 4 years, we've had 341 of these actions. Of them, less than 10% were discontinuances. So that means, well over 300 abandonments versus, 34 discontinuances. So what are abandonments and discontinuances? So let's start off with abandonments. That's probably the most simple concept. Abandonment is when that stretch of road is no longer necessary, so it's no longer a road. Determination is based upon lack of necessity. So is there a need for it to be a road? So one of those is, if we got rid of it, would it landlock property? If the answer is yes, then we wouldn't do that generally. Or does it provide some other public use, like access to water or other things like that? With regards to access to water, we depend on the Department of Wildlife Resources to give us their feel in terms of whether it should be retained or not. An abandoned road is no longer a transportation facility open for public use. It's not a property action in that it doesn't dispose of property, but for prescriptive easement roadways, that does dispose of the property. The state no longer has any interest in it, and for those easements, it reverts to the adjacent property owners. For county-owned property, it reverts to their control. For FDOT-owned property, it's just property at that point. We can retain it for future use or sell it to adjacent property owners or transfer it to other agencies if they need it. In terms of the authority of how this can be done, for a primary system, it's initiated by the commissioner or adjacent landowner. The commissioner can approve project-related abandonments, and the CTB would approve all other kinds of abandonments. For secondary system, it can be initiated by the Commissioner, County Board of Supervisors, adjacent property owner. Commissioner would approve project-related abandonments again, and the Board of Supervisors approves all other secondary abandonments. That's kind of an important concept to retain, that if a locality wants to abandon something, we can provide input in that decision, but it is in the end their decision. So discontinuance. It's used when the roadway is no longer needed for the primary system or not required for public convenience for the secondary system. Another definition in the code is that it's a public convenience that doesn't provide public convenience, warranting maintenance at public expense. The recommendation that we make is based upon use, just like previous one, access to property. If the road provides sole access to properties and not more than 2 homes, we'd make a recommendation for discontinuance. Or if it's needed for another transportation use, like a multi-use trail. So still needed for transportation, but not necessarily vehicular transportation. Discontinued road is still a transportation facility. It is still open for public use. Discontinued primary highway, maintenance of that road with public funds stops. And if something's needed to be done, either the adjacent landowner can do it, or we can work out a deal on something sometimes. Discontinued secondary highway, it's removed from the secondary system, it reverts to county control, so it becomes a county road. Maintenance is either by the county or adjacent property owners. It's essentially treated like a private road at that point. For authority for discontinuance, it can only be initiated for primary system by the Commissioner and has to be approved by the CTB. For the secondary system, it can be initiated by the Chief Engineer for project-related discontinuance, or the CTB, local governing body, for all other discontinuances. Project-related discontinuance is approved by the Commissioner, and then for all others, it's approved by the CTB. So here's an example of a situation. So it's a primary highway project, has some leftover road pieces that need to be taken care of. So VDOT then consults with the local staff, the office, Board of Supervisors, county administrator, that sort of thing. And then we go through sort of this list. So first, is the road needed for the purposes of the primary system? That means, does it connect activity centers? Is it still qualified to be considered an NHS or classified as an arterial highway? If yes, then we retain as a primary, might need to do a number change, business route, alternate route, something like that. If no, we go to the next step. Does the road serve at least 3 homes or the equivalent uses or provide some sort of through service? If the answer is yes, we'd recommend a transfer to the secondary system. If no, we go to number 3. Does the road serve as the only access to parcels or have other transportation use? So if the answer is yes to that, keep in mind we've gone through all the other options first, then we would recommend discontinuance. If no, we go to number 4, and number 4, legally speaking, it seems that no public necessity exists for the road, so we recommend abandonment. Another example, and one that we get probably more often than any others, other than construction-related ones, is a local secondary highway abandonment request. And that's somebody else's request for that abandonment to occur. So when we get that notice, we look to see whether the road provides service to the public. Does it provide access to homes, property? Does the Department of Wildlife Resources, I just really liked it when they had their old name, DGIF, I remembered that a lot easier, requested access to water or some other public use? If yes, we go to number 2. If no, we recommend the abandonment. Is the abandonment needed for public safety? Now, this is a very limited application of the abandonment statute, and it only applies in residential districts, in counties with a population density of at least 1,000 people per square mile, and with convenient alternative routes available. And if that's the case, we recommend an abandonment under subsection F of the law. That was a very special provision put in back in 1974. If no, we recommend against an abandonment. But once again, in this case, the county makes the decision. This is just our recommendation. That's it.
Yeah, Mr. Lawson.
So for abandonment, once again, it stops being a roadway. We can sell it to the adjacent property owners and get rid of it, and they can have access through their property then, because it'd be their property. For discontinuance, it's still a public highway. So anyone can have access through there, and that's one of the reasons why we sometimes recommend discontinuance. If there's properties that would be cut off, we recommend that.
Mr. Hofrichter, let's expand that. When we abandon a road, what is our maintenance responsibility? When we discontinue a road, what is our maintenance responsibility?
In both cases, our maintenance responsibility is zero.
And the difference is in abandonment, it could be sold to someone else. It could be given to someone else. It could be disposed of and go away, totally away. In the discontinuance, we just don't maintain it to the standard we would maintain a road that was not discontinued, because it doesn't have the requisite economic value. Is that correct, Mr. Hofrichter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's sort of the difference between the two as I saw them.
And my question goes to the practicalities of that, because I, in my day job, deal with a lot of shared easement disputes, and essentially that's what we're creating here. So if it's discontinued, the state still owns it, and I think if I use that as my access, I need to get some kind of permission from the state to go on their property and re-gravel and grade. If it's abandoned, that I understand, because typically it is conveyed, although they usually, especially for prescriptive, property line runs along the middle, you both have it. I would just suggest
So I think what you're saying,
an
Mr. Lawson,
agreement would be helpful.
are you saying that if it's discontinued and the people that are using it want to maintain it themselves, what can they do to maintain it themselves? Is that your question?
Yeah, or what
In essence,
systems are in place
Yeah,
to
right.
handle that?
So for a primary system, they would get a land use permit. We have a fairly robust permitting process system that's out there. And they would basically say, hey, I want to do X on this road, and they would be issued a permit from the residency office to be able to do that work. But in terms of travel on it, once again, it's still a public roadway, so they can still travel up and down it as much as they want. For a secondary road discontinued, that's a different matter altogether, because once again, then it reverts to the county, so it becomes a county road.
There's some people, Mr. Lawson, that would say if we're going to own it, then we ought to maintain it. If we're going to maintain it, then we shouldn't use it or own it. There'd be people that might say that. You might be one of them.
Well, I'm just suggesting, because I've experienced it, we're setting ourselves up, whether we still own it or not, we're setting ourselves up, and we would do well to add a step in the process, and perhaps as you go through the process, in the public process, you draw in the property owners and ask for their cooperation, and simple shared maintenance agreement would be great. The other would be, I don't want to just drive on my half. I want to drive on both halves, because that's usually where the road's running.
Yes, sir.
I didn't get the last one, but I'll let it go.
I'll show you.
Mr. Gribben?
Yeah, just a real quick question. I noticed that there was a five-fold increase between 2020 and 2024 in both discontinuances and abandonments. Is there like a policy we're trying to do more of this to take things responsible, or be responsible for maintaining off of our books?
I'm going to go back to that slide, and I apologize for it because, okay, it's taking a while. There we go.
That's the one I was, yeah.
There, sorry. So that slide, the graphic does not show by year. That's accumulated over the course of the 4 years. The first column is primary discontinuances. The second column is primary abandonments, then secondary discontinuances and secondary abandonments.
Thank you, I misread it.
But there is an effort underway where we're trying to catch up on a lot of these actions that have happened in the past, where there was something that happened and no one processed it fully, so we're trying to catch up on those. So it is fairly active at this point.
We got stuff going back 50 years, 60, 70 years, I think we saw one. We're trying to clean that up. Thank you, Commissioner, for doing that, by the way. Thank you for cleaning that up. Anybody else? You good? Mr. Hofrichter, thank you very much. You're still here.
Yes, sir.
More fun. Item number 3, regulatory reduction program and proposed regulatory amendments. Mr. Hofrichter,
Oops.
welcome again.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to our hometown,
All right, I am
sort of.
trying to find where the presentation is.
Well, that'd be a problem, wouldn't it? There we go.
All right, back in July, I think Joanne brought it before you. It's a regulatory reduction program where we're looking at our regulations, and you guys approved a posting of these regulations to the town hall, showing that we were looking at them. So now we're back to sort of continue that process. So they were posted. We received no comments on it, so now we're coming back to you to say, okay, this is what we'd like to do. So number 1, we're talking about the general rules and regulations of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. These are rules that honestly were initiated back around 1918.
Is that 18?
Yes, sir.
18, not 80.
1918. The rules for the waysides and rest areas, which came about somewhere around 1942, I think, dealing with waysides, and then rest areas were added later. And then parking lots and environs, which is modern in comparison. I think that was in the 70s. That deals with our commuter lots for the most part. So for the general rules and regulations of CTB, they provide sort of the general operating principles for how people can use right-of-way and the jurisdiction of the CTB and VDOT for it. So it's what you can do other than travel on the roads. And it provides regulations for the use of the highway system, CTB actions outlining rules and regulations as topic. Once again, I think I covered that already, 1918. So that's a really old one. Last periodic review, we didn't have any changes to it. Last substantive change happened back in 2011. So in terms of what we'd like to do to it, we want to remove redundant language, because right now it has language that mimics some of the language that's in our land use permit regulations and other places. So we'd like to remove that text. In addition, we do want to make a clarification in terms of what you can do at bridges, because right now it prohibits everyone from tying up to bridges. We would like to make it so that fire vessels and emergency services can connect if they need to. Well, that was it. That was a very short one. But the good news is that's a short regulation, so we can get through that quickly. For waysides and rest areas, so that one, once again, covers rest areas and waysides, safety rest areas on the interstates. Waysides are on primary roads. They date back to the early period in travel when roads were paved and people wanted to pull off and do their picnics and things like that. Last periodic review was in 2021, and we haven't ever really done significant changes to it. All right, and parking lots and environs. I got the dates sort of right, 1973. So once again, it covers our commuter lots and what you can do on them. That one's been modified more recently, especially dealing with food vendors in Northern Virginia. So what we'd like to do, since they sort of cover the same kind of topic, is combine both of these into one regulation. So once again, rest areas, waysides, parking lots, and environs, put it all together. And then have sort of a cutout within each regulation to sort of do the specifics for each one if they have to differ. One of the things that we're doing is getting rid of, once again, that overlapping language, because all of them say, hey, you can't do things here. Well, okay, they're the same kind of things you can't do. For the rest areas, we are putting in a concept that state government entities can request permission to do activities there. It's something that's come up from time to time. We didn't have anything specific that covered it, so we want to have that in there. New allowance for permitting of events in parking lots on the weekends. Once again, park and ride lots tend not to be used that much on the weekends, so that's a lot of paved area that could be available for other community activities. We'd like to do an expansion of the mobile food vending outside of Northern Virginia so that other areas of the state can participate in that. And we're trying to, once again, clarify language, drop a lot of stuff that is the same as other sections of the same thing. The same requirements in other segments of the regulations. So, if you approve, we're going to file in the town hall for all these changes. Amendments will then go through executive branch review. Public comment will be received for 60 days. And assuming no significant changes, you'll finish off the process and become part of the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffrichter. Let me say this, because we're going to have some more regulatory stuff in a minute with Ms. Maxwell. When the governor took office, he made a commitment and set a goal to have a 25% reduction in regulations across the Commonwealth. Pretty substantial, I would say, 25%. Transportation is going to meet that. VDOT is going to meet that. VDOT has gotten really good kudos from the folks that are driving this in terms of how much work they've done and the cooperation and the real way they've dug into this. All of our agencies are going to meet these goals. And at the end of the day, it's stuff that we didn't need, was unclear, was duplicative, was redundant, or whatever, right? And just getting this out so that people can get their stuff done better and easier and understand the rules better is just really good stuff. So I wanted to thank you, Robert, and I'm going to thank Joanne and the rest of the team, because we're really doing well in that regard, and it's really going to pay dividends to the Commonwealth. So thank you for your help, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And so I've teed you up, Ms. Maxwell. Regulatory reduction program and proposed regulatory amendments.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. The set of regulations that I'm bringing to you involves the regulations that govern the transport of hazardous materials through tunnels in the Commonwealth. Like Mr. Hoffrichter noted, back in July, this board authorized VDOT to file a NORA, or Notice of Intended Regulatory Action, for this set of regulations. We filed the NORA. We received no comments, no public comments, so now we're at the point where we want to file the proposed stage. These regulations basically establish the rules that govern transporters of hazardous materials with regard to tunnels. The earliest CTB policy dealing with this regulation or this concept dates back to 1987. However, the regulation itself, in the form we see it today, was adopted in 1995. Last periodic review was in 2020. No substantive amendments have been made since 1995 when this was adopted as a reg. What we'd like to do with this regulation is purely technical and clarifying. We are not making or proposing any substantive amendments whatsoever. The rules governing what is and is not transportable through a tunnel remain the same. But what we'd like to do is remove redundant or obsolete language, add some clarity, and streamline the text. And then the other thing that we need to do is update the classifications or the nomenclature in the regulation to conform to modern day sections or references in the Code of Federal Regulations. So that is all we're doing. In no way are we changing what can be transported through what tunnels, etc. Like Mr. Hoffrichter said, if the board authorizes us to move forward with the proposed amendments in December, when we bring this back to you for action, the amendments will go through a proposed regulatory stage, which will involve review by DPB, then review by the executive branch, ultimately by including the governor's office. Public comment will be extended for 60 days, and after that, assuming, depending on what comments we receive, et cetera, the regulations could be adopted and finalized as current as you see before you, or they could be some slight amendments, et cetera. But nevertheless, The process is going to take a few months, but we think we're on a good path to bring back a regulation that is clearer, a little more streamlined, and modern day. You have in your packets a copy of the regulation showing red lines, the changes that we'll be making, and then also a document that we have to file with DPB in order to initiate the proposed stage. And there you have it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell. Are there any questions? Mr. Cribben?
Just one quick question, Mr. Secretary. How do we measure the 25% of regulatory burden?
It's actually how many lines and how much actual text it is.
Okay.
It's just, you take the book and you shrink it 25%, and that's 25%.
Okay.
So it's not the burden per se. I mean, we're not measuring what the regulation does, although we look at that when we're doing it. But that's really a subjective, really hard thing to get at in terms of the 25% of burden. But certainly, just the stuff you have to do.
Make it like clearer, conciser, less
Yeah,
repetitive.
got rid of stuff that's unnecessary. And so not as much focused on what the actual policy is, right? We're supposed to do that as well. The regulation gets to the policy, right? But just have less of it, like have not unnecessary things or redundant, unclear, outdated. Just get rid of it. So that's how we measure it. Anybody else? Thank you, Ms.
Thanks, sir.
Maxwell. Appreciate it very much. The next item on the agenda is Mr. Kevin Gregg, Annual Maintenance and Operations Comprehensive Review Update. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome home.
It's good to be home.
Kevin is in the 757 as well.
Yes, sir. Proud to be here.
Yes, sir.
So today, this is an annual update. Back in 2019, we did a comprehensive review of our maintenance and operations. And this comprehensive review entailed the development of an investment strategy to achieve a long-term sustainable performance of VDOT's assets. The items that we're going to review today are going to be our pavements, structures. We'll talk about our routine maintenance, special structures, and then we'll talk about emergency funds a little bit as we towards the end. So this gets a little bit long, so I encourage you as we go through here to ask any questions you have so you don't have to remember them to the end. And I encourage the commissioner to jump in and anytime as well. So this is a slide gives you a quick overview of the maintenance and operations program. It's broken down into two, maintenance and then traffic operations. Just in the last 2 years, we have broken traffic operations out as a separate entity within our whole maintenance and operations budget. As you can see, the VDOT part of it is about $2.2 billion for maintenance and operations. We send about $600 million a year to the localities for their maintenance. So out of that $2.2 billion, pavements, bridges, and emergency funds make up over half of that amount. And then first of all, we'll talk about our pavements a little bit. As part of our pavement analysis, we go out every year, and we have a contractor that rides all of the interstates, all of the primaries, and all of the secondary routes with a daily traffic count of over 3,500 vehicles a day. And those that are secondaries that are less than 3,500 vehicles a day, we ride 20% of those each year. And so they go out and they take these images, and these images are placed into our pavement management system that is then ready to produce performance across our pavement network. So out of those ratings, we have what is called a critical condition index. Critical condition index is a rating between 0 and 100. The CCI is a combination of different pavement distresses combined with deterioration to create a score. 60% and above is considered sufficient. And sufficient percentage is percentage of the lane miles with a CCI score of 60 or above. So that's where that percentage comes from, 60 or above. The slide gives you a picture of what a CCI would look like. If you look at the top right, obviously that's a pavement in pretty good condition. That would be in the 90 to 100 category. And then you see the ones with CCI 50 to 59 is poor. And then those with 35 or below, they're going to get some action pretty quick on those. There's the scale that we operate on, that you will see the targets. And so the type of treatments, just for a quick review, those that have a pretty high score, you see preventative maintenance is just an overlay of the surface. An overlay would be a slurry seal, a surface treatment, latex overlay. A thin treatment is made just to seal the pavement, to protect it, to get additional years out of it. The next treatment is corrective. Surface layer is replaced, where we just do a mill and fill, mill the surface layer off, put the surface layer back. Restorative, there's a picture of that where we go a little bit deeper. That may typically be a 3 to 4 inch milling out and put some of the intermediate course back, and then the surface mix back. And the reconstruction is a much deeper fix where you get down to the base where we have some issues there. And you can see across the bottom of that slide, the cost goes up markedly as we get into the deeper repairs that we have to do. So every year when we develop our maintenance program, there is some percentage of every one of these activities in our pavement program. So here are the performance measures that the board approved back in 2019. Interstate, 82% of the lane miles are sufficient with no section with a critical index of less than 35. The targets are tiered based on the traffic volumes. Primary and secondary system are the same. For traffic volumes above 3,500, the sufficiency is 82. And the thinking was that on the high volumes, whether it was primary or secondary, the sufficiency rating should be the same. So those on the primary system where the traffic volume is less than 3,500, the sufficiency was established at 75%, and for the secondary, it's at 60%. And you'll see those on a graph as we move forward. The investment needed was based on a 2019 projection of $463 million. Again, that's a 2019 projection of $463 million. This number was not indexed. Annually until 2026, then the investment increases to $499 million annually, and at that point it creates a steady state of performance and investment. And that's because it goes up because in many of the cases on the interstate and the primary, we were going down to meet the targets. So once we get to steady state, it costs more to stay at that state as we go forward. And so again, that's 2026 is when that target was projected to go up. So right now, we have our calendar year 2025 pavement schedule has been completed and is in the advertisement process. And then as soon as next spring, we'll start that 2026 pavement evaluation. Pavement evaluation goes along from the spring to early June, from March to June, and we'll develop that schedule from there. Okay, here's where we are. This is what we said we would do. The dashed green lines show projected investment needed to achieve and sustain the proposed targets of 82% over 20 years. And then the solid blue line is our actual performance against those goals. So you can see where we've been. Our target for the 24, which is the paving season we're in now, was 86%, and we're right at 88%. And you'll see on these that we're bouncing right along the projected line with their performance on these items.
Mr. Craig, I think it bears emphasis because this is sort of a weird situation for when you sort of look at it, at least for me, because we're trying to get worse, right? Our goal is to be worse on that line, right? But worse is better because it's sufficient, it doesn't cost as much, and we can do other things with the money. So at the end of the day, you know, nobody wants the house. Well, let me rephrase that. At the end of the day, it's not cost efficient to have something at 100% all the time. It doesn't make sense. You know, it's sort of the 80-20 thing in a way. And so we've been maintaining it too high in some cases, and we want to change that. Cuss bridges were a little different, right? Cuss bridges, we were letting them go down. And then when we let them get too far, then the life cycle cost just rose on us. And what we found is if we kept them sufficient, the cost went down. So here we're too high, there we were too low. We're trying to bring all this back into a place that makes sense for life cycle cost and sufficiency of the roads. So it's just an interesting thing as we push our performance, as our performance is good when it's negative here. We're pushing our sufficiency down because we're wasting money by keeping it where it was. And I think that's...
And this is not really subjective type things. This is data-driven information, and many things affect the pavement from one year to the next. So these are a little bit higher, but our winter seasons have been a little bit less in the last few years. Some of this is also affected by our construction projects where we're in. We put new pavement down, and we get the benefit of construction projects resurfacing our roads where it doesn't actually come out of our maintenance. 66 was a great example of that. Many parts of that were set up for paving, and we had a construction project that took care of that. So that repaving of that almost entire section of 66 was taken care of out of construction, not maintenance. Okay, for our primary network, again, dash green lines as a target. The solid blue is performance. Our target performance on the roadways on above 3,500 was 83, and our actual performance was 83. That won't happen every time, so don't get too excited about that. Our target for performance on roadways less than 3,500 vehicles a day was 77, and our actual was 88. So we're staying pretty close to those original targets for the primary. For the secondary system, we had the largest. We had to climb up the highest to get to the target, especially for our high-volume secondaries that were 3,500 and above. And so we were supposed to, the target was 78, and we're currently at 79, which is good, which should get us to that target about right on time. For the lower volumes, we're staying right at the 60, 61 target for those as well. So I wanted to put this slide up there that talks about this is our most pavements, or our largest and most visible asset that we have as an agency. Pavement schedules are prepared and set prior to December of each year. Most of our contracts are already let for the next year by December, and we only have a few plant mix contracts that move into January. All of the notices to proceed for the contractors are by April 1, if not sooner. The 2020 pavement investment was set up prior to the CTB's approval of the performance targets in December, and that's why you see the lower amount reflected for 2020. Due to economic factors such as asphalt, fuel prices, and just general inflation, VDOT has had to invest more to meet the performance targets that were established by the board. The 2025 payment schedule work is being advertised now and is estimated to be at $710 million. Questions on that one before I move on to structures? Okay, excellent. So just as a quick review, VDOT's inventory of structures, bridges and structures, is made up of metal culverts, timber bridge decks, concrete girder bridges, concrete slab bridges, concrete culverts, and steel girder bridges. So you see the picture of some of the examples of those. Similar to pavements, every one of our bridges is inspected on a biannual basis every 2 years. This is in accordance with the federal regulations for bridge safety inspection, and we follow that strictly. But each structure, as part of that inspection, receives a grade, and that grade and score is what goes into what we call the general condition rating, as you see here. A bridge or structure is divided up into 3 general areas: substructure, deck, superstructure, and you can see the rating system goes from 0 to 9, and that's a federally established rating system that we follow. And the score, the general condition score, is based on the lowest number, so it's not an average type of thing. If the deck ends up being a 4 and the superstructures are 6, then the structure still has a number of 4. So it's a big factor of safety in there as far as that goes. So here are the performance measures that the board set in 2019 for our structures. Performance is measured by sufficiency as well as a general condition rating. The average general condition rating approved for all systems was 5.6 or greater. VDOT structures performance measures are broken down by all systems together, interstate, primary, and secondary. And as we go through there, you'll see the percentages that go along with those as well. But you can see the targets that you established back in 2019. Sorry. So, and this slide depicts the network combined, all the networks combined. Just like the pavement slides, the green line is a predictive, and the blue line is the actual performance. You'll see on this slide that 2024, the predicted sufficiency was 96. However, the actual for VDOT for this year was 97. General condition rating was predicted at 6.1, while the actual was 6.3. Additional federal bridge investment, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, approved in November, has helped on some of this to prolong some of our assets and structures, and you'll see that as we go through some of the other systems as well. This is the interstate structures. You'll see that 2024, the predicted sufficiency was 97, and the actual was 99. The general condition rating was predicted at 6.0, and it's at 6.1. You can see on their interstate system, on the top bar, you can see that there are about 2,400 structures across our interstate system. For a primary network, about 5,700 structures as well. The slide depicts that the 97% was the predicted, and the 98% is the actual. And the general condition rating predicted was 6, and it's at 6.2. You'll notice that all of these general condition ratings are going down to the 5.6 that was established by the board. On the secondary, you'll see that the predictive was 95, actual is 96, and that the general condition rating was predicted at 6.2 and is actually at 6.5. The model is exceeding the initial predictions for both good fare, primarily due to unexpected amount of work that our state forces were able to do on many of our secondary bridges. So our state forces have been doing an excellent job on those secondary bridges. They're generally smaller timber deck, steel beam type things where they've gotten a lot of those. And there's about 13,000 of those structures on the secondary system. Questions on structures?
So Kevin, I just go back to that secondary slide, network slide. I think it's worth mentioning that as Kevin went through this, both the pavements and the bridges are all modeled out to either the 20-year mark or the 50-year mark individually. So this is a very finite analysis that's been done. recognizing where we are on the structures program and the performance to date, as he's indicated that we've been successful in some of the smaller bridges through state forces, it's probably a time to be able to recalibrate this targeted, the green line that we were projecting out because of what we've been able to accomplish both with the IIJA monies, and you're going to hear about that shortly, but also what we've been able to accomplish with our dedicated focus on this performance. So I would envision by the time next year comes around, we're going to re-baseline what our anticipated performance is going to be, recognizing this probably has a more dramatic drop down to the 90% sufficiency ratings. I would envision with where we are on performance with GCR and the sufficiency probably being higher than that 90 mark. So that's the work that we're going to have coming up over the next years to be able to refine this model. I think this is a great news story.
You know, I would just echo on that, Commissioner. And I, you know, we'll get queried about this as we go forward as a board. The condition rating that we set for bridges was 5.6. That's our target. That's in the yellow range. We have yellow on the page, if you go to slide 16. And it's between, it's a little bit more than fair. It's into the satisfactory column, right? And so when you think about it, it's important that you remember that 5.6, while you may not think that's a good number on a scale from 1 to 9, and while it's in the yellow, we put it in the yellow, it's really the place to be, right? It means the bridge is good. It means we're going to keep it good, and we're maximizing the dollars that we have in that regard. And so it will always be good. It just won't be perfect, and it won't be bad, and it will cost us the least over time. So there will be people along the way that will come and say, yeah, but dude, you're in the yellow, 5, 6, you know, why aren't you at 7 or 8? And the answer is because we don't need to be, and it's a waste of money. That's the answer. I just would ask you to keep focused on that as we move forward. And so I want to salute, maybe prematurely, but salute the commissioner and the staff who've driven this. And it's not about, this is the best, right? At the end of the day, if you drew away from this, this is exactly where we want to be, right? We don't want to be at 7.5. We're wasting money at 7.5, and we don't want to be at 3, right? We want to be what you set the target at.
So 1.2, or in addition, the 5.6 is, as Mr. Gregg said, the GCR is the lowest feature. So if we have 7s on everything, and the deck is a 5.6, the deck is the controlling factor in this. So everything else.
So it's not an average. It's the lowest one.
It's the lowest common denominator in that case. So again, you can see this. The bridges are safe. It's extending the finite resources that we have to be able to have a sustainable program, both in our pavements and our bridges.
It's sort of like you probably wouldn't get your teeth cleaned every 2 months. You might do it every 3 or every 6, but you probably wouldn't do it every 2 because it really doesn't help you that much, and you spend a lot of money on it. Sorry to the dentist, but they would tell you the same thing. Mr. Craig, if you'll continue.
Just back to the commissioner's point that there have been a lot of good things. Back in 2019, when we set these targets for bridges, one of the things the commissioner charged us with was that each year we left a fair amount of maintenance money on the table for bridges, and that money, when you don't spend it, it's not doing you any good. So we've drawn that down where we barely carry any dollars forward with our bridge. We're completely spending that, and that's why some of these numbers are up. We have probably the best in class nationwide as far as their bridge deck joints. Our bridge engineers have come up with a jointless type design that many other folks across the country are using, but it protects the bearings of the bridges, which carries the weight of the bridges. And so it's very, very important. And they've done an excellent job in doing that. And that jointless design will help us as we go into the future, protects future deterioration of that bridge at those points. So there are a lot of good things going on in our structures program, and I think that's going to show as we go forward. And to the Commissioner's point, it's probably a good idea to reindex that as we, in the next year. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a quick question. What is the impact of the hurricane damage going to have on your numbers and the work of your department, of your?
Great question, because it'll probably help us, because a lot of those will have to be replaced or repaired. So it may help as far as the condition of the structures goes, but it won't help us as far as our budget goes. So it's a cost thing.
Ms. Dunlop, we are obviously the tragedy of Hurricane Helene was devastating for some folks, and particularly the devastation in North Carolina and Tennessee was extensive and severe. Ours was severe in some places, but not as extensive, thankfully. But yet, it doesn't really matter if your house was one of the ones that went down the river. It's severe to you, and I will tell you that Dr. Smoot would tell you this, that we were prepared, we were on site, we were deployed, we were ready, and yet, you can't stop what happened. All you can do is react to it at the end of the day. The Commissioner and I, the Governor has been out there a number of times. I've been out there a number of times. The Commissioner's been out there a number of times. And we've been right in the middle of it, seeing it. And it was interesting from the standpoint of if you flew over it, and the Commissioner and I talked about this, when you flew over it on the way in, it didn't look like widespread devastation. You didn't really see it, right? But when you get down on the ground and you go to where these creeks turned into raging rivers, it was profound. It was just profound. And the Damascus and the Taylor's Landing and in that area and other places similarly. We're still trying to calculate our costs. They'll be substantial. A fair amount of it we can get some reimbursement for. And the Commissioner will clean this up as I stumble through it. But in the beginning, the way a lot of this works is you do the work and then you apply, if you will, or sometimes you apply first and wait for the money and do the work. And if you get the money before you do the work, you often get more money, but you have to wait. And we didn't want to wait. We're not waiting, right? So the Commissioner did what the Commissioner does, and he took action. And we just started doing the work, right? And now the money's coming in. We got $10 million from FHWA yesterday to help us reimburse. We do not know what our total costs are yet. We do not know everything that we need in terms of timeline. We do know that a lot of the roads, and the Commissioner can speak to the specific numbers, but we had a lot of bridges down. We had out of commission, I should say. We had a lot of primaries and secondaries, hundreds of secondaries that were out of commission. And a lot of that has been resolved. We have 2 primaries that are still closed, Route 58, which is only 2 lanes out there, is gone for about 1.5 miles. We walked a piece of it when we were out there. It's amazing, the water, it's a meandering creek, right? And when the water is that large, and there's that much volume, when it gets to the place where it meanders, it doesn't meander, it just goes straight, right? So it just creates and just takes things away. There was a couple that we met in Taylor's Landing who they were in their 80s, and they were in a house, and it was one of those places where the creek meandered, and it took the house off the foundation with them in it, split it in half. The gentleman came out of the house. He tied himself to a tree with his life jacket he had hoping that at least if he died, they'd be able to find him, right? The wife stays in the house, which goes down the river, lodges wherever it lodges, and they rescue her out of the house in a rocking chair that she was in. They were both fine. Wow. I shouldn't say fine. He was pretty battered in his face, but when you sit there and talk to him, they were fine, right? They were going to be fine. They were okay. They were grateful and blessed. But it's, you know, the devastation is severe for some people. We lost a lot of the creeper trail, which is incredibly important to that area for economic purposes. A lot of their economy depends on the creeper trail. I had no idea. I didn't know how extensive it was until I saw it myself. And so there's a lot of work to be done there. There were, how many bridges on the trail are out? 7, 10, something like that? Maybe more that we looked at, 17.
I think they're closer to now 13. They're completely gone.
There are creeper trail bridges, and in any case, and the creeper trail is not the responsibility of this, of VDOT, but it's a responsibility for us to help them try to find a way to get this thing back open and get the economy rolling again. So it's a long way of telling you we don't know exactly what it's going to cost yet. We don't know what the net will be to Virginia yet. We're still calculating that. But I will tell you that VDOT was well prepared, transportation was well prepared. Even DMVs who got their DMVs back open were well prepared. But there was only so much you could do in advance, right? And so we'll continue to work. The governor has stood up a team that's totally focused on restoration. You know, a lot of this, after the sort of drama of the event is over and people are settled and they're safe, that's when the hard work really starts, and it continues for a long time. So the commissioner and his crew have got a lot of work to do. The state has a lot of work to do to help. We have been all hands, I can tell you that, and we'll continue to be until it's done. Mr. Craig, any questions on that? I sort of digressed, but it was a good place to do it. All right, thank you.
So the next routine maintenance, and I'll preface this by saying that the commissioners asked us to go back and re-baseline our routine maintenance to bring that more in line with our payments and bridges to set actual targets. An example may be, let's just say pipes, for example, that instead of having how many times we'll look at a pipe or work at a pipe, that a certain number of pipes are in good or better condition. So our estate maintenance engineer is in the process of working through that now, and between now and this time next year, we'll come before you to start looking at some of those targets that we'd like to get approved for moving forward at our routine maintenance.
And Mr. Craig, if I can pile on there, you can see how the targets, the proper targets have driven us to be better, right? You can see that in the previous slides on pavements, bridges and so forth. We really, VDOT went through a huge shift couple decades ago in terms of personnel. We're at 7,900 today. What were we then?
At the max, it was 12,500 people.
Right. So we're 4,600 people down on the payroll at VDOT. We had a shift. And one of the things I think probably came out of that is some of this stuff that we're now trying to pick up and fix. So if you asked us a few years ago, and maybe even a few weeks ago, how many ditches, how many miles of ditches are there and where are they? How many culverts, how many pipes, how many signs, how many signals, and like expect to get an exact number? Nah, it's probably not happening, right? So we sort of did it more, we did it differently. Well, we know how well it works when we do it like this, when we know exactly what we have, we know what the condition is, we know what the schedule should be, we know what we want to do, we can budget it specifically. We know that's a better way. So we're driving the organization, the commissioner's driving the organization to do that, and as Mr. Gregg has indicated, that's what we're looking to do, to start setting targets. Start setting targets on all these things so that we can continue to have the best system for the least amount of money that we can. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So I draw your attention to the orange box at the top. It says 2019 interim targets. That's exactly what that was when we established it. And we're each year continuing to hone those numbers down. And this year we're going to go back and start putting actual goals on these as we go forward. So the task items that you see there, mowing, for example, the frequency established in 2019 was 3 times for the interstate, 3 for the primary, and 2 for the secondary. And you can see that the frequency for 2024 was in line with that, except the interstate, but that does not allow for spraying for the growth retarder at the beginning of the season. So many locations across the state pass up a mowing because they spray it, the grass doesn't grow, and then they come back in and mow it 2 additional times. So every district doesn't do that, but many do, and so this average doesn't account for that. So in the future, they'll get credit for that as a mowing, which they wouldn't normally have.
And let me say this, as we look at these targets, it's really important to understand that just because it meets the criteria, if it doesn't need to be done, we shouldn't be doing it, right? And so if we say we're going to cut the grass 3 times a year, and it only needs it twice a year, then we should cut it twice a year, not 3 times a year, right? And if it's out of control and unsafe, and we need to do it more, then we should do it more, if it's out of control and unsafe. And so we need to continue to focus on the situation and the result, not just the sort of the plan, and we will do that.
So that goes, many of these items in our routine maintenance are determined by weather, determined by, for trees, you can say the ash elder trees, we have a program to remove those from the right-of-way, and so that's probably why some of those percentages for trees are higher. If we had a winter where we had a high ice storm, you would see them higher in that area as well. For pipes, we established it at 10%, and you can see in 23 we were at 10, but in 2024, if you went out and inspected a pipe, it was good, that counted as a touch. So that's why that percentage has gone up on that. And as we go looking at reestablishing this baseline, we'll take that in consideration as we go. So I won't go through every single one of these, but I do want to say that unpaved roads is one that is a big concern, and that's 4 times a year. And you'll see that we're doing most of those. The average is 5, and that is really weather dependent on those type of roads, whether you get a lot of rain, whether you don't get rain, those type of things. So the last 3, signals, signs, and pavement markers, next year will come off of this list and get moved over to traffic operations. We're in the process of doing a traffic operations comprehensive review that we'll be bringing to you within the next year, and those traffic operation items will move over to that list. And we had a lot of work to do on these. So signals was one that we said 20% of the inventory, but a signal has so many components there. It's like a bridge or tunnel. It has a lot of components. So does it count when they go there, change a bulb, or do they have to go into the cabinet to do some work, or whatever is going on there? So we're going to hone some of these traffic operation items down, and they'll be on our traffic operations comprehensive review as we go forward with that as well. Setting those targets, just like the Secretary said, setting those goals so that we can make sure that we're making the progress in the right direction, and we set them in the right place.
And let me say this, to continue to make y'all, or to continue to help you understand sort of what we're facing here. As you know, we say we're in maintenance first place. That's with quotes around it. And we generally do that, although I think there's ways for us to get better, and I'll speak to that in a second. In our current budget, what's our crossover number, Commissioner, this year? $500 million. So of our regular funding, right, if we do our regular funding formula, we're $500 million short in maintenance, right? And there's a few things happening that are driving that. One is just cost is up, right? And that the costs in transportation are rising faster than the rate, than average inflation. And as we chase more, if we put more money into the system, chasing construction projects and other projects, we just have more demand for the same supply, and you know what that does? That just drives the cost even further. So we got all these pushes on cost. So that's going on. At the same time, society, you know, we're battling some factors of society. The same thing we talked about with WMATA with fare evasion. There's a journalist in Northern Virginia who's been helpful to point out some things that aren't the way we want them to be in terms of maintenance. And it has mostly, a lot of it has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with society, throwing stuff on the road, you know, throwing out litter, you know, barca loungers and lazy boys and, you know, all sorts of stuff. And the concept is we're supposed to keep it clean. Well, I mean, you know, there's only so much money and there's only so many people. And when you make it worse than we can handle it, it's just not going to be as clean as we want it to be. I mean, we've already transferred $500 million, right? And at some point, we run out of money. And as I told you in earlier meetings, you know, as these regional authorities drive all these transportation dollars to construction with no concomitant money going to maintenance, we're going to bring on billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars of new projects that VDOT will own and will need to ultimately be responsible for the maintenance. And there's no maintenance money flowing to it other than the regular formula, which anticipates that there's construction and maintenance that go together. Well, over here we got this billions of dollars that's just construction, and there's no money that flows to maintenance. So the costs are up, right? Society's making it harder for us, and particularly in the rural area, I mean, excuse me, particularly in the urban areas, not in the rural areas, but in the urban areas. So costs are up, society's making it harder, and you know, here we are. And so how do we deal with that? And the answer is we just keep plugging away as best we can. But at the end of the day, a lot of this, you know, it's one thing to do the pavements and the bridges and this, but when you're picking up people's stuff all day long because they have bad behavior, it has a cost, and somebody's got to pay the bill. And so we're trying to balance how often do you do that. You know, in the country, in the rural areas, if you cut the grass a couple times a year, people are relatively satisfied. If you do that up in Northern Virginia County, not so much, right? It's not the same thing. It doesn't feel the same. And so it's really a struggle for us. It's going to continue to be a struggle for us. And ultimately, the legislature and the governor's office are going to have to, you know, a few years down the road as this continues on, we're going to need to figure out how to address that legislatively. There's probably going to need to be some formula changes going forward in years to come, not today, but that's coming. And a lot of y'all, particularly the newest members, you're going to be experiencing more of that in the next few years, and that's what's going to come to us. So we will continue to work at it. I would tell you that I want our system to look good and to be safe, and I'll put it in reverse order, to be safe and look good. I remember as a kid going to other states and laughing about, you know, what you saw when you went there. And I won't name any names, but you could probably have your own thoughts. Most of them were north is where I went, but there were substantial facilities and they didn't look very good and they didn't feel very good. And I didn't want to be, you know, we joked about them. That's not Virginia, and we're not going to let that happen in Virginia. But it's difficult and it's hard. And we need society to help us out a little bit here. So we don't have to tax them more money, which we're not gonna do, to pick up their stuff. So I'll be quiet for a while. Mr. Gregg. Yes, sir, Mr. Kasparitz.
Thank you. Mr. Gregg, the unpaved road number, is that 25,000 or 26,500 miles?
Let's see.
On page 23?
Yeah, on page 23.
It's 14,800 miles. Shoulders, let me see, unpaved road. Yes, sir, it's 25,500 centerline miles.
Okay, a significant number.
Yes, sir. I think that should be lane miles, not
Yeah.
centerline miles.
So, gosh, this goes back a number of years now, but there was a study underway at the Research Institute regarding the cost of maintaining. You've got 5 iterations of maintenance now, somewhere between 4 and 5. The cost of maintaining a gravel road versus the cost of paving it, and then ultimately maintaining a paved road. Do you know the status of that? I mean, that's a big number, and certainly a significant maintenance commitment to make 5 trips over those roads. But in all of the discussions I've had in the past, I've never really been clear on the cost difference between paving it and then maintaining the paving, but reducing the frequency of these cycles for maintenance. Is that study closer to being completed? Is it information this board can glean at some point in the near future?
I believe it is, Mr. Kasparitz. I think that, I don't have that data with me, but I believe that we do have that data available. I think it's a couple of years old now, but still, I think it's relative to what you're talking about. It does cost more to maintain a unpaved gravel type road because of obviously the number of trips that you have to go back there. And this
on a reoccurring basis.
On a reoccurring basis.
But maybe on a long-term basis, given the cost of paving and repaving, that number might not actually turn out to be more, and that's the part that I've never gotten clear.
We'll go back and get that, Mr. Kasparitz, because I haven't seen that. We'll go find out.
Good, I look forward to it.
Bring it back.
Thank you.
This, back in '24, the board put $70 million out of the crossover, as the secretary was talking about, towards maintenance. And so this is just, these are some of the items that that 70 million was targeted at, and one of them was brush and ditches, and you can see before and after in the Bristol district how some of that was used. Stormwater management basins are around, and we have to maintain those. We have to inspect them twice a year and do any maintenance on them that's required. And so part of that money was used for the stormwater management basins. This one is again this one is in the Salem district. Ditching, you can see the drastic difference, and when you have heavy rains, especially in the summertime, doesn't help you much in flooding, but having those ditches open protects the investment we have in our roadway and in our structures. So some more good work in the Bristol district, just an example of where that money was used. Replacing a pipe. This is in the Salem district. You can see the picture on the right where the pipe was replaced and the road was paved over there, where that was done. Some of the paved shoulders, getting that drainage away from the roadway, protects the roadway and protects safety. As you can see, the little drop off on the left, coming back and regrading those unpaved shoulders allows that drainage to get over in that ditch you see on the right. So another great use of that additional money that was out there. Here's another one. This is from Hampton Roads. We have a number of these, mainly in Nova and in Hampton Roads, where sound walls have been up for decades, and no maintenance has been done to them. And so this allowed us to put $10 million investment in these sound walls, and that was divided between Hampton Roads and Nova. And you can see the big difference in those walls there. Any more questions? I'll move on to special structures.
Mr. Secretary.
Sir, Mr. Lawson.
I'm just curious, you mentioned the stormwater management ponds and the cost to maintain them. And I remember we had some discussions about the possibility of conveying those to the private sector and having them take on those costs for us. That's not something you're working on, but is that something we're working on
Not familiar
or looking
with that.
at?
I'm not familiar with that, and for the life of me, I couldn't imagine why anybody would want to take that over when it's.
Well, I can. In urban areas, we've got large stormwater management facilities that are designed for a time when we were looking at ag land, and it's grown up, and the densities the uses have gone more towards increased densities, and so development would be pleased to take on a 5-acre pond, for example, because then they can rebuild it to modern standards, park on top of it, and take on your burdens, but then also develop the property more efficiently.
As far as I know, we've not pursued that or had anybody come to us to request that.
And I'd also say that the efficiencies of those ponds are our regulations as per why we built them to begin with. So there's a regulatory function that would have to be
Oh, absolutely.
maintained with that. And so I'd be very cautious about any of that transference to a second party or how that is being done. We recognize that if you're talking about building over top of stormwater management ponds and detention ponds, then that becomes a much more laborious labor effect, and we have to have that in perpetuity. Understanding that when we shift to the private sector, recognizing some of the things that we have experienced recently with companies performing our interstate maintenance program going defunct or within the rest areas, I would have a concern with just outright outsourcing of those elements. It's worth an investigation, Mr. Lawson, but I would be cautious about just an outright consideration, recognizing the regulatory effects that this may have on the department.
Understood. I'm not recommending a fire sale, but whoever would take it over would also be subject to DEQ and Army Corps regulations. And they're pretty good at it because they do it as part of their developments anyway. But if this is an extreme cost and it's going to get higher and higher, if we could get someone to offload that cost and take that on as a burden, following all regulatory requirements, that'd be worth looking at.
It would be worth
Yeah,
having
like
a
with
conversation around it.
Oh, yeah. No, it'd run with the land, sure.
All right, we'll look at it. Thank you. Mr. Craig.
Okay, moving on to special structures. Just a quick review. The special structures include our movable bridges, our tunnels, and our fixed span structures, more complex fixed span structures. And the health index is a unique index that was developed by our structure and bridge engineers that rate the overall health of a structure, whether it be a movable bridge or a tunnel, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But that's again, that's a first in the nation. Right now, we're the only ones doing that, and it really helps us drill down to many of the components of these special structures to make sure that we're keeping an eye on them and we're doing the maintenance and fixing them before they go bad. But since many of them have very, very long lead times, and many of these components are obsolete anyway. So that helps us try to stay ahead of those. That health index is based on a detailed data collection by our qualified bridge safety inspectors. Each bridge or tunnel has many detailed elements, each of which is assigned a condition state at each inspection. Condition states vary from good as 1 to 4 as severe. Condition states are used to calculate the overall health index for each element. And the health index, each element is weighted by its relative safety and risk to calculate the overall health index for each system and at each facility. The health index is used with special structures in the 50-year long-term plan to prioritize their projects, improve long-term asset management, and assess performance and risk of these structures. We're going to talk about each one of these separate. So again, the health index, as you can see here, goes from 0 worst to 100 at the best. Data collection with our bridge safety inspectors, as they look at it, each element of the structure is evaluated and assigned a condition, and every structure is inspected a minimum of every 2 years. So just as an example, the way this health index works, some elements are considered critical. This shows the number of elements and items for each type of structure. Some of the critical elements may not be expensive, but are very important to the part of the overall health and operation of that structure. In this example, you may look at couplings or differentials, which don't seem important, but they're critical to make those drive units in the mechanical part work. So for the movable bridges, again this year, as we did last year, the chart on the top is the 2023 health index and condition, and on the bottom is the 24 summary of the health index for each system or component. And you can see some of them have gone up and some of them have gone down. You can see the Berkeley Bridge westbound structural part. The repairs to perform the cross girders is underway, and that one is red, but that work has already been programmed for that. And at the high rise, you can see that the deterioration of the gearing and generators, and that project to upgrade this system has already been advertised as well. So this helps our engineers program the work to make sure that as the health index moves up or down, that we're in line to program that work as we go forward, and that just because work is done on one element, and I go back to my chart. If the couplings are worked on, doesn't mean that item automatically goes to a good condition. There may be some other items that are keeping that at a little bit lower rating, and just like for our regular structures, it's always going to be based on the lowest rating. Doesn't mean that it's not going to function and it's going to break. It just means that the lowest item in there, which may be a bearing or a buffer cylinder, may not be in the best of condition. So in general, we had 8 improvements in our movable bridges, and 2 of the items on the high rise in the Berkeley, one mechanical, one electrical, went down. But I think it's easy to see for us on this that as a result of our inspections, that what's moving and what's not, and where we need to prioritize our work. Tunnel, same. The 2023 is the top. The 2024 is the bottom. The deterioration we had a couple from good to fair. The Hampton Roads eastbound lane electrical, and the Hampton Roads eastbound lane fire and life safety items. So those items are a part of the HRBT project, and as the new tunnel is fixed, these items will be repaired as that whole project finishes up. So a couple, as you can see there on the far right at the bottom, the notable elements. So we have a 50-year plan that we're going to be bringing to you at the next CTB meeting to approve a 50-year plan, but we work in that plan 10 years at a time. So we don't work on something that's 40 years out right now. But we work on that 10 years at a time. And the first 10 years of that plan are very detailed and have those elements and components in there. And as you get further out, it's more general type of things. Because we know, and that was one of the reasons for doing this, that all of these elements have a life cycle, and we can't wait until they break to fix them. So we understand that the life cycle for a fan is, 15 years, and life cycle for a generator or something. So that's the way that works. And so fixed span bridges, you can see those listed there. But there were no improvements, but there were no additional deterioration of those as well. And so I think that's good news. We continue to monitor that. So I do want to take you through a couple special structures accomplishments over the last year. And these are pretty important. The Berkeley emergency generator at the Berkeley Bridge. You can see that the old generator, and then you see the new building in the top right. Here we go. New building in the top right is a new generator building with the new CAT generators in there on the land side, rather than being on the structure itself.
Located.
Berkeley Bridge is
Right
right down,
there.
right up, yeah.
Right down the street.
Probably look out the
Right
window.
out the window in the
About,
hotel.
about 400 yards away.
So you'll see a pattern here on these generators. On the old design of these generators, they were put inside the control room on the bridge itself, and they're hard to work on, hard to get parts to. And so as we upgrade, these generators go into the land side so that they're less susceptible to bad weather and also less susceptible to
So the high-rise bridges are the 64 bridges that go over the southern branch of Elizabeth River, and they're a few miles from here. Southern branch goes down, and then the interstate comes around, and these two bridges go over. One of them is new, totally new, and the other is not.
other two are the old ones, and this is the generator that powers the lift span on the two older bridges. About $3 million worth of work. And you can see on the right, these are for resiliency. You see they're up on piles so that water gets up, that they didn't get impacted.
I think it's, Kevin, you sort of breezed by it, but the older spans need to be lifted. The newer spans do not. So we're not repeating our issue, if you will.
It's truly a high-rise on the new one. So again, at the high-rise, the two older spans have a grid deck, and this is just a replacement of the grids on that grid deck. The Coleman is a swing span type bridge. It's a double swing span. So this is the balance wheel that the whole span turns on. And so you can see the rehabilitation of those, about $3.5 million, where we did some concrete repairs, replaced anchor bolts, balanced the span so that they actually turn like they're supposed to.
And I would tell you that it's no secret in Hampton Roads, but some of these bridges are really critical to national security, because on the other side of that bridge is the weapons station, right? And the ships need to get to the weapons station. On the other side of the Berkeley Bridge is some shipyards, and the ships need to be able to get to the shipyards. So when you're down here in this area, that's why we like bridge tunnels a lot, but when you're down here in this area, when those things are a problem, it has not just a Virginia problem, not just a local problem, but it's sort of can be a national problem. So it's really important that these things work right. Because if that bridge doesn't work, the ships can't go to where the ammo is. So that's not a good situation. So we want to make sure that bridge works all the time. Yes, Bob.
To that point, does the Defense Department help with the repair and maintenance of this?
No. We're working on it. Things are really slow.
Very good.
They would tell you the federal government does. That's what they would tell you, right? But no, the Department of Defense does not. Mr. Craig?
So this is the invert slab at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. And the invert slab is the bottom of the roadway that you drive on as you go through the tunnel. It's an air duct. The bottom picture is the air duct. The Secretary reminded me that he'd walked through that air duct in there before. But you can see the reinforcing steel exposed as part of the Spalding concrete, and then the repairs that have been made to that.
Yeah, we toured this. You will not see this tomorrow. This was the old tunnel, not the new tunnel. And we toured it some years ago, and it's pretty interesting. And I will tell you that the electronic gear was made by a company called Joy Manufacturing. And it was like back from the early 50s when the bridge was built, late 50s when the bridge was built. And it's the same, and you sort of look at it and go, ooh, wow. It doesn't look like the pictures that Mr. Clark showed us of his IT stuff. It doesn't look like that at all, because it's 70 years old. And so those are all challenges that we face here. And salt water.
It's a pretty harsh environment, and this is a good example of it. These are the beam repairs and strengthening at the James River Bridge. A little over $4 million worth of work. And you can see due to the harsh conditions, the reinforcement steel on the bottom of those concrete beams. And then the upper right-hand corner, you can see where those have been repaired to cover up that steel and strengthen those beams. Lift cable, that's the cable that lifts the span. The James River Bridge is a lift span and goes up and down, and this is a cable. Every so often, that cable has to be replaced. And so this cable was replaced. It cost a little over $5.5 million. Verona Enon, weather sensors, and we talked about bearings. It doesn't sound like it's a very big deal, but the lower left-hand picture, the installation of new scuppers, they keep the water off the bearings. And so those are the drain pipes that go down off the deck that shoot the water out. To keep it from going down on the bridge bearings that tend to deteriorate them. And the Benjamin Harrison, the span locks. A span lock is when it's open, it locks it in place so it can't close, or when it's closed, it's locked in place so it doesn't drift and move around while traffic is going across it. So two really big items there. And this is a great picture here. This is the generator, new generator. At the Benjamin Harrison Bridge. That generator you see on the trailer was taken out of the control room. That generator was put in about the same time as our commissioner was born.
Man, that's old. Oh,
and so the picture on the right is the land side generator house with two new Cat generators that completely power that structure from the land side. So, and also you can see the existing fender system, and that project is currently underway. The material is there, and the contract is underway to get that work done. So the last item that I wanted to cover just for your information was emergencies. As you saw in one of the very first slides, we put aside $220 million for fiscal year 2025. For emergencies, which include snow and ice, hurricanes, floods.
How much money, Kevin? Say that again.
$220 million.
Yep. I just want you to think about that for a minute.
Yeah, it includes slides, and Bristol is not the only district that has slides. We have them in Stanton, we have them in Salem, and so those have to be repaired, and they're part of that emergency fund. But I do want to say that as far as snow goes, that about $90 million to 120, depending on the contracts we have, is fixed cost. And these fixed costs include materials, overhead guaranteed minimum payments for contractors, mobilization for contractors, and demobilization for contractors. So before the first plow hits the road, it's about $100 million that it cost us to be prepared to fight that weather.
Whether we use it or whether we don't. So 100 of the 220 is functionally fixed. And I will tell you, Mr. Kasperich remembers this, when the snow ran us out of money some years back, just the snow ran us out of money. And so Hurricane Helene emergency, 220 million, 100 million's fixed. That means there's 100 million, 120 million or so for everything. And so that, we can be caught short, and we have before.
And those type of weather emergencies impact our routine maintenance and some of our state forest bridge work that we would do, because we have to cut back someplace to try to stay within the budget that we have.
As long as we make our targets, because if we don't make our targets, we're not doing our goals, then that money should come from construction. That's where it gets interesting. Right. Only so much money. If you spend more in maintenance, you have less in construction. Mr. Gregg.
So lastly, what's next? Special Structures 50-year long-term plan approval will be before you at your next CTB meeting. This plan, the draft and the plan will be sent to you in advance for your review. And just a reminder that you only have to approve that every 2 years. So we'll approve it in 25, and then you won't have to worry about it again in 24, you won't have to worry about it again until 26. And we will be bringing some new proposed, as we discussed earlier, routine maintenance targets for us to look at and for your consideration in a few months leading up to my report in October of next year. So that's all I have, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions?
So, if you take us back 14 years when I got involved with this, we didn't do it like this, right? And over time, particularly in certainly the last 3 and 4 years, Mr. Kasperich, we've seen us get a little bit more, get a lot better, I think, in terms of our planning and how we set goals and targets, and just getting better every day. And so I'm excited by what the commissioners led and others on his team. And, if we keep just getting better every day, we're gonna be just fine. But we have gotten substantially better than where we were many years ago in 2010. And as you remember, in 2010, we didn't have any money either. So we didn't have all this stuff, nor did we have the money to fund it. Now we've had the benefit of the work that was done in 2013 in terms of money. And we've just made sure that we're spending it really, really efficiently. That's what this is all about. So I want to, again, thank Kevin and the commissioner and the whole team for continuing to work on this. We're not done yet, folks. We're not finished. We still have a lot of work to do in this arena, but we're certainly a lot better than we were, and we're going to continue to evolve. Kasperich.
I'll just echo your comments, sir. I think the commissioner and his team have done an incredible job of bringing precision and focus to our maintenance cycles, which not only improve our performance but save us money. So my compliments to everybody involved in this. It's a very different picture than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. So well done.
Mr. Stan.
Mr. Gregg, at the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, we're looking at roller-compacted concrete. Has VDOT done any studies or work looking at the roller-compacted concrete versus asphalt for maintenance paving?
Yes, sir. We've looked at it. We've done some studies with North Carolina on it, looked at North Carolina's project that they've done as well. We do have a project on Route 60 that either has already been advertised or is about to be advertised, a mile or two on Route 60 in the New Kent area that will be roller compacted concrete. And we're looking at other opportunities to use it as well. So that's another tool in the toolbox that we consider as we're looking at what to do with our pavements.
I understand it's more expensive to install than asphalt, but the durability is supposed to be much better. Is that
That's
what
my
we're
understanding.
hoping?
Yes, sir. Life cycle analysis for concrete is different than it is for asphalt because the cost up front is higher for asphalt. For concrete, but the life is supposed to be longer. Cost up front is lower for asphalt, but you have to repave it several times to match up with the life cycle for concrete. So we look at both of those, yes, sir.
What else? Thank you, Mr. Craig. Appreciate it very much. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 6, the bipartisan infrastructure law bridge formula work accomplishments. Mr. Hanyon, welcome.
Thank you. Good
Nice
morning.
to see you. Hope you're well.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity today to highlight the great work that our districts are performing under the federal bridge formula program.
Is VDOT. Help. There we go. Back up.
So some quick background on the program. The BIL was signed into law on November 15th, 2021, so roughly 3 years ago. And the Bridge Formula Program, really focuses on preservation and rehabilitation of our existing bridges. Its funding is based on on needs. And because of these two items, it aligns very well with our existing program that we run, that really you guys just got a primer on from Kevin a few minutes ago in his comprehensive review. One item of note with this program is that we must have all funds expended by October 1st, 2034. We are currently in very good position to do so. So quick overview of the funding structure. The chart shows our different fund sources in our program. So you can see the yellow is our maintenance 604 funds. Green is our stated good repair funds. Our special structure fund is in the purple color, and the bridge formula funds that we're talking about today is in the blue. The bridge formula program, right now, we have currently 325 VDOT structures plus 19 locality structures programmed to expend the roughly $578 million that we're going to be granted over the next 5 years. Once again, as a reminder, this is how the funds come in. We have till 2034 to obligate, to spend the money, to spend all the money. This is a breakdown of the projects themselves that we have programmed. So the left-hand chart is by scope. So you can see we're doing a little bit of everything, but what we're doing a lot of are major rehabilitations. So that's primarily concrete-based rehabilitations, joint replacements, pier repairs, other types of concrete structural repairs, as well as we're making heavy investments into the paving program under these projects. By status, 22 projects are already complete. They're done. They're finished. I'll show some pictures in a few moments. We have construction underway of 126 of them. A lot of these projects are pretty short burn, so we expect this number to increase fairly rapidly. And the remainder of the projects right now are under the engineering process. And then on the right-hand column, there's a breakout by district. So you can see the allocations of the projects going across districts. I'll preemptively answer what I expect to be a question about Culpeper. Culpeper made a decision to do one large structure replacement with this program. So that is why they only have one project. It's not a funding discrepancy. It's just a scope of work issue with them. So looking at the types of work that we're doing, as I mentioned, joint eliminations is really top of the list. This is an extremely important program for us. What you see on the left is basically what we call a link slab, where we go in and we remove the existing joint and a concrete around it, and we put back a concrete slab. We actually eliminate the joint. The joints on the deck surface is by far our largest contributor to erosion and deterioration of not just the surface of the bridge, but the substructure underneath the bridge that the water flows into. So this is really where we get the most bang for our buck. We feel we add 35 to 50 years of service life just by eliminating joints.
Mr. Henyon?
Yes.
Why wasn't it done like that to begin with?
So the reason why we don't have bridges with no joints is because some bridges need joints. They need them because of the thermal expansion necessary. As engineering's gotten better, as materials have gotten better, we can at times go back and look at our old bridges and figure out how to eliminate joints that we couldn't have in the past. But that doesn't mean we can do it all the time. And when I get to a future slide, you'll see a project where we weren't able to eliminate all of the joints. We can only eliminate some of them. So we have to do the engineering analysis to figure out exactly how many joints we could take out.
So you're basically saying capabilities have evolved over time, and sometimes we can do it now and we do it, and if we can't, we don't.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Steel repairs, what you're looking at in the second set is existing steel beam. It is underneath an abutment. It does sit right underneath a joint. That's not a coincidence. That's why it's deteriorated in the condition that it is. So as long as we address the joints above, when we go in and address steel, as long as it's not substantially deteriorated to the point where we have to replace the steel element, we can get also 50 years of life off of these steel repairs. Culvert linings is a very important part of our program. Basically what we end up doing is spraying, rehabilitating, and then spraying, putting a spray liner either fully around the culvert or up to the mean high flow line just to prevent the water infiltration from further deteriorating the steel culverts. Deck overlays and replacements. Once we start having significant deterioration in our deck surfaces, we do go ahead and traditionally hydro demolition our decks. So basically taking very high pressure water to remove the deck surface, expose the rebar, clean the rebar, get the corrosion off any rebar that may have formed, and then place an overlay on the deck, which can, depending on the type of overlay, add anywhere from 15 to 35 years. And then if we go ahead and do a full deck replacement or a superstructure replacement, once again, we're potentially looking at 50 years of extension of service life. So a lot of service life and way cheaper than replacing the entire bridge. Painting. Painting is, as I mentioned earlier, probably our second biggest component in this program. And really that's a pretty straightforward operation where as the paint deteriorates, we have to come in, remove the paint, remove the corrosion, remove any indication of rust, and recoat, usually a 2 or 3 paint coat system to extend service life. And then finally, pier and column rehabilitations. Once again, these are elements that traditionally sit directly underneath open joints. The concrete gets deteriorated, delaminated on the left. You start seeing exposed rebar. It's a pretty bad sign, but structurally everything is still okay. So you need to get in at this point in time and remove and protect that exposed rebar with replaced concrete. So here's some actual pictures of some work that we've accomplished under this program. This is up on 495, and you can see on the far left, that is a before shot of one of the piers where you can see a lot of cracking, a lot of discoloration, very significant indications of deterioration. It was time to get on that. And then afterwards you see the patched work. We only take out the concrete that's delaminated. We keep whatever still has good concrete properties and isn't showing any sign of delamination. And then on the right, it's a little more extreme case. The far left would look like the third picture very shortly if we didn't address it when we did. And there's a little more urgency to that third picture. But once again, the rebar's there. It needs to be cleaned and it needs to be patched. Another 495 project, 2 joints. And the one on the left, tail of 2 joints. One on the left, we went ahead and could not replace the joint because, we needed the expansion for whatever particular reason. So we removed and repaired the joint, left the joint in place. The run on the right, we were able to eliminate. So sometimes you can't get them all, but you get what you can. And in either case, the fully repaired joint is going to offer us a much better level of protection than if we didn't do the repair at all. And then my final picture, this is also up in Nova. This is just an example of something that we've repainted already. A pretty simple operation, go in, sandblast, repaint, it looks great, and then more importantly, it's going to add significant life to the structure. And
Sir,
thank you.
well done. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 7, the Powhite Parkway project. Mr. Scott Smizik.
Morning.
By the way, we did get an official, a semi-official interpretation. It's Powhite. Semi-official. Powhite, like Powhatan. That's how I remember it. Am I right, Scott? I mean, that's what they say, you know. It could be Stanton or Staunton, I guess, but I'd call it Stanton. I think it's
I don't know.
Powhite. I know
Based
that.
on Mr. Laird's face.
I just wanted to get you going a little bit over there, Mr. Lawson. All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Good morning. Here to continue our presentations on VDOT's role and participation in Chesterfield County's Powhite Parkway project. This is the second in a series of presentations designed to provide this board with information to make a location decision. Per the state code reference on this slide, your location decision will represent the preferred alternative, which will be documented in the National Environmental Policy Act document. Before we get to the focus of today's presentation, which is the purpose and need, spend a minute recapping what we reviewed at our last presentation, so we're all looking at the same map, if you will. Our study in our environmental impact statement, or EIS, is focused on extending the Powhite Parkway from Woolridge Road to Hall Street Road. The termini for our study are generally highlighted with the orange circles on the map, and our larger EIS study area is the blue oval that encircles most of the map on the screen. Last time we were in front of you on this project, we spent some time talking about a number of projects the county has going on in the area. I'll focus today just on one of those, which is another Powhite Parkway project, widening and extending the parkway from Charter Colony to Woolridge Road. I point that out that it's an independent project and is not part of the analysis, direct analysis for this EIS. As I mentioned, the focus today is on the purpose and need. The purpose and need sets the goals for the study and serves as the primary criteria in the alternative screening process in NEPA. As the lead federal agency, Federal Highway Administration is responsible for developing purpose and need within their purview, which is focused on transportation improvements within the study area. The Council on Environmental Quality, or CEQ's regulations on NEPA require that that purpose and need be summarized in the NEPA document. So for us, that becomes Chapter 1, or the first chapter in the EIS. And it is a summary. I think that's a key word to use. It is not focused on every need within the study area, and it is not meant to identify every benefit that a proposed project may enjoy, but rather to focus on what the lead federal agency can accomplish with their action. Take a couple steps in developing a purpose and need. First, through scoping, we reach out to federal, state, and local agencies who have interest or purview in the study area to identify any potential issues, resource constraints, or transportation needs that may exist. We also reach out to the public to see what their thoughts are in the study area. We take some time working with our team to review previous studies, either done by VDOT, region, or other experts, to make sure we have all the necessary data to document the needs. We present these needs to the agencies involved. The NEPA document is required to not only suit Federal Highways purposes, but any other federal agency that may take an action. So we work with other agencies to make sure that purpose and need meets their needs and goals, and then we move into drafting the chapter. So for the Powhite Parkway project, we have received preliminary concurrence from the agencies involved on the purpose and need, which we'll review today, which allows us to move forward with some of our work on behalf of the county. I won't read the whole slide to you, but this is the concurred upon purpose and need for the Powhite Parkway project. I'll focus you on the two bullets at the bottom, which are the need elements that any alternative that is to be retained must meet. That includes relieving congestion within the project study area and improving regional connectivity and accessibility between Hall Street Road and Woolridge Road. Diving a little deeper into those two need elements, within that oval you saw earlier, approximately 25% of the roadways experience severe congestion, and approximately 50% of the intersections experience moderate to severe congestion. The public's participation in this step of the process emphasized that not only are there congestion but capacity issues that influence their movement through the study area. So as we move through the NEPA process, any alternative that we evaluate to meet this need will be assessed by its ability to reduce intersection delays, improve travel time, and reduce traffic volumes on the major roadways in the study area. The other need element is to improve regional connectivity and accessibility. There are few free-flowing options for traffic trying to get through the study area. The existing freeways and expressways, again, experience moderate to severe congestion, and the minor arterials or major collector roads are subject to heavy traffic movement and are not intended for this level of traffic. They're more considered local roads. Projections on future travel demand in the area, the population in our study area is anticipated to increase 80% in the planning horizon year. Housing also is anticipated to increase by 80%. And employment is anticipated to increase over 250%. So as we move through the NEPA process, an alternative's ability to meet this need will be assessed based on reduced travel time and increased accessibility to employment in residential zones, both within and beyond the study area. We will be going to the public again next month to get feedback on a potential range of alternatives, and then we come back to this board early next year with that range of alternatives. If we hit those marks, we would come back to the board again next summer to seek action on a location decision which would identify the preferred alternative. And if all that aligns, we would see a draft environmental impact statement issued by end of next year. As always, the schedule is subject to change as the process advances. That's all I have on this one today. Thank you for your time. Welcome any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Green.
On slide 8, for the future travel demand, what timeline do you use for that?
How far out?
How far out? Within the regional planning documents, I believe it's 2040 something. I could get the exact date for you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. The next item on the agenda is item number 8. You're back on. Nemo Parkway, our favorite, the commissioner's favorite road to Sandbridge.
So again, these two presentations were designed as though they may not be presented back-to-back in the same meeting, so there is some duplicative information that we'll move through more quickly. Again, this is also the second presentation for this project focused on purpose and need. And a refresher on what we're looking at.
I just have to do it. I can't stand it. You know, as I've gotten deeper into this process over numbers of years, it's interesting because the whole purpose and need concept sort of, you decide in some respects what you're trying to do before you do the analysis to do it. That's how I sort of see it, you know. And it's an interesting process in that regard. But the point is, it's really, 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 really important that you set the purpose and need to what you need it to be, to what it is. Because if you don't, then your outcome is not gonna, it's gonna meet that, not what you might want it to meet. So a lot of the sort of policy implication work happens at the very beginning, in my view, at the purpose and need. And if you went out here on the street and asked people about purpose and need, they would have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. I would tell you a lot of the people who are in councils and others don't really understand it. And when you see the amount of input that you get to determine purpose and need, it's insignificant in terms of numbers to the people who are impacted by it. And so it's a system that is, it makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways. But the point is, a few people that get active can sort of guide the purpose and need, and then that's the trail you're on. And if you don't like that trail, then it's tough, because that's the trail you're on. And there's not a lot of people involved in it up front, is how I see it. Now, not because we don't try to, but how many people really want to turn out? How many people want to be part of the survey? How many are activists or want to be active in it? So that is sort of an interesting part, and I'm happy for anybody to disagree with me, but that's sort of how I see it. And it makes us, when we look at these things, be very, we need to be very thoughtful, because we're basically setting our course for the rest of the process. God, is that fair enough? Fair enough? A little bit of, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Our study area is located in southeast Virginia, right up against the Sandbridge community along Virginia Beach. The city, working with Federal Highway, completed an environmental assessment, or EA, that focused on a single build alternative, which is extending the Powhite Parkway project along the yellow dotted line on the screen. Based on agency comment on that environmental assessment, Federal Highway, the City of Virginia Beach, and VDOT agreed that an environmental impact statement, or EIS, was the appropriate level of NEPA document. In coming to an agreement on that level of document, the agencies also agreed that the EIS would analyze and improve existing alternative. So the solid yellow line on your screen is existing Sandbridge Road through our study area, which would also be assessed through the EIS. This is existing Sandbridge Road today. It's a 2-lane roadway, no shoulders or suitable recovery area or emergency pull-off, and does not meet current design standards.
And not flooded in this picture.
Slide once before, we'll skip through it. The development of the purpose and need for this EIS was similar to Powhite, except as I mentioned, there was already an environmental assessment, or EA, complete. So Federal Highway, VDOT, and the other federal agencies build from that purpose and need rather than starting from scratch. As the case with Powhite, we have come to preliminary concurrence on the purpose and need, which is illustrated in this slide. To summarize, any alternative that is to advance for detailed study must address reliable access and connectivity, specifically focusing on flooding, roadway deficiencies, and crashes or other obstructions. We talk about reliable access. There's a need, as the Secretary mentioned, the road floods somewhat routinely. Vehicle crashes on that tight typical section can block the road, and then just the general summer congestion getting to and from the beach when one of those incidents happened. Public comment supported not only the need for reliable access, but the need for improved safety along the corridor as well. Therefore, any alternative that is to advance and meet this need must show a reduction in the impact of flooding, crashes, and other events that could hinder reliable access to and from the Sandbridge community. Second need element being connectivity. Again, there's a lack of alternative public routes to provide emergency response access to and from the Sandbridge community. You might recall last time I was here, we talked a little bit about the only other access point is through Dam Neck Naval Base, which is not always available. And also the increased risk of evacuation as the roadway may become blocked. Therefore, any alternative that is to advance through this study will need to show improved emergency response or evacuation for the Sandbridge community. And much like the Powhite Parkway project, we would anticipate coming back early next year to review the range of alternatives with this board, and then seek a location decision later in the spring, summer. And if we hit those marks, the draft environmental impact statement could be released in the fall of next year. And as always, that schedule is subject to change based on the NEPA process. That's all I had for you to say on this one. Thanks again for your time, and welcome any questions or comments.
Can you go back to slide 3, please? No, not, no, yes. 3? Over the map, yeah, 3. So just to give you a little bit of flavor here, the dotted line is what is sort of the Nemo Parkway extension, which doesn't really exist. The yellow line is Sandbridge Road. There's 22,000 houses at the end of that road, most of which are vacation homes. There are definitely year-round residents, but it's basically a vacation place with not a lot of commercial development there. The road, as you saw it, he showed you a good piece of the road. It wasn't flooded. And it's you can just see the curviness on slide 3. Go back to 3 again. That's the road you traverse at night. And it's just not, it's, as a little kid, yeah, no lights. As a kid, as a 16-year-old, you got a lot of advice about Sandbridge Road at night, all right? There was a lot of advice, and for good reason, because there's a lot of safety issues there. So that's the situation. Sandbridge in the beginning, when I grew up, was pretty much very small and somewhat non-existent, and now there are 22,000 houses there, and that's the problem, right? And of course, all that area, because of where it is, you can see right to the right, Back Bay National Wildlife Refuge, all that green, it's all low-lying, it's all environmentally sensitive. It's, it's not an easy place to do things. But at the end of the day, there are 22,000 people, 22,000 houses, and it's a resort area, and it's unsafe, and it floods, and it's difficult. So that's why we are where we are. They've been working on this for a really long time, but hopefully we're going to get some resolution. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ready? Not yet.
Let me look. I think we are, but
Working on it for 20 years. Still, they still might not.
Our
let-
Vtrans presentation is the next one, but that's going to be pretty long. And so, let me do a couple things. One, we're gonna break for lunch, and the deal is the board's gonna go out. The lunch is out here. You can get your lunch and come back in here. But before we do that, one thing I wanted to do is to welcome DJ here today in his first meeting. He was not able to be here at the previous meeting, and so we welcome you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, DJ?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I was not here last month because I had whatever that bronchial thing that's going around, and I figured I didn't want that to be my introduction to you all. Yeah. I'd be a very memorable introduction, but I didn't want to do that. So, just by brief way of background, I've been following VDOT and CTB from the early days, back when Shirley Wybara was secretary. And it's a great organization, been a huge fan. I was actually a consultant to VDOT for a spell. Most of my relationship with VDOT has been developing projects, primarily innovative construction, innovative finance projects. My specialty is really public-private partnerships. I've spent, it was back in the Shirley Wybara, I was working for Koch Industries doing design, build, warrant, which actually we have one here in Virginia. Unfortunately, that business was about 10 years ahead of its time and did not fare well. But that then led me to go to Federal Highways. I then worked at Macquarie Bank, an Australian bank that's invested in infrastructure. Then came back to USDOT as the general counsel. Spent a spell working for HDR as head of strategic consulting for them nationally. And then most recently worked in the White House as a special assistant to the president for infrastructure. So it's nice to be in a point in my career where I can now refocus just on my home state. It's fun to see slides of, like, I've driven on that road, and I'd known that pier was in that condition. I've been really nervous, so.
Exactly.
Just appreciate you all and the work that you do and the amount of time you volunteer to, like, really being part of a first-class organization, so. Thank you.
So I would tell you, DJ is consistent with the quality of the folks that are on this board and that the governor's tried to make sure are on this board going forward, and we're certainly think he is consistent with the quality that we have here. And he's pulling us a little bit because he's been involved in this for a long time at a very deep level. So we really look forward to working with you. The only issue in your background is your association with Deputy Secretary Sargent. But other than that, I think you're clear.
Only mark on my record is my.
You trained him well, sir. You helped him, so we appreciate that. So with that, we'll break for lunch. We're going to do it fast, so I'm just going to watch you. We're going to be in recess. Mr. Stant said we need to be finished by 6 PM, no later, so. Trying to make sure I don't get in trouble with Mr. Stant.
Start drink service at 4.
Well,
Are we still streaming again? No stream yet, Devontae, we're not streaming yet? No. Call the meeting back into order. Appreciate the lunch, and now it's time to get back to work. So the next item on our agenda is the Vtrans presentation. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip these. The commissioner and I need to step out at 1 o'clock for about 10 minutes or so, 10 or 15 minutes. And so I think what we'll do, Brooke. Ms. Jackson, guess what? You're up. We're going to item number 11. Item number 10, Smart Scale, Ms. Brooke Jackson. Hoypie. Thank you.
Secretary, members of the board, thanks for having me. Got to dust off the cobwebs. It's been a while since I've been up here, but I'm happy to be here today. So I guess I need to wait for the presentation to load up. Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I took them out of order.
All good. I can just go over a little bit about the agenda. So today, the whole point is that we're going to go over round 6, which we're calling fiscal year 2026 Smart Scale. We're in a new round since we went through our process review last year. And I'm going to take a few minutes to just cover what the Smart Scale process is. We have some new faces in the room. We also have some tenured members as well. So just hang in there while I go through that. And then we're going to go at a high level over this round's overview, get into a little bit of what the funding's looking like, screening and validation, those kind of things we're going to cover in this presentation.
Go.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right. A little bit of background. Smart Scale was created to improve the transparency and accountability of project selection and stabilize the 6-year improvement program. Smart Scale is a process, and it's a component that's used to actually go through funding, and we'll go through the funding components as well. So Smart Scale is the process for selection, and then we'll have funding components that go along with it as well. One of the driving reasons for Smart Scale, it was originally called HB2, it was to pull the politics out of the decision-making and move it towards a data-driven process. And it requires the use of a data-driven, outcome-based prioritization process. It also is a tool to help select. It is not the end of the result when we come to you in January with the staff recommended funding scenarios. That is just the beginning of what you work with. So between January and April, we'll come out with the draft, and Kim will help with that presentation as well. We'll work to come up with what is the consensus scenario. So you'll work with your applicants as CTB members to actually determine what gets funded. Of course, the staff recommended scenario of
prioritized projects should be your first considerations, but a locality might want to come to you and say, hey, I've got this $10 million project that I might want to switch out with another $10 million project. It all has to be transparent. That's a really big part of Smart Scale. So we'll come back and make a presentation with any changes to the staff recommended funding scenario. Additionally, it's put in place to help select projects that provide the greatest benefits for tax dollars spent. So we consider benefits and cost in the process. And there's some major characteristics of the HB2 Smart Scale process. Again, that ratio between the benefit cost. We've defined benefits by 6 factor areas: safety, congestion, accessibility, land use, economic development, and environmental quality. And we spent a long time on that last year, learning the ins and outs of all those different factors. And additionally, we recognize that there are different needs across the state. So we have different area types, and these different factors are weighted differently depending where you are in the state. Congestion isn't necessarily a really big issue in Bristol. And same goes for safety, might be a bigger concern in some of the rural areas, and economic development is a bigger concern in rural versus urban areas. So you'll see that in the area type weightings that we have across the state. And we do have 4 area type weightings that are allocated across the state on an MPO level. It's also a multimodal evaluation. Many of our projects are multimodal, and what that means is you would see a highway project and there's probably going to be a bike and ped component. There's probably going to be a transit component on the project, and we want to evaluate all of those benefits on the same level and give them the same evaluation.
All right, please continue.
Additionally, this would mean more if Jatinder went first, but you also have to meet a Vtrans need, and Jatinder is going to get into that a lot more when he gets in his presentation, but that is our statewide needs development process. And you have to meet a need to be eligible for Smart Scale. And so one of the other big things about Smart Scale is that projects have to be fully funded. That is written into the law, and that's a big change from the way that transportation projects were done in the past. A couple dollars would be given to one project to do planning, and then it would mostly be those dollars would sit for years and years and years and not actually have the final project program. So that's a huge component of this new revamp process, and new is in quotes because it's about 10 years old now. The law came out in 2014, and we had the process stood out by 2016. So we are in our 6th round now. So the second component that I was discussing is the funding component. Smart Scale is made up of 2 parts that fund it, and it's the Construction District Grant Program, and that mostly stays within each individual district, or it does stay within each individual district. It has its own eligibility requirements. You have to be a locality to be eligible for the Construction District Grant Program. The second component is HPP, and that is your High Priority Projects Program, and it is for projects of statewide and regional significance. And that's something we spent a long time talking about when we did the process review, and I'm going to hit on that in the next couple of slides as well. And just a reminder that Smart Scale is not the only construction program out there. There's the HSIP, IOEP, the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, SGR, State of Good Repair, and that makes up a big portion of the construction programs. And so Smart Scale is meant to complement these. And a lot of times you'll see certain projects started in HSIP, but they're finalized and finished in Smart Scale, or started in IOEP or SGR, and they actually finish their full funding in Smart Scale. You come to Smart Scale for your last dollars to make sure that the project is fully funded.
Well, and Brooke, let's be clear, because you've said this many times before and you're sort of traipsing on yourself. Smart Scale is not a program, it's a device, it's a measurement tool. The programs are the district grant programs and the high priority project programs. Those are the programs. Smart Scale is just a measurement tool that we use on those 2 programs. We don't use those same measurement tools on State of Good Repair, IOEP, or HSIP. We use different mechanisms there. Continue, please.
So for all the new members, and a reminder for our tenured members, the Secretary's Office last year led a year-long review of the Smart Scale process to identify and implement improvements. We had had a robust 5 years of 5 rounds, not years, 5 rounds of data to analyze. So we had finished our round 5, which was fiscal year 2024, and the Secretary's Office led doing a full year-long review. We came to y'all almost monthly with data analysis and ideas for improvements in the process as a whole. And some of the things that we were seeing, I'm not going to cover every single one, but just some of the top items that we were seeing is that a lot of these applications were proving to be not ready. Over 50% of submitted round 5 applications were not ready for scoring at the time of full app, and that resulted in a lot of work for the staff to assist with readiness. We came up with a couple different approaches, but where we ended up was implementing what we called readiness gates, and that is proving your readiness before you can submit the application as the applicant. And so what that means is you need to have certain studies in place, cost estimates, sketch, and what we did is have VDOT staff, DRPT staff, OIP staff get in and say, I'm aware these things exist, I've been involved in them, and I think they are going to be ready. So a lot of the problems that we were seeing in the past was applicants were surprising the state with things they had never seen before. And then there was a lot of time spent getting these applications to the point where they were ready. So this is already, we've seen a lot of improvements, and I'm going to cover that a little bit more, but it's already made a huge impact on the process as a whole. The high priority program, like I said, it's regional and statewide significance. That's a statewide competitive program. And what we were recognizing and seeing is that small projects, very little small projects, $2 to $4 million were getting funded and classified as statewide significant. And so I'm going to show you a little bit about that as well. But we made 2 tweaks. We eliminated step 2 in the funding process, and then we redefined what the HPP program is. So we redefined what features would be eligible for HPP, in addition to certain Vtrans needs you have to meet. Congestion, that's the last one I'll cover. Projects weren't receiving the full projected benefits as they were analyzed in the existing year conditions, so we're going back to looking in the future a little bit. There's a couple more improvements that I'm really going to come back to you and tell you how they are. These are all related to scoring, these next ones, and we won't really be able to talk about that until we see the scores in January. And I should be able to come back with some preliminary results from our improvements from the scoring once we talk in January. So just like I was already saying, we're already seeing, if you focus on this top row of pre-applications submitted, we're already seeing big benefits to the state staff and locality staff. In round 5, we had 490 pre-applications submitted, and that represents a lot of work for 490 applications. And this round, we had 325. And so where that comes, that's a pretty big jump. It's about 34%. Where that came from was educating the staff, educating the localities on our new readiness requirements, and they weren't new requirements, it's the new process that we weren't going to take it farther than the application deadlines, and that's kind of a big difference, is we weren't going to take it there. So they knew that ahead of time, and the districts were working proactively with applicants to work through what was ready to come through the process. There was still some surprises, and that's why we had pre-application. So at this point, the gating was even the DE would input. I have seen this, my staff knows it, they're aware of it, and we're ready for this to move forward. So we had a few applications that fell out at that time that hadn't been seen or weren't ready. Another improvement that we made at this time is if you're going to have a study like an IAR, so that's for an interchange access report, those take 18 months. And so if it hasn't started, you're not going to get it done in 6 months. And so when we saw applications that had those kind of components on the application, and if it doesn't have those things in progress, then it shouldn't be here. So we were able to identify some of those projects pretty early. So between pre-app and full app, we also lost some. There was withdrawals because we provided pre-application feedback, and I'm going to get into this a little bit more later. But You can see here also the total funding requested. It had steadily increased. We're getting back down in our total funding requested, but a lot more of this chart is going to be filled out as we get into the scoring and funding. And we'll talk a little bit more about the funding as we go on.
Is there any go back to that slide. Does anybody have any questions about this? Because obviously this will start to show us sort of the scored and applications submitted and those kinds of metrics. Start to show us hopefully what we hope to get from that, which we're talked about.
Ms. Secretary.
Yes.
2020 predates me, but total funding allocated was less than $1 billion, but value of projects was 5.1. Just a question in my mind, how do we get there?
So is it okay if I take it? So the total funding allocated versus value project supported is the leveraging that an applicant brings is what it showed. That particular round, that number, that
HRBT.
5.1 billion, HRBT. So 4 billion and 3.9 billion was leveraged
So
that round.
it's all the leverage, right? And
Yeah.
HRBT was about 93% leveraged. So it skewed the percentage. But frankly, the more of that we see, the better we like it, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's a good thing.
And the cost benefit is of the request, not the total price of the project. And so that is a key part of Smart Scale is that we'll give you that credit for money you bring to the table. So it's your total amount minus your leverage dollars, and you get your total request after that. And you can see.
Dr. Smoot.
It appears we have had about a 25–30% decrease in the number of applications, which is something we had pointed toward, yes, when we were working on this. Total funding allocated to be determined, approximately when will that be determined? Who makes that decision? Is that a legislative matter or what?
Don, you can go ahead.
So part of the conversation that we're having today is we're looking at the revenue pictures. The tax will give us a revenue picture in December, and that revenue picture will help inform how much money will be available for the construction program in the future.
Okay.
So part of this too, just as a reminder, we're having a conversation about the maintenance program as well, and how much we've experienced $510 million in crossover this year. So what is the baseline number that is needed to fund maintenance on an annual basis rather than coming back to the board on an annual basis and reaching crossover? The second part of this is we're dealing with Hurricane Helene recovery. We should have some results in the December timeframe. So in my mind, we're going to come back with a maintenance number, the recovery number, and the tax forecast number. And in January, we'll be presenting how much money will be available in the outer years for the construction program.
So that's unknowable at this point.
Let me be.
It's not known right now.
But let me say this. So the number that we get at the top is the forecast number that comes out of finance. Here's how much money is going to come at the top of the funnel. Then we funnel it down like everybody knows how it works. A little bit complicated, but not as complicated as it used to be. And a certain amount would naturally go to the two programs of Smart Scale through the funnel. I say naturally. There's things along the way that happen. One of the things that happen is called maintenance versus construction. And the disaster piece is part of maintenance. So at the end of the day, until we figure out the maintenance piece, maintenance/disaster piece, and come to a conclusion about that, we don't know how much impact that has on crossover, if you will, or on impact to the construction budget. Once we know that, then it's formulaic, right? But we just don't know that piece yet.
Now, is it correct to think or not that approximately 50% will go into the district grant part and 50% will go into the statewide pot? in round numbers?
From a formula perspective, Mr. Secretary, if I may here.
20%, 20% of
The formula component for both district grant and high priority is the same.
20% of it.
District grant gets the benefit of the supplemental district grant money, that is the fuel tax component from the areas that are not connected to a region. So in the end, district grant will be bigger than high priority because of that, but it's district specific.
It's a fifth, each are a fifth of the construction program, plus the adjustment for supplemental into the other.
And back to your first question, Mr. Smoot, January is the big month when we roll out, the staff scenario, funded scenario, which is all based upon, the funding that has been determined to be available for construction. Through that process, as the Secretary and the Commissioner both spoke to, we take the forecast and go through our needs, and we get to what the math says is available for construction.
All right, continue, please.
Okay, we talked
Mr.
about.
Kasper's is going to take my seat. Mr. Lawson's going to take the commissioner's seat, and we're going to step out for a moment, and we'll be right back.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Kaskowitz. So pre-app opens, and pre-application opens in March. So that's open for the entire month of March. So this was March of 2024. So I'm just going to take you through the process of where we've been and where we are today, and a little bit to the future as well. So like I said, pre-applications open March. In April and May, we evaluate. OIP spends a lot of time, our Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment spends a lot of time looking at readiness of applications, looking at eligibility. We do a preliminary Vtrans screening. The Vtrans team does that screening, and we provide extremely detailed feedback to the applicants of what we're looking for based on a rough scope that they are giving us in a pre-application. They might not have every component done, but we're saying if you're going to ask for these types of things, we're going to expect this on August 1st. So we give them the guidelines of what we expect to see in March. They will continue working on their application with the state after that point and after they pass that pre-app readiness gate, all through June and July. And that's what we call the full application development period. So they're calling the state and saying, okay, what did they mean by this feedback? What can we provide? What can we work together on? What can we get a consultant to do for us? What can we do ourselves? And they're in their working period between that June and July. And we call that full application development. And they're finalizing all the pieces like the sketch and the cost estimate from the applicant's perspective. During that time, between submission, they'll start deciding what they want to submit. We do allow more pre-applications to be submitted for a locality than full applications. For example, if you're a bigger locality, you can submit 12 pre-apps, but only 10 full apps. So we also see attrition through just losing them at not having that ability to submit all of those at full app. And then we do final screening. VDOT, DRPT, and the Office of Intermodal Planning all work together and do a readiness, eligibility, and Vtrans screening. And we have completed our initial screening. We haven't completed validation, and we'll talk about that. That's going to be more of your cost estimate validation. That is still underway. And we had 277 applications submitted at full app. We, because of our pre-app development, are only going to screen out 4 applications this round from the full app submission. 2 of those are withdrawn, so I wouldn't even say they're a screen out, and 2 of them are screened out for readiness, and one's readiness and one's Vtrans. And that will be attached behind this presentation, the 4 projects that are not moving forward, so you'll have that in your packets. And then additionally in your packets, you're going to have the entire list of every single application that was submitted by the organization that submitted it, the district, and what type of project it is, the principal improvement type. So was it a highway, bike ped, transit project? On top of that, I do want to remind you guys that principal improvement type doesn't mean that there's not other components on the project. 50% of highway projects have, or more, 50% or more have some other components to it. It's very multimodal. So now that we've gotten all of our full applications and we made it through screening, we are at that point now where y'all need to consider if you want to have 2 applications, and we call them there's 2 slots for CTB applications. If you want to move forward with a CTB application, you'll come back in December and discuss it between now and December, and determine if you would like a CTB application to be evaluated. And, yes,
Could you explain the reason for that for our new members?
or having.
CTB applications.
So in Smart Scale, the only applicant is localities and regional entities. The state cannot be an applicant. So it is the only exception to that is to give an opportunity for the state to determine 2 things that are very important to the state to be submitted on behalf of the CTB, and the CTB selects it. But that is the only opportunity for the state to actually decide if they want to be an applicant. We do not allow applicants that are the state.
Mr. Chairman,
If I could,
Mr. Lawson.
you want the other Lawson to talk?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
And then I'll talk.
I'll just.
Lawson.
I just wanted to add to what Brooke said, you know, now that you have the list of every application that has been submitted, you know what's in the running, I'll say. And what this does is it gives this board the opportunity to say, something that I think is important is not on this list, so we want it considered.
So if I could,
Mr. Lawson.
I remember the last go-around, and Mr. Lawson presented a selection which was our selection, but I'm curious as to the mechanics, as to how we assemble and as a group come up with, if we want to do this, the 2 additional projects, because I don't remember the last time having that opportunity, but I remember one being presented, and it was ostensibly coming from us, and we did evaluate it and give a recommendation.
The question is, where does it originate?
How do we mechanically come up with the projects? Or is it for each individual CTB member to float?
Certainly. I think what we wanted to do here is give you the opportunity, again, to analyze the list and then decide if you think something's missing. And then I would encourage you then to let myself and Brooke know what it is that you think should be considered. And we'll be able to compile, see if there's any consensus amongst what's being submitted, and we'll be able to bring that back. And we need to address it in December so that it can get scored and be part of the January effort.
So that also brings up a good point that we are currently in scoring right now. Since we have finalized screening, we are full steam ahead on scoring these projects. That's bringing on many teams. We involve many divisions in VDOT and DRPT, and we all work together to score all those factor areas, and involves a lot of folks. And that train is moving, but it will keep moving for you guys if you determine to have a CTV application. So we are fully in that process now. So after we come to you in January, that is when we'll bring that staff recommended funding scenario. And you'll start considering the projects for inclusion in the 6-year improvement program. And that gets adopted in June. We will come in May for a draft, and then the adoption will take place in June with the regular 6-year improvement program adoptions that take place. And Smart Scale's just a little piece of that. So I did briefly touch on screening out a few projects, or having the certain amount of projects that we have available, the 273 that are moving forward. We evaluate these at pre-app and full app, and we give 3 designations, either ready, or if the application is withdrawn, or it's screened out. And if it screens out, it's going to be for 3 reasons. It does not meet a Vtrans need. The project isn't ready, as in it's not developed. It doesn't have the right studies. It doesn't have the right estimate. It might not have the appropriate scope that goes with the sketch, and those things happen too. And then project eligibility, that is, it cannot be a standalone study, it cannot be in-kind repair or maintenance, because this is not our maintenance program, and it has to be contiguous. We were finding in the past that applicants would want to mix something that's 5 miles away that would be perceived to be a good benefit that should get tied with another project. So it has to be a continuous, logical scope. And then if you've already been funded in a certain location meeting a Vtrans need, you cannot come back to smart scale until it has been sitting for 2 years constructed. We need to prove that there is still a need there. And then the Vtrans need, if the Vtrans need is still persisting, then you can come back to smart scale and ask for more money in a new project. But that is actually starting to be a bigger rub now that we're 6 rounds in. It was something I didn't even think about in the early rounds because you weren't asking for projects again. But we are really rubbing on areas that have safety and congestion issues are going to be the same areas that still have major congestion issues. And so really trying to marry and find the balance between phasing of projects versus resubmitting at the exact same location. And I think we ended up in a really good place this round and worked with all applicants to get there.
So if we're identifying that where projects are coming up with similar problems, are we highlighting that to maybe see if there's an alternative study to be done rather than doing construction? Or maybe that's not the answer. Maybe we need to look at a land use situation. What is the actual problem here? Maybe it's not the road. And
yeah, and data lags too, is something to consider. And then also when things are under construction, the safety data, you might have more crashes during construction time. And so you're getting conflicting pieces of information at that same time as well. But the project pipeline program that we have in the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, does a really good job of coming back to those high conflict areas and trying to come up with phased approaches to areas that we've been to before. And there's a lot of study programs within VDOT as well, like the STARS program, where they'll look at other needs that won't necessarily conflict with an existing smart scale project. But they definitely consider what is in the SIP already on where they study, because you don't want to waste time, dollars, and effort on studies that are not going to be eligible for smart scale. And your question is more about land use, but
yeah,
I can't speak to that.
Looking at it from a bigger perspective, and localities coming from a locality often want to come to VDOT or the state and say, hey, fix this, when it could be that their land use plan doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And maybe somebody needs to tell them that you're creating your problem, and building a road here is not going to fix your problem. You need to come in and do some major work and probably get a consultant in to actually do some land use work. But probably not a thing with, although I think it probably would be an aspect of smart scale if we're putting more and more money into things. So just something to consider as we get into this new round.
So this is a pretty large table here. It's broken up showing the levels of screening. So I took you through the timeline, and this is the actual data by district at each stage. So we start with pre-application. We had those 325 pre-apps, and you can see every district laid out on who contributes to what. Our biggest player here was Richmond at 79 apps. That is pretty consistent for that for that district, excuse me. They have always been one of our bigger submitters. That Chesterfield, Henrico, Richmond conglomerate, they tried to submit the max and are usually prepared on their readiness as well, because they're very active in pipeline and STARS programs. So they are meeting those readiness bars. And then they also have the partnering with the new CVTA that came about in 2020. And so there's a lot of enthusiasm there to see those CVTA projects through. And Fredericksburg is our next in line with 49 applications that they've submitted. And again, that is pretty in line with what they have submitted in the past. Everyone has reduced applications this round. Like I said, we're 34% down from last round. Uh-oh. It's okay. So there you can see exactly where those pre-screen outs were happening across the state, and just take it across from the pre-app to the full app. We had 308 applications go to the full app. And then those 31 applications that were withdrawn, you can see which districts had what. On the bottom is a comparison of our previous rounds. And there's a lot to take in, and you might have questions. You're more than welcome to email me with any questions that you have. But comparison-wise, how many applications we were starting with, and we didn't always have the pre-app. Pre-app came about in round 3. You know, we're always making improvements, and we're trying to do process improvements every round, and pre-application process altogether was something that came out of a review we did in round 2. So 557 applications, pre-applications in round 3, 484 in round 4, and then 490 in round 5, and then to getting where we are at 325 is a big improvement, and we're seeing the benefits and partnership between state, staff, and applicants. So once we got to full application, this again is in August 1st, we had the 277 submitted, and once we got through the screening, we only had 2 identified problems with applications, 1 Vtrans and 1 readiness, and those again are in your packet, or will be in your packet. So before I get into any of these numbers, I need to make a disclaimer that cost estimate validation is going on right now, but this is the summary of funding requests round over round. And these numbers for the fiscal year 2026 are likely to increase as central office staff are inputting on cost estimates, as district staff are taking the central office comments and meshing those together, and then the applicants providing feedback. There's a lot of tug of war back and forth about where applicants should be on the cost estimates. Of course, applicants always want the estimates to be lower because it's a cost benefit, and the state wants it to be higher because we're adopting this and as a full project, and we have seen the inflation occur over the past couple rounds. So there's a little bit of working together and finding a happy medium on what a cost estimate should be between now and the end of November, or the end of October, excuse me. So these numbers are subject to change, but you can see this round we had 7.5 billion funding requested with 1.1 billion leveraged, and the average request this round went from 21.1 million per application to 27.4 million. And some of that has to do with inflation. Some of that has to do with some of the changes that we made in the HPP program. So we refined the HPP program. Like I said, so the average HPP request has gone up significantly. And that directly could relate to the fact that we were seeing really small projects being applied for, and now we're encouraging projects of statewide significance to be applying for HPP. The average DGP request was pretty consistent, going from 21.6 to 22.2. So that's pretty much where all of the increase was happening, was in that HPP request.
Mr. Coleman.
Here. Brooke, is any of the increase due to a reduction in the amount of bike ped applications? Can you, because I think that tended to be a little bit lower.
We can talk about that in 2 slides. So, yeah, I'm gonna hit on that in 2 slides, if that sounds good. So again, this is just by district, the funding request by district. So we saw all of those numbers on that big table, but you can actually see where we're leveraging across the state. There's 3 districts where they did not leverage. Our biggest leveraging districts were Northern Virginia and Richmond. Again, they have 2 big regional entities, MVTA and CVTA, so they're able to come with those leveraging dollars. Some of the other districts that you see, it's probably locality money that they're bringing to the table. We have some other pre-programmed dollars, like I was talking about. You can leverage other programs of funding, and some of that is in the leverage, but the rest of it is just locality dollars that they are bringing to the table. So, Mr. Coleman, this is your slide. Summary of requests by principal improvement type. So we broke down last round when we came here by different principal improvement types. And again, highway still has more components to it. There are multimodal components in highway projects. Same for bike and ped. There might be transit components on that. But last round we had 294 highway projects. This time 219. Bike and ped, 97 last round, 50 bike and ped primary this round. And the request I would say the request per application has gone up significantly because the numbers are pretty similar, even though it's halved. So highway, what I would say has stayed more consistent than bike and ped on a per request basis.
What does TDM mean again?
Travel
Oh, that's
demand management. And so most of the projects that you'll see there is going to be your park and ride style projects. Some ride sharing, some technology things, but in most cases, 9 out of 10 times, it's park and ride projects.
Signal stuff and other technology stuff.
So there was the 34% decrease overall, but that was mostly shown in the bike and ped reduction. So it was 25% decrease of highway projects and a 48% decrease in bike and ped projects from round 5. That kind of answers your question.
Well, I thought perhaps that some of the reduction in bike ped, which tend to be a little less, may give more money or cost to a fewer number that are more highway related.
I would say bike and ped requests have gone up consistently. So they're not exactly similar, but it's about 80% of most highway projects. It's going to cost a lot of money still to do a bike and ped project. A sidewalk is proving to be pretty expensive these days.
Bike peds in some ways is a part of an intersection or other road projects.
Yes.
So, okay.
So what are the next steps? We're going to be working through if you want to have a CTB project, or 2 of them, up to 2, working together to come up and determine if you would like to do a CTB project. But the next time I will come to you will be the January CTB meeting, and I will provide project scorecards for every single project. Those will also go to the General Assembly, and we will bring that staff recommended funding scenario to you, and then we'll begin working with you to determine what the consensus scenario will be on, and then adoption in June. Any other questions?
Mr. Kaspertz.
Brooke, we'll go back to slide 13 for a moment. So 2 questions, actually. One relates to the extended program discussion that we had last year. We worked through, I would say at times a bit painfully, a number of changes, and they've taken full effect. And do you have a high-level view of what worked that we changed last year, what we didn't change that we might have considered? How is that working out based on your entry into around the 2026 numbers?
All we know right now are the applications. And a lot of what we changed.
So that's been reduced?
Huh?
That's been reduced.
Right, but we don't know what's going to score and how the changes we'll never really know, but the changes that we made to the scoring system itself, how those projects then that are been submitted, how they will flesh out. So we know the first part, Mr. Kaspertz. We don't know the second part yet. We don't really have data because we don't see how they're scoring, and we changed the scoring rubric, if you will.
Can we go back to 13 one more time?
Of course.
So down in the rail transit and rail freight, actually in bus transit as well, we're in the same numbers with 3 programs in the bus transit, although the numbers are much greater. But we have nothing in rail transit or rail freight. Are those categories that we need to consider other alternatives to funding? How do we stimulate interest or applications in things like rail transit? Or rail freight, which should in fact take trucks off the road if we scope it properly.
I'm going to have to defer to DRPT to input on that.
I think it's about them learning about the program still. I mean, it hasn't just traditionally been part of it, so I think it probably is an education thing and getting them in there, yeah.
Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, I would also add that, the merit program does so much now from the transit side. I think you see it being more applicable than Smart Scale for some of these types of projects.
Good question, Mr. Kaspertz.
Well, I look at the rail freight side, and I think it's going to take advocacy to get applications and outreach from DRPT to make that happen. I'm not sure it's going to happen on its own.
I gotta tell you, if I was in the rail freight business and I needed some help and there was a program out there, you wouldn't have to advocate very hard for me.
I'd be on the
to ask.
doorstep. But maybe they don't have the same insights, Mr. Secretary. I
That's
think DRPT could
Could be.
make that a separate initiative to go out and see if we can stimulate some rail freight activity. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, thank you. Yes, Mr. Coleman.
To follow up on Mr. Kaslowitz's comments on rail freight, is the reason for lack of interest because freight travels over several districts, and so there's a lack of coordination possibly in putting applications in, or, you're more centered on what's happening in your neighborhood rather than the total scope?
I mean, I'm not sure we can answer your question. I mean, is that a question or a comment, or, I'm not sure we know the answer.
Well, I'm just saying, could that complicate the interest?
I don't know what typically, I'm not familiar with the successful rail freight projects in the past. And so I don't really know what the universe has been. I need to go look at that. What was submitted, why was it submitted, what was it for, did it get funded? I just don't have good institutional knowledge about that, so we'll go look at it and see if there's something we can do to make a better use of it.
A lot of them private
Real
entities
quick.
as well, yeah. The rails.
Yeah, in round 4, the CTB application was intercity rail. That went from Roanoke to Northern Virginia, so it was the CTB application, and it did get funded. So that's currently under development right now. And so to your point, that would be something that would be more driven by the regional entity than it would be by a locality. So, the bigger regions are going to work together, CBTA might, they'll work with the Richmond MPO on a bigger project. But truly, if you're going to go district to district, like that intercity one, it was a CTB application determining there was a statewide need. And that was very successful. It was a $200 million project. The ask was $50 million.
That was rail transit,
Yeah, rail transit.
not rail freight.
Okay, yes, my bad.
Yes, sir, Ms. Casper.
So that's a great answer to the question of when the CTB applications should take place or make sense. But it would also seem that in that instance that you quoted, that DRPT plays a pivotal role in that application process and perhaps the consolidation of these various jurisdictions that might not come together on their own. So as, I don't know, a future goal for this board, perhaps some additional focus on both rail transit and rail freight would be beneficial. We should have applications there. They're critical parts of our transportation picture, and for some reason, we're just not getting the traction there that we expected.
Well, as I indicated to you, what we need to do is sort of look at it a little bit better, a little bit more, and try to figure it out. Absolutely. Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Davis?
So we're going to be asked at the December meeting, we don't meet in November, right? So we meet early in December for,
We're working on it.
okay. All right. For
The answer to your
projects.
question is we're working on it. So
Okay.
typically, and Mr. Kaspertz has as much knowledge as anybody in terms of the history, having been on the board, but typically there's sort of big projects that we don't have great answers for, is some of what we've done on CTB projects, right? And as you know, the board has the flexibility to fund whatever project they think they need to fund. But we don't like to do that if we can't see clear value, right? Sure, we're not just going to go do something. But we've been looking at some to recommend to you, and we're not there yet. And time is ticking, and we know that. But if others have ideas, I'll take those offline from you and be happy to socialize them. And we're not compelled to put any in, but we certainly have an opportunity to. So we're working on it, and I'm open for suggestions, but I think it's better to do that offline.
Mr. Secretary, if I may, just when we were talking about this earlier, I failed to mention, as you're thinking about these potential projects, they have to fit in the high priority program eligibility requirement. They can't be locality HPP eligible projects because they are funded statewide.
Anyone else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Pryor? Number 11, Smart Scale Project Change Process. Welcome to the party.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Pause while they pull the slide deck up. Before you all get too excited about round 6 project selections, we have to kind of look backwards a little bit first. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. So in advance of round 6, our districts are focusing on reviewing existing smart scale projects. You've probably heard from your district engineers or other staff to identify at-risk projects, projects that are at risk for a budget change or a scope change. We want to take care of those, or at least be aware of what's going on with existing projects before we start adding a bunch of new projects to the program. So I wanted to talk to you briefly about that process, how it's been implemented in the past and what we're going to do going forward. Currently, the Smart Scale policy requires board action to approve 3 different things. One is a project cancellation, and you'll hear me talk about that after this presentation. The second item is a significant scope change, because Smart Scale projects are scored based on their benefit relative to cost. A significant scope change that significantly changes the benefits brings into question whether the project would have been picked in the first place and warrants review by the board. In addition, budget increases of the Smart Scale funding on the project above the thresholds shown on the slide require board action. Many of you have been on the board for some time will be familiar with me coming to the board with a workshop item to talk about a budget increase and coming back the next month to talk about the action item. There's also a Smart Scale cost overrun policy, and that policy specifically identifies items that must be presented to the board to consider as part of a budget increase above those thresholds I showed on the other slide. One is the revised score and rank, the available funding to cover such a budget increase, existing project expenditures, and the reason for the increase. So to date, these requirements for approval by the board have been satisfied in multiple ways, actually. First, there's a presentation about the proposed change to the board at the workshop. Then there's an action item the next month, and then that's followed by the monthly transfer report action item where you actually approve the transfer. So this duplicative action item can add 3 to 4 months to a project to get the budget increase approved, and it really just exacerbates existing issues on the project related to the schedule or budget. So going forward, we're going to streamline the process somewhat, still keeping you all engaged, but a district grant budget increase greater than the threshold shown on the earlier slide will be coordinated with the district board members, the board members within a district, and then approved on that monthly transfer report that I bring to you each month. Those action or the information items that are required for your consideration will be attached to the monthly transfer report for your information. Any questions from the other board members can be resolved as part of that discussion, but that will save a couple of 3 months easily. Any significant scope changes or high priority project budget increases above the threshold will continue to be presented to this board for a workshop item and an action item. For those of you who are new to the board, recall that the High Priority Projects Program is a statewide funding pot, and so there's still an interest in bringing those to the full board for their awareness, for your awareness. This slide just summarizes things that trigger board action and approval. Again, any project that has a significant scope change that changes the score below the lowest ranked funded project in the cohort requires board action. There's no proposed change to that process. Any budget change below those thresholds will continue to be handled as it is now, where it comes from the district to my office, it's processed and reviewed, and then added to the monthly transfer report. Any budget change for high priority above the threshold will continue to come to this board as a workshop item, followed by an action item, and then reflected on the transfer report. Any budget changes for district grant above the threshold will be coordinated with you all through your district engineer and staff. Provided to my folks, we will process it, put it on the monthly transfer report with the information items required, and then approved at the monthly board meeting.
All right, so let me, this is a lot of words to say. We're trying to streamline the process. You still have the ability to question it when it comes to you for action. In this case, this one we've streamlined. You still have the ability as a board to see it and to query it or vote against it if you choose. We're just streamlining it so it doesn't have to come and be presented and then come back and be re-presented. And we're using the district member to sort of vet it. But that doesn't mean they get to decide. They just give you the recommendation to put it there, and then we get to decide as a group whether we agree with that. So you haven't lost any power in the process, if you will. You have just streamlined it to make it more efficient. Is that accurate, Ms. Pryor?
Yes, sir. And you will not see nearly as much of me at workshops.
That's a shame. All right, has everybody got it? Any questions? Thank you. Now we're going to go to item number 12, since Ms. Pryor's there, and we're going to talk about project cancellation of the Emmett Street Multimodal Phase 2 in the Culpeper District.
So you previous presentation that one of the items that requires board approval is cancellation of a previously selected smart scale project. So today I'm bringing you a proposed cancellation of the Emmett Street Multimodal Phase 2 project. This is the board policy requiring your approval. The Emmett Street Multimodal Phase 2 project was submitted by the city of Charlottesville in round 4. The project cost was $24.5 million. That was also the smart scale request. It was fully funded with district grant funds. The original scope of the project included bicycle and pedestrian accommodations along Emmett Street, with a shared use path on the east side of Emmett Street and on-road bicycle facilities on both sides of the road. The benefits, and this will be meaningful to you all who went through the smart scale review process, but the benefits were almost solely due to land use. This just shows a snapshot of the statistics related to the project. Again, the total cost was $20.5 million. The smart scale cost funded with district grant funds was $20.5. The benefit score was 9.4. It ranked 19 out of 21 projects funded in the district in round 4. And to date, nothing has been spent on the project. The city is currently working to deliver phase 1 of this project that was submitted in a previous round. That project started development in 2016 and is scheduled to be advertised in 2026. As you can tell from that lengthy schedule, they've encountered some significant issues with the development of that project. This phase 2 project is currently scheduled to begin preliminary engineering in 2026. And based on the time that's elapsed, the current estimate is severely underfunded due to inflation and unit costs, as well as higher than anticipated right-of-way costs. The city of Charlottesville has reassessed its commitments wisely, looking at their existing portfolio, and wants to deliver their underway projects within their current portfolio before taking on new projects. So the city submitted a request to cancel the project earlier this month. So I'll be bringing to you an action item to formally cancel the project in December. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Stanton is going to tell us about his memories of Mem Jim on Emmett.
But I believe that that type of activity by the city of Charlottesville was primarily related to the development of the dashboard that the localities are now facing, thanks to you and the commissioner for instituting that. It's really been the sustained performance part of that dashboard has really put the pressure on the localities to deliver on time and on budget. And this cancellation is probably a reflection of that locality's decision to get their existing project straight before they go on.
Well, you know, we've tried to do, Mr. Stan, a lot of that stuff that's just common sense. Mr. Kaspertz drove a lot of that before with the location decision stuff that we've waded into, all these dashboards, all our metrics, real goals, real measurement. We're just trying to drive this thing to get it as good as it can be. It's working. Yeah, I think you're right. Yes, ma'am. Ms.
Given
Dunlop.
that the city has requested this cancellation, is there a law or regulation that prohibits us from acting on this in our action meeting today?
No, ma'am,
No, it's
there's not.
policy.
It's
It's just
just how
policy.
the practice has been to workshop an item and then act on it the following month.
I was just
You know,
thinking of
it's the
streamlining.
balance, Ms. Dunlop, between giving you time to think about things and being efficient. And we're trying to walk that line. So we don't want to do too much, because then we'd say, well, you're not giving us, you're just steamrolling the thing. And so we're trying to walk that line. But, I mean, I'd be prepared to vote on it. And we'll continue to evolve and be thoughtful about that. I'm serious. And maybe if the board, you know, is happy with something in a workshop, we'll just decide to add it to the action item and vote on it that day if we want to and be done with it. There's nothing that prevents us from doing any of that. It's just, when you set it up that way, then I hate to go the other direction where we're not giving you enough and you feel pressed and not well informed. So we could certainly do that on this item, if you will. We can say add it to the action item, or it's the board's, we don't vote in the workshops, but we could say it's the board's view to move this to the action item and put it on the action item for later today, and we could do that and move on.
Mr. Secretary, we would need a resolution that may not have been developed by
Get that
yet.
taken care of.
Oh, I'm really
Okay.
good at resolutions.
Okay.
I'm really good at them. Because I
Don't
don't
slow
need all
down for
that other
that.
stuff. We resolve that we're going to follow the lead and agree with Charlottesville to cancel this project and return the funds, period.
We can do a cut and paste, but we need to do some work if it's going to be up there. I got it.
I love you. Yes, sir, Mr. Gribben.
I agree with this balancing. I guess I would be a little worried that we don't set a precedent that we can jump right ahead. So maybe there's sort of an informal unanimous consent.
That's what I'm
If
suggesting.
literally nobody disagrees, then we can move forward. But
Yeah.
it makes all the sense in the world. It seems like there's no other side to this issue. They've asked for it to be canceled.
Well, listen,
We-
if this board around the table, if all of us say we're satisfied, then we're satisfied. And we should move forward. Right? And if we're not, if somebody's not satisfied, then we'll
Yeah,
come
then
back
wait a
next
month.
month.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good, efficient step forward.
Messing up the process. We got an engineer here. They go step one, step two, step three. You know, I just go to step three. I'm so sorry, sir.
Sometimes it works.
All right, any other questions? Does anybody have any issues with us? If we had such a resolution that we cut and pasted, would anybody have a problem considering that later in the day?
Mr. Secretary.
Dr. Smoot?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think we have been well served over the years by our practice of carrying things over from a workshop to the next meeting. Now, there will always be an emergency, I guess, which you know, would dictate doing something else. But I think we've been very well served. I mean,
Mr. Gribben, you got your answer. It's going to go to the next meeting. Thank you very much.
There is one later.
We will see it in December. Ms. Pryor, we have, I think we fully exhausted this item.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you so much for your help. Now that we're exhausted, we're going to return to item number 9, the Vtrans presentation. Mr. Jitendra Ramachandani, I'm sorry. I always trip over that, Jitendra. Appreciate it. Mr. Lawson is going to kick it off. For those of y'all, most of y'all sort of know this, that the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment is sort of attached to the Secretary's office. And it's basically a sort of a hybrid in some ways between VDOT and the Secretary's office. Mr. Lawson is in charge of that office and is my Deputy Secretary in charge of VDOT. And so he drives that group, if you will. And so they're sort of part of my office. They are part of my office, but they're also, VDOT types, if you will. And so it's a a little bit of a hybrid, but a great group of folks. And they help us understand what our, to bring our needs across Virginia together. Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that. You're going to help speed this presentation along, because what I wanted to...
Dr. Smoot was going to make us come back next month and do it all over again. So I just wanted to get through it. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Smoot. By the way, we'll save that for good and order. Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, what we want to do now is we're going to step you back. Most of what we've been talking about today has been kind of current issues, current affairs, what's happening, how we address it. We want to step back and get you to think now strategically. You know, what is it that we really want to do? What's our transportation policy and our goals and our objectives? And that is done through what we call Vtrans. It's our state transportation plan. And Mr. Ramshadani, I've been practicing that name, is going to walk us through that. But before that, I wanted to start with just a brief overview, and the Secretary touched on, really synopsized it well, who OIP is, the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment. And then he'll jump into the Vtrans. So as the Secretary mentioned, and I'm not going to read this because you've heard it, OIP is statutorily created, and it was created really to create a unbiased, I'm going to use these my words, unbiased, multimodal focused entity. It's not a VDOT, it's not DRPT, so inherently, you know, you could say the modal agencies are focused on their modal activity. I'm pleased to say that air modal agencies are very, I'll say, focused on finding a solution more so than being stovepiped. But that was kind of the reason it was done. And it was done in 2002, so it's been in place now for 22 years. It's been a long time. As mentioned, the Secretary tasked me to be the director of the outfit, but I'll say that Deputy Director Ronique Day and her program managers are the ones that really run the operation. They're the ones that make this happen. You've heard from Ms. Jackson earlier. She is the program manager for Smart Scale, and then you'll be hearing from Mr. Ramshadani shortly to talk about Vtrans. Margie Ray handles the performance measurement component of that, and you'll hear from her, and Chad Tucker handles project pipeline and those components of what OIP does. It's a total of about a dozen staff that make a lot of things happen, but they make it happen because they work so well with the other agencies. And I'm not going to read a lot of words on this page here. I'm going to move through it quickly, but just basically what I want to point out is that the goals and objectives of the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment are statutory. It is very thoroughly well laid out within the code as to what the intent is, and you can really synopsize that intent by saying we are to develop a multimodal strategy for improving a transportation network. And you see here, kind of in the middle, we talk about we are charged with doing a statewide transportation plan, charged to have a prioritization process, and those things which you've been hearing about so far today. I'm going to skip right over this. Again, you'll be hearing about Vtrans. You've already heard about Smart Scale. And I am flying through this presentation. We're going to wrap up really quick. No problem meeting Mr. Stantz at 6 o'clock. Where was I? Some of the programs that I mentioned as I was talking is, there is outside, beyond the kind of board-faced items of the statewide transportation plan and Smart Scale and performance measurement, we do have some assistance programs that are done. The project pipeline kind of works along with the same lines as STARS, where we actually are able to do projects to kind of further scope out a Vtrans needs to try to tee things up for a future round in Smart Scale. That's been very helpful, very beneficial for different localities in the past. And then the GAP program is also something that is done to help do studies and kind of further build out or flush out what is seen as an ideal or a concern, and how it may be able to be addressed going forward. So with that, I am going to turn this over to Jitendra, as we like to refer to him. It's easier to say. And he is going to walk us through the kind of the purpose of Vtrans and talk about kind of where we are in this update process. I will say that, you know, for the members here, we've got a number of new members that weren't here last year. And perhaps even for the ones that were, the kind of the overview on the front end will be helpful. A lot of this is just kind of bringing back to the board some of the updates that we worked on over the first half of last year. And while I think we've done a little bit of wordsmithing to the recommended changes, you'll see that as we move it forward, and we certainly will be looking for your input. And this is something else that will be not acted on today, but we look to act on in December.
Mr. Ramchandani, thank you.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I will not pronounce my name again.
Ramchandani?
Yes, that's right.
It's not that complicated, it's just long. Once you get it, you got it. Ramchandani.
That's right. So,
beautiful.
Mr. Lawson mentioned one of the responsibility of our office is to help develop a transportation plan. So first thing I should say is that all states in the U.S. are required to do this. It is requirement to make sure that the federal funds can flow through the state system and all that. But Virginia is unique in the sense that Virginia has a state requirement that says we are going to consider construction program, one of the prominent construction programs, smart scale, requests only if it meets a need that the board has identified in its plan. So as a board member, you know, when you're discussing with localities, the first thing, if not the only thing that comes up, are the needs, right? We have a need here, we have a need there. You heard about the purpose and need, and the secretary earlier had a discussion about purpose and need. It stems from the needs that the board has identified. So Virginia's legislature, General Assembly, has tasked the board with identifying transportation needs. It does not say highway needs, it does not say transit, rail, it says multimodal transportation needs as part of the plan that you as board members develop, and OIP serves as staff to you all. So we are going to talk about vision, guiding principles, goals, and objectives. That's the first pillar. But the needs is the second pillar. And so Brooke earlier in her presentation mentioned there was an application that was screened out because the locality was trying to propose a project where the board had not identified a need. And that happens. The board also identifies as part of the process priorities. So if someone were to come to you as a board member, say, where is the priority one locations for my construction district or for the state, you can look at a map and then say, these are our priority locations. The third pillar is long-term risk and opportunity register. So these 4 pillars that you see on this slide are the policies that the board has established and combined together develop the transportation plan. So long-term risk and opportunity register, as Deputy Secretary Lawson mentioned, that is an opportunity to look at what are the challenges down the road. You know, is it the roadway flooding? Mr. Greg mentioned flooding-related issues, autonomous vehicle, electric vehicles. So as a board member, you often receive information on 6, 7 different plans, and then you might be wondering, what does that all mean for us? What does that, when things are combined, what does that mean for Virginia's transportation system 20 years down the line, right? So that is the policy where the board identifies risks and opportunities, and then as part of the last step, takes steps to address some of those that can be addressed. So those are the 4 policy pieces of the state's transportation plan, symbolized as 4 pillars. As Mr. Lawson mentioned, we have been in front of the board. You probably, those who have been here for longer than a year, probably heard me say that a few times already. But between now and the end of next year, our task is to complete the plan so that it can be submitted to the General Assembly and the Governor's Office. So today we are presenting the goals, vision, and objectives that has been in the works for a while. We will be coming back to you for an action in December. But from that point on, next year, we expect it to be a relatively busy year, and we plan on being in front of you quite a few times, either for a presentation or for an action. And I will not go through that, but I will just focus on the vision, guiding principles, and objectives. So I should say that this is something that the board has been working on for nearly a year now. We have done some wordsmithing. We have incorporated some feedback. If there is localities, MPOs listening to this, and they have any feedback, there is still time to provide that feedback. But I will not be going through all the text that is on all the slides from here on, and just highlight a couple of points. On all these slides, you will see what is existing, what was adopted back in 2014 and reaffirmed in 2020 is on the left side of the slide, and what is proposed is on the right side of the slide. So the existing vision was adopted in 2014 and 2020, reaffirmed in 2020, and what the board has come up with, and it will be in front of you for action in December, is what is on the right, and it says, essentially, we want to be the best-in-class multimodal system. You know, there are many other words, and the idea is to drive the economic growth and investment. Guiding principles, these are the ways we conduct business. The existing is on the left side, recommended is on the right side.
Hey, Jitendra, let me say this.
Yes, sir.
These are not in any priority order, so don't think they are. They're equally important to one another. They could be any order you want. It's just the order they're in.
Thank you. Yes, they are not in order. So the idea is to ensure that we are covering all the relevant subjects. They range from safety, security, optimizing return on investment, efficient program delivery, and organizational improvement. Earlier, there was a question about what are we doing to ensure that we are not submitting projects at the same location, land use. So there is a guiding principle that applies. The board says we will consider operational improvements and demand management first before we seek construction. Ensuring transparency and accountability, that is something that I would say all parts of our office try to promote. You have seen through SmartScale and through Vtrans as well. Coordination between transportation and land use, multimodal efficient interactions. And the one that has been added since you last saw this was maintenance first. And it essentially puts an item that is already in the Code of Virginia. It says that we will take care of our system before we do anything else. The goals, again, I will not go through all the goals in detail, but they cover transportation system security, system preservation, and economic competitiveness by reducing congestion and travel time, improving travel time reliability, interconnected systems, and environmental stewardship. And next few slides, again, are doing the same thing, existing on the left, proposed on the right for your action in December. And they are listing goals at the top, and then there are objectives under each. So first one, for example, is system safety. It talks about reducing fatalities and serious injuries. System preservation, there was a presentation by Mr. Kevin Gregg on comprehensive review and updates. It is included as an objective as well here as B1. On transit, state of good repair and maximizing rail preservation fund is included for B3. The goal C talks about reducing congestion and travel time reliability through congestion and improving travel time reliability to improve economic competitiveness. And goal objective C1 focuses just on that. C2 focuses on freight. Earlier, there was a discussion on freight and how important it is for Commonwealth, and this objective gets to that. Objective C3 is more about efficiency and effectiveness of transit services and systems that are provided. Goal D to the right is about interconnected systems. So this is much more about multimodal systems, bus ridership, freight rail movement. Earlier there were discussions related to that, and economic development initiatives that might be submitted through VDP and other entities. And finally, Goal E, and again, I should mention they are not listed in any particular order. So providing transportation solutions that enhance quality of life and deliver solutions that are support the attainment of national ambient air quality standards. So that was a quick summary of all the goals, objectives that are there in front of you. And we will be again in front of you to request action in December. With that,
Mr. Kaspertz has a question.
Thank you. Jatinder, last we met, we had gone through the goals and objectives. I think the sense of the board was that we needed measurable, objective measurements to determine if we're actually meeting those goals and objectives. And that was really the next iteration of our discussion. Have you made progress on filling out that part of the Vtrans process? What we're going to use to measure, or how we're going to measure?
I will give it to
If we
Deputy
go back to
Secretary.
those goals, it would probably be
And
helpful.
I know that Margie Ray has been working with VDOT DRPT staff, and it's work in progress as well.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Kaspertz, you're absolutely correct. And as we were going through working on the measures, staff was saying, well, we need to tweak this, we need to tweak that in terms of what the objective was in order to make sure we had the good measure. Where I think we've landed in a good place, and we felt like it was time to nail down the goals and objectives. And I think within the next few months, we'll have the measures built around the objectives, because you're absolutely right. We need to have measurable, the objectives need to be measurable so that we can come back and say.
Objectively measurable. That's a great description. It's a complex issue, and is there any chance we can get an advance copy of what's been completed to date to better inform this board and give us some idea of the direction you're heading with these things before we meet again?
Let us take that under consideration. I need to make sure it's in a place that is good for your review and not something that's going to be confusing.
When would you expect we'd vote on this?
We're looking to vote on this, as Mr. Jatinder said, that we'd bring back to you in December for action.
Yeah, that's a relatively short period of time. These are complex issues, and they're critically important.
The measurement does not have to be decided before you decide the objectives, Mr. Kaspertz. That's what.
I would respectfully say that for me, the measurements have to be decided first. I don't know how we can objectively measure some of the things that are on the goals and objectives. I'm sure you have ideas on that.
Listen, you can't have the measurement before you have the objective. It doesn't work like. Let me finish. No, we have not had the objectives. We have proposed objectives that we're still talking about. We're talking about them today. We're going to talk about them between now and December, and we're going to vote on them in December. And when we vote on them in December, then they're firm objectives, right? But right now, they're not firm. And so we're working on it. I don't think that one precludes the other, but you're entitled to whatever you think.
Well, I would say this, Mr. Secretary, and I expressed this in our earlier meetings. I think some of the objectives are lofty and worthy. I just don't know how we'd ever measure them. And I think creating an objective for this board to use without a measurement that we can objectively state tells us whether we're performing or not, that we can objectively rate year in and year out, is a mistake. So I would suggest that we need both of those together.
Mr. Gribben.
Yeah, so if I understand this correctly, we're going to establish this vision, guiding principles, goals, and objectives that will then drive pretty much everything we do from now on. That is our vision. I couldn't keep track as we were flipping through all the slides, and so I think it would be helpful if we had a time where at least those of us who are interested could chime in and provide some feedback. Just as we're clicking through, there are a few things there that I think are not correct and probably be unhelpful for us as we're developing a longer-term vision for this. So I'm happy to say that if we need to do it in December as the action, I'm happy to spend some time prior to that. but I do think it would be helpful for those that are interested, be given an opportunity to comment on, I mean, whether we have
Well,
objections.
You're at a bit of a disadvantage
Yes,
because this is your first meeting,
indeed.
and we've been doing this for a year. So you're a bit at a disadvantage in terms of the discussion.
Okay.
But there can always be more discussion, and certainly this was, I presume it was sent out in advance. So this is the place for discussion, and we can go back and look at it some more and discuss more. And we can do it later as well.
Well, I
But
don't want,
we will, at the end of the day, we need to be at December 2025 and December 2025. So it's a fairly robust schedule to get from here to there. In the next year, we can certainly do that. I don't think we're going to have a problem doing this, but yeah. I mean, if you're questioning the underlying objectives and goals, this would be a time to discuss it, and we can do it later as well. But we've had a lot of these discussions along the way.
and I don't want to impose on this group discussions, a rehash of discussion you've already had. So,
Well, there are combinations of people that have been involved and not been involved, so
Okay.
it's not necessarily imposing.
and I don't understand the procedure well enough to know, is it appropriate to have a time between now and December to have like a conversation with
We
a
don't
smaller
have
group
a
of people?
board meeting planned, and when more than two of us gather to talk about business, we have to have an open board meeting,
Okay.
and so it gets complicated. But certainly individual inputs can be taken, and we can schedule a board meeting if we want to schedule a board meeting. We just don't have one scheduled. This is typically our off month in December, November.
It may be helpful, some of these goals have performance measures that are already collected, like the safety one.
They do.
We have a performance
They do.
measure.
We just don't
So
have all of them.
Would it be helpful to have, and I don't see her in here, but Marjorie's folks, to say, these are the performance and the metrics that are already collected and gathered that would support this, to kind of give a little bit
Listen,
more
I
fidelity.
hear you, and I hear Mr. Kasperitz. I came on this board in 2010, okay? That's 14 years ago. We didn't have all this stuff. We voted on it over and over again, Mr. Kasperitz, without this stuff.
I
And
understand,
let me
but we're
finish,
getting
let me
better all
finish,
the time, Mr.
Kasperitz.
Secretary.
You're interrupting, Mr. Kasperitz.
I
You have your
apologize.
time. Thank you very much. We will have our opportunity, Mr. Kasperitz and the rest of you. But it's not like this is, we're going backwards. We have been forging new ground and going forward, and we're doing it expeditious as we can. But to suggest as if somehow or another we're going backwards and we're doing these terrible things, we've been doing this for 14 years, Mr. Kasperitz, just this way, without those measurements, and we're trying to fix that, and I agree with you 100%. But I do not agree that you can't have an objective until you nail down how you're going to measure it. It does make it a little harder, because if you can't measure it, then you get a little hung up in it. But what we can do is produce what we have and sort of let you know we're working on it. And to Mr. Gribben's point, if you have a problem with the underlying goals and objectives, that's very different than what we're talking about in terms of how do we get it to measurement. And some of these, frankly, we're not going to be able to measure as precisely as we want to. We're going to have to do the best that we can. I will assure you it'll be much better than where we've been in the past, and we're striving to continue to be better in that regard. Mr. Lawson, is that fair in terms of our history?
Yes, sir. And I thought that was a good summation. And we certainly are, as you mentioned, if individually you have questions of staff, we can certainly answer those questions. But we can't have a group discussion without it being a board meeting.
If you want to go back, Mr. Gribben, we can go back right now and look at some of those. If you'd like to do it offline and a little bit differently, we can do that as well. Which, this board decides how we do this as we go along in terms of the amount of discussion, so.
One of my joys in life is efficiency. I don't think it's very efficient for us to go back and hammer through things you all worked out. So let me just, to John and whoever the appropriate people were, provide some comments to it.
That'd be
I don't
great.
think I disagree with the goals. There's just some wordings that may catch us up if we're trying to do things that move forward.
And I will say to your point, there are a lot of relatively new members on this board, right? There are not as many of us that have been around for a long time. And so some of them may only have 2 years here, and they've only gone through part of this process. So it's not, you're not by yourself. And we haven't been messing with this in the board meeting for the last 3 months, 4 months, 5 months?
More.
So So it's a little bit, it's not,
Yes.
everybody isn't totally up to speed and Mr. Gribben isn't. That's not where we are.
Okay, well, let me work with Mr. Lawson in sort of, in the interest of efficiency, and then.
And to Mr. Kaspritz's point, we will show what we have in terms of the existing measurements and sort of where we're going.
In advance of our vote in December.
Oh, yeah, like as soon as possible.
Well, that would be beneficial.
Yeah, as soon as possible. So I'd say, 10 days. Is that fair?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary,
Dr. Smoot?
I was pleased to see reliability lifted up as something that is a goal and important. I think it is exceedingly important. It's too important to be just limited to vehicular movement. So I would broaden that out to embrace particularly rail. The truth is, as Zach knows, that some of the long-distance trains that come through Virginia are habitually 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5 hours late. And nothing, or if someone plans to drive on Interstate 95 from Richmond to Washington, it should generally take, 2 hours and 15 minutes or whatever it is. Now, nothing is going to work 100% of the time. I fully understand that. There's nothing that does that. But we do need people to feel reliable when they get on the interstate or get on the train or whatever, that they're going and planning a trip, usually around a business function, that they're going to arrive in time for whatever they're planning to do. Thank you.
Go to objectives C2s and 3, please, on the next one. Dr. Smoot, that is a well-taken point, and I think it's attempted to be gotten at in C2 and C3 for rail and for freight and for transit.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kasper.
Just one more comment, kind of in general, for our new board members. There's nothing that we do that's more important or foundational than Vtrans. It really is the guiding principle for pretty much everything we do as board members. And I just, as I have in the past, suggest that we proceed cautiously and that goals and objectives come with measurable options for determining whether we succeed or fail in these very important aspects of what our job is. So just a comment that goes back to the foundation of Vtrans.
Anybody else? Tender.
Thank you. That was the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is item 13. It's the authorization for the Commissioner of Highways to enter into an agreement between VDOT and the Capital Region Airport Commission. Mr. Totten, welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hope you're well.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Commissioner. Sorry, I go through this out of order. I thought I was going to be lucky and not be number 13, but as it is, I'm number 13.
You're great.
Good afternoon. I am Dale Totten, District Engineer from the Richmond District, here with what I hope to be a relatively simple ask. Let's go forward here. There we go. The request in front of you is authorization for the Commissioner to enter into an agreement between VDOT and the Capital Region Airport Commission. That's the Richmond Airport, specific to a project to construct some improvements on Airport Drive. A little bit of background in history. The project will provide curb and gutter and drainage improvements to one of the bridges, which was originally constructed with a widening project at the airport some years ago. The project will be administered by the Capital Region Airport Commission. We expect engineering to begin here this fall. Current estimate is about $200,000 for preliminary engineering, a construction value of just over $2 million, $2.1 million, for a total of $2.3 million. The preliminary engineering will be funded with $201,000 that are remaining from a federal earmark for the original construction of the project, which was completed some time ago. The Airport Commission has proposed this as an eligible project to utilize those remaining funds, and an agreement is needed for the Airport Commission to access the funds. Code. Pursuant to the code, the CTB has the power and duty to enter into the agreements with entities like the Regional Airport Commission. You've been provided with a draft agreement for the commissioner's signature that addresses the project funding and the Airport Commission's obligations to administer the project. The agreement currently addresses the PE phase, or preliminary engineering phase, of the project, but will require amendment to address the remaining phases as funding becomes available as the project moves forward. So the request in front of you is that the CTB authorize the commissioner to sign the agreement with the Airport Commission and enable the Airport Commission to apply the federal earmark to the project's engineering costs, and then make necessary changes and additions, including those to address the remaining phases of the project. And I should note, Mr. Secretary, that contrary to the earlier discussion about the project in Charlottesville, this is slated on your action agenda later today. So I just want to share that.
Dr. Smoot's not going to like that, Mr. Totten. It's going to be a bad day.
I'll rise above principle.
Secretary, I'm glad
Dr.
to,
Smoot
glad
and I
to
have a
answer any
secret we're
questions.
sharing with one another.
Fair enough.
Mr. Totten, let's make sure we're clear here. So this was federal earmark money. It's left over from the project. If we don't reallocate it to something, what happens?
It disappears.
It disappears.
Yes, for lack of a
This
better
is
word.
the project that was suggested to us by CRAC. We concur. We think it's a good thing to do. And so we're using federal money to get a little bit more than we thought we were going to get out of it. So that's a good thing. Any questions? Thank you, sir, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 14, the Virginia's National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program Award, Mr. Chris Berg. Welcome, sir. Hope you're well today.
Thank you. I'm doing well. Mr. Secretary, members of the board. So I'm Chris Berg, the Director of VDOT's Office of Transportation Sustainability. I'll be talking to you today about the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. As a reminder, I was here in March speaking about our Phase 1A awards at that time. Today, I'll be providing an update on what we've done since then and presenting our Phase 1B awards. So first few slides here will be some background. It's been a little while since I've been here and we have some new members, so I'll start off with an overview of the program and what we've done in the past couple of years, and then, as I said, move forward to our current awards. So the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, or NEVI program, was authorized under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act with the goal of deploying fast electric vehicle charging stations to create a national network. Under the program, Virginia's allocated $106 million over the 5-year life of the program, and the program requires us to complete an annual deployment plan. Our 2024 plan was submitted to Federal Highway in September, and we're expecting approval of that in the next couple of weeks. So this is a crucial slide here. The program is governed by some pretty specific federal requirements that really drive our approach, especially in the first phase of the program where we are today. So any charging station funded under the NEVI program has to meet the requirements that we show here. So the first and most important of these is that that station be located along what's called an alternative fuel corridor, or AFC. And I'll describe these more on the next couple of slides, but essentially it's important to note that these AFCs under federal guidance are prioritized on our interstate highways. So that's really guided our first phase here. And then along those AFCs, the charging stations themselves must be located at least every 50 miles. The station must be no more than 1 mile off an exit from the AFC. The station itself must have at least 150 kilowatts per port, which basically just means it's that fast charging requirement that I mentioned earlier. The station has to have at least 4 charging ports, so be able to charge at least 4 cars at once. And then the station awardee must provide at least 20% of a cost match. So I mentioned the alternative fuel corridors. Again, this is really the critical piece driving our current phase of the program. but these are defined as supporting the installation of alternative fueling infrastructure at strategic locations along our major national highways. So these corridors are nominated annually by states and then formally designated by the Federal Highway Administration. And as I mentioned, Federal Highway prioritizes nominations along our interstate highways. They also allow nominations additionally on National Highway System. And the IIJA, the NEVI program specifically, really directs the build-out, as I mentioned, of EV charging stations along these AFCs to really provide a backbone for long-distance EV travel throughout the country. So phase one, where we are today, NEVI stations must be located along these AFCs until Virginia has reached what's called fully built out, which is a federal highway designation that shows that we have these stations at least every 50 miles along these corridors. So in terms of our AFCs in Virginia today, at the bottom here you can see as of 2022, we had the majority of our interstates designated as AFCs, as you can see listed here. And then in 2023, we added 4 additional state highways, 17, 23, 29, and 460. So on the map here, you can see all of those corridors that I just mentioned. So in the blue, you see those interstate alternative fuel corridors, which were designated as of 2022. And then in red, you can see where we came back in 2023 and added some additional corridors to try and fill some geographic gaps across the state to really direct where this money is being invested. So in terms of the overall approach to this program, as I mentioned, the guidance for the program came out in 2022, which kicked off the planning phase that you see at the top there that'll continue throughout the life of the program. That'll consist of just development of the program, outreach, designation of AFCs, and our annual plan that I mentioned. Phase 1A, which began last year, and I presented the awards from this past March, was focused on those interstate AFCs. Phase 1B, the awards of which I'll be covering today, was focused on those new primary highway AFCs, in addition to some redundancy on those interstate AFCs. And then next year, as I'll touch on briefly, we'll be moving to Phase 1C. This will be looking to fill any remaining gaps in that AFC network to get us to that 50-mile requirement, and then also looking at providing additional redundancy as we continue to see demand throughout the state. And then the goal really is to get to that fully built out state, which will move us into the orange there, Phase 2, where we'll have some additional flexibility to look off of these AFCs at additional corridors, additional places throughout the state. So just a quick review of Phase 1A, what I presented on in March. We received applications last year. We evaluated and were able to make an award in each of our 18 target areas with an award total of around $11.3 million. The average award was around $630 million. And on top of that, we had an applicant match of an average of 37%. So we're seeing a pretty significant private sector investment in this program, and that has continued in our current phase. And then in terms of the locations of the charging stations themselves, you can see on the right, as you would expect, the majority of these are located at convenience stores, gas stations, travel centers, with a smaller number at hotels, and then a smaller number at dining, grocery, shopping centers. So looking back at that map, again, we see our interstate AFCs here in dark blue. We see the long shapes there, our target areas, which are filling those gaps around those blue dots, which are existing charging stations. And then the yellow circles, you see the awards that I presented in March. So having completed and announced those awards for Phase 1A, we took that process and lessons learned and moved directly into Phase 1B. So this was released this past May, and the focus here was twofold. The first being additional target areas along our interstates, given the high demand we see on those roads, providing some additional redundancy with 20 additional target areas. And then those new state highway AFCs that were recently designated, an additional 21 target areas to get us to that every 50 miles along those. So this request period closed in July. We then evaluated applications against federal requirements using a similar process to what we used in Phase 1A.
Let me get you pause there. Mr. Casperts has a question.
Secretary. Hey, Chris, do you have a schedule for the completion of the Phase 1A projects? There's been a lot of press on these issues lately. I'm sure you're getting queries on this from outside, but do you have one prepared?
So really, the federal program sets kind of a 2-year time frame for projects to be constructed fully. So we don't really have an additional requirement on top of that. We point back to the federal guidance wherever possible, but we do expect the majority of these will be on a faster timeline than that. We have one agreement currently, and we expect that station to be operational by the end of the year. It's really hard to put, a blanket timeline on these. Some of these are existing stations that are undergoing upgrades. Some of these are, more towards the side of...
Let me ask the question a different way. Will we meet our timeline? Will we meet our deadlines?
There is no deadline in terms
The
of
2
the
years.
deployment of the funding. We will meet, we do expect that these stations will meet the 2-year time.
Yeah, I think what we want to, it's like in everything that we do, Mr. Berg, and I think Mr. Casperts is getting at that. There's a lot of discussion out there because there's lots of rhetoric that all this money's out there, but we don't see the charging stations, right? And how long does it take? And it doesn't matter what we do, whether it's this or something else. One of the things that we're trying to really do in this, in transportation is to speed things up without sacrificing quality, right? To get it to go faster. And I can tell you the guy who's the governor right now believes in that across the board, right? So make it, he says, do it at people time, not government time, right? And so we're trying to make sure that we go as fast as we can. I think that's the point Mr. Casperts is getting at.
It is, Mr.
And we should
Secretary.
just, without sacrificing quality, without being unsafe, without doing the things you don't want to do, go as fast as you can. And all this work that we're doing on regulation and everything else and all these dashboards, I mean, we've got air and water regulations down to 30 days and da-da-da-da-da. It's all about that, right? So I think we all share that desire. And the question is, are we doing as best we can? I think that's Mr. Casper's question.
And I would add that, given the complexity of these projects, should we be asking for a pro forma timeline from the applicants as
We
part?
do.
We do.
And
So we get a timeline.
Oh, yeah.
Correct.
But we don't
And-
hold them to that once we award.
We do. I mean, yes. So in terms of what I'm presenting today, I do not have an overall timeline for each project. We do, that is part of the agreement
But we
that
have
we
it.
form with each awardee, is they have to lay out the phases of the project and timelines and milestones, which we do hold them to. But in terms of the overall program, that's how I took the
So
question,
I'm
but-
assuming you may have this document somewhere, but I think it'd be helpful, because this is a topic of current discussion, as the Secretary has pointed out, if for our next meeting, perhaps you could just pass out the Phase 1A completion schedule so that we have that as a talking point if we're queried.
Absolutely. And just at this stage, we have a small number of these agreements finalized, but our intent is to kind of have, a dashboard that allows us to track where each project is as it moves through. So we are holding these
dashboard would be
awardees
very helpful.
accountable to these timelines.
We're on Ms. Sellers.
Kind of along that line, and then as you get into the further phases, our land use and zoning ordinances, are they catching up with this? I know Stafford County is starting to look at it in the conditional use permit and looking at treating it like we do fueling stations, which require a conditional use permit. And so that will begin to delay processes as you get in the out years especially. And so something to consider is what is the land use and what is the conditional use permit? And I know in the Fredericksburg district, most of them were, I think all of them were gas stations. And so just looking at that conditional use permit, and does it allow for this type of use?
Yeah, so our awardees have identified the zoning as one of the larger hurdles in terms of time of these projects. So we have worked with localities. There are kind of federal, template zoning ordinances that speak to these. We have tried to share those with localities and try to share the best practices to how to expedite these and plan ahead for these. I think there will be, continue to be challenges as some of these localities are dealing with these for the first time. So I think
And, you know, once, this whole area is a very unsettled area, right? What's the demand? How fast is it going to rise? How much government money does it need to spur the demand? How much is going to be there? And so we're going to have to sort of figure this out a little bit, the cadence of this along the way. And you don't want to be way behind where you can't fuel these vehicles with what they need. But you don't want charging stations everywhere that you put a bunch of money into that aren't utilized either.
Well,
And so
it's
that
these-
becomes part of the challenge.
You're seeing these, you're seeing solar farms, you're seeing smaller, it's this conversation coupled with lots of other conversations that get the local communities involved. And it's the unknowns that get a lot of the smaller communities in the rural areas very concerned of, am I gonna have a power outage because you're now charging your Teslas here? And it's these things that, some of us think, are you kidding me? But that will pick up steam in a rural area, and all of a sudden your land use application has crashed and burned.
Ms. Sellers,
before your
there's no
eyes.
question that Virginia has a power generation concern, okay? You look out, we do not have enough power in the grid ultimately to fuel what this looks like, right? And so there's both a power generation issue that the governor's been at the forefront of, but there's also the transmission issue, the infrastructure of the grid. And what I'm saying is that, listen, we need to be a little bit ahead of the market, but not too far ahead of the market. We don't want to be way behind, and we don't want to be out there wasting people's money as we deploy this stuff as a government, if you will. And so we're going to see how it goes in terms of the demand. We have a pot of money that we've been given. We're following the regulations. We're doing what we need to do. Then we've gone to phase 1A and 1B, and we'll continue to do that. This is all based on federal money, right? And we don't know when the next bit of federal money is coming for this or where it comes from otherwise. But it will evolve, and it's going to grow. It's just how fast and where does the funding come from at the end of the day. So, yes, sir, Mr. Stant.
Quick question, do the Fed regulations speak to what these charging stations can charge for the service?
The price.
The price.
There are not specific requirements. There are requirements around transparency, so they have to post real-time availability of pricing. So the majority of these electric vehicle owners have, apps or their cars themselves which guide you to a charging station, and there is a requirement to show pricing in real time. But we as VDOT are not able to set requirements around pricing. But
How about power charge time?
How fast it takes to charge? There are requirements for that, yes, sir.
Right, so the
150
stations have to be
kW.
that 150 kW, which is, at a minimum, kind of that 20 to 30 time frame. And we do incentivize faster charging speeds as well. So.
Yes, sir, Mr. Casper.
Hey, Chris, one more question on the 1B review. I'm assuming that's ongoing.
It is complete. I'll be presenting
Oh, you will?
the results
Okay.
here.
You just slowed him down.
So we had talked at the start of this about the potential for adding a rating category for a sustainable mix as the input. Did that make it to 1B?
It did, and I'll
Good.
cover the scoring criteria here in an upcoming slide. But
Sustainable mix is an
great.
interesting concept.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Lawson.
just following up on these questions, we have these target areas. Are those already zoned for a convenience store use or a hotel use that would want to have this?
So these target areas in general are pretty wide.
I know.
They cover a number of exits. And we did analysis to identify existing businesses that are within those. So we didn't want to put a target area that's in the middle of
nothing.
nowhere. So we did target these target areas in areas where there is existing development. So
But you
we have
actually-
not yet run into any issues.
We don't designate a specific spot.
It's a
right?
pretty wide
We go to an
range.
area, and then we say, is there some place it could go in the area? If it's not, then we got a problem. If it is, okay, there's 5 places it might go in this area, okay, the area's good.
So it's up to the applicant to represent that they've got the zoning that's compatible with this application.
So we require that they show coordination with the site host to try and get at your question.
Ms. Dunlop?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, I wonder how much in state money or state resources is devoted to this project?
Mr. Commissioner?
Ms. Dunlap, this is 100% federal monies, but it would be the staff time and resources that are supporting the delivery of
cost.
the program.
Some of which, if I may, some of which
Oh,
is
that-
covered by the development of the plan, and a lot of the oversight of the projects themselves is
Comes out of that
federally
funding.
eligible.
But as far
So-
as Chris's time, that comes back to the state's time.
And the other question is, if an applicant misses the deadline, do we
How do we
take
hold
the
them
money
accountable?
back? Does it end? Does it go to a new applicant? Can we redirect that money to maintenance?
Yes, Mr. Berg. Mr. Berg, you indicated to Mr. Kasperitz's question that there is a timeline that we hold them accountable to. But what you didn't tell us is what does that really mean and how do we do that?
At this point, we do not have clawback provisions on this funding. That is the guidance we were given from the Attorney General's office that we do not have, and the federal program does not provide us with the ability to actually claw back that funding. We do reserve the right to re-award, to terminate that agreement and re-award. So.
Mr. Secretary.
We will do everything we could do within reason and within the law, but we can only do.
Secretary, Ms. Dunlop, you asked about, is this money fungible to the maintenance program? The answer is no. It's strictly dedicated to the NEVI program in itself.
Came from the feds and it's for this and that's what it's for, period.
If we don't have the ability to claw back, then if it's reallocated to another applicant, do they get the entire amount too? So now
You get whatever's left, I mean.
they just get what's left?
Well, we have what we have.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we have a certain amount of money to do the program, and it just comes out of what's left.
Thank you.
Right?
All right, keep moving.
Here we go.
So I mentioned Phase 1B. These are the applications, the red circles here that came in. And Mr. Lawson, to your question, may be a bit hard to see, but you can see the length of some of these target areas. The intent is to cover multiple exits and as much geographic area as we can to try and capture eligible businesses, eligible zoning. So in terms of the applications that came in, we heard from 19 unique applicants. We received 95 total sites. The average total project cost is $972 million, and again, that includes that minimum 20% match by the third party. On the right, as I showed before, you can see the charging station site types. Again, as you would expect, the largest category is convenience stores, gas stations, followed by dining and shopping, hotels, and we do see, as we've moved into our state highways and slightly less developed areas, we do see an increase in new construction, so standalone new EV charging stations, which are being built through this
Mr. Berg,
program.
even if you don't have the exact answer, do you have an anecdotal answer to, you have to have at least 4 when you do this project? How many are more than 4? Or what's sort of the average? What are you seeing?
The average is 4 at this point, just the way the program is targeted. We are evaluating as demand grows, the ability to shift that and prioritize additional ports.
You know, Buc-ee's has 120 fueling stations.
Buc-ee's is the model that is often
120
cited.
gasoline fueling stations.
Right. So
With
I think,
no trucks, 120 of them.
so I
Right,
think as
so-
we see the market, we will continue to evaluate what is the right number and how do we best evaluate
Basically, people are doing 4s.
currently. But I
That
think
tells
there's
you
the
something
potential to.
about how the market is, right? Okay, great.
So I mentioned the valuation earlier, so applications were evaluated on our criteria that are largely based on, again, that federal guidance, as well as our program goals and industry best practices. This includes these here, so pricing, the overall cost, but also the match, the qualifications of the applicant to install stations, what amenities are on site, restrooms, dining, shopping. Mr. Kasperitz, to your point, renewable energy, so we have scoring here for both on-site renewable energy, but also off-site, so where they're sourcing their energy. So we do have additional points that are provided if they are sourcing off-site energy and are able to provide renewable energy credits or other proof that they have purchased renewable energy, which we have seen some.
You know, the concept of renewable energy is really interesting, because we pretend as if we can determine what electrons are what electrons, and we can't, right? So we push a certain amount of energy from this source into the grid, and we push a certain amount from this source into the grid. And then you say, well, I want some of that, and somebody else says, I don't care what it is. And so we send you that mixed energy, and we send it to you, and we said, okay, this is all this kind of energy, or this is all that kind of energy. And it's not. Energy, let me finish. Energy is energy, right? If you're creating your own, that's different. But if you're just buying off the grid, you know, at some point, everybody can't buy it because it's limited supply. And we just sort of call it that at the end of the day. But when you buy it from Dominion, you're buying a mix of gas, of coal, of nuclear, of solar, and wind. That's what you buy. And you can't take it apart and make it one or the other. It's okay to do it the way they're doing it, but it's not like you get this energy and you don't get that energy. It's all the same. Mr. Kaspers.
Yes. So Dominion has a definable output of renewable energy
100%.
in their portfolio, and they can't oversell that. So I would suggest that I hear what you're saying, but they can't sell it to everybody because it has a finite quantity associated with it.
Absolutely.
And so what this should do in this case is drive demand for more renewable energy if we're consuming it in applications like this.
If you give people incentive, federal money or other monies to buy the renewable.
It's a great place to use the incentives.
I'm just finishing, sir. You keep interrupting. Just let me finish. If you kept giving them money to incent them, they'll keep doing it. Exactly. And when you let the market work, the market will do its own thing. That's what will happen.
Sometimes a push helps the market.
Of course it does.
A quick question. We were talking about clawbacks. Is this a reimbursement program? Do they have to spend the money first? So there's
Yes.
no danger of clawback in that case, right? Okay.
But if they don't finish, they spend some, but they don't complete. Mr. Berg.
So the additional criteria, future-proofing to allow for additional expansion going beyond more than 4 ports in the future. And then the federal Justice 40 requirements that consider looking at benefits to rural and disadvantaged communities, so where the stations themselves are located. So the awards themselves, again, top scoring application in each target area selected for award. You had a total of 35 sites awarded in Phase 1B to 13 unique awardees. Total funding is almost $23 million. Average award of $650,000, pretty close to what we saw in 1A and right on what we've seen as the national average in this program. And then again, average applicant match, 36%, very close to that 37% we saw last round. So well and above that 20% minimum match, we're seeing pretty good private sector investment in this program continuing. Portion of these are going in gas stations, again, followed by dining, shopping, with around 10% being new construction. So back to the map, we can see here in green are the stations from Phase 1B, this most recent phase here. Again, those 35 stations, and we see a pretty good spread across the state as we continue to build out this statewide network. So individual station awards are shown here. This list is our interstate highway AFCs. So you can see the target area, the applicant, the site host, where the station's located, the amount of the award, and the amount of match brought to the table. And then similarly here, we see our awards on our state highways. So what's next? Now that we've announced these awards, we will move forward with each individual applicant to conduct site assessments, MPO coordination, begin coordinating the zoning and permitting, move towards grant agreement execution early next year, and then notice to proceed. Again, the timeline for each of these will be individual with each individual site, depending on the unique situation at each station. Also, in terms of what's next, I mentioned Phase 1C, so we'll be taking the lessons learned from this phase and looking at the gaps that were not filled, our target areas that did not receive applications, and we'll be moving into another request for applications in the spring of 2025. So as we've done in past rounds, we will look to consider adding in additional redundancy where we continue to see high demand, while also looking at our target areas that did not receive awards. So in order to get to that fully built out that I've mentioned, there are 2 target areas that were not filled in Phase 1B, a location on US Route 1729 south of Warrenton, and US Route 460 east of Appomattox. So those 2 target areas were not filled. So we're going to go back and look at, can we expand? Can we move these based on where other awards were made? Can we do some outreach to businesses in this area in order to fill that gap that we need to meet the federal requirements? So once that is done, once we fill all those gaps and Federal Highway certifies us as fully built out, having a charging station at least every 50 miles, we can then use the remainder of our NEVI funding on any public road, any publicly accessible location throughout the state. So our goal, again, with Phase 1 is to achieve this fully built out status so we can have that flexibility to do things that might include stations on our existing AFCs, but also looking at additional corridors, upgrades and expansions of existing stations, and the potential for looking towards medium and heavy duty vehicle charging stations as we see an increase in electric freight. And then, we expect to refine this Phase 2 process as it comes closer and as the federal guidance and requirements continue to evolve for this program. So that's all I had today. I welcome any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. I had a question, it's been 18 months ago probably, and I'll circle back to it. Is there any guardrails or protection from small mom-and-pop type stations to keep the Buc-ee's of the world from taking this over and shoving all them out of business?
So we've tried to do outreach. We have presented to small business associations under this program, and we have seen pretty good response. A lot of these, even the national charging station operators, often work with franchisees or local small business owners. So we have seen a pretty good response. Even if it doesn't come directly from that small business owner, they partner with a larger provider who has the know-how, the experience to really develop an application and do all the planning. So I think those kinds of partnerships have been successful under this program, and I think we'll continue to pursue that, especially as we move further off the interstates. I think the small business component will continue to be important.
Laird.
Does this process, could it phase out the 100 million or whatever we have? Can the government stop it at any point?
So we have, through this, after the approval of our plan this year, we will have received 4 out of the 5 years of funding. So we expect to receive that 5th installment, if you will, of the NEVI funding. So it has been authorized through Congress through the life of the
Mr. Berg, our
program.
total amount is?
$106 million is the projected amount.
Let's sort of go back and add the numbers up, you'll get to that.
So there is deliberation around, will this program be reauthorized or carried through in the future, but that $106 million we will receive from Federal Highway.
Do you have any idea of the payback period for these pieces of equipment?
I do not. It really varies. I think
Ben.
that is one of the reasons we are not owning and operating these stations, is so we don't have to do those calculations. We can kind of leave this to the private sector to figure out what business model gives them a return that they need. But, I think we've seen pretty good participation in the program, so that gives us, at least the confidence that the market sees a return on investment from these.
Finally, are there any issues on the power grid that could be a problem in the areas?
I can't say there won't, but we do everything we can to prevent that. Utility coordination has been pretty fundamental to the program from the beginning. We work closely with Dominion and the co-ops, Appalachian Power. We meet with them regularly. We have developed an application process that meets their needs so that they get as early as possible the information that they need to begin planning for these. So I think to date, they've been happy with the amount of advance notice they're getting and the ability to plan. So we are trying to work as much as possible to target these where there is existing capacity.
I think, Mr. Laird, that, we had a presentation, I think it was the last conference, it was either last year or the year before, from a gentleman at the Manhattan Institute. I think it was last year, wasn't it? And he was not speaking about the advisability one way or the other, but just sort of about the facts of the generation and what you have to do to get the materials and how all that works, and sort of what the capacity of the grid is and the capacity of generation in the United States. And at the end of the day, and I'll overlay that with a comment that was, or a statement that was given us by some a senior Dominion person, but there's no question, I think, in many people's minds that we're going to move more and more into electrification. The question is how fast and how far, and how, what does it cost, right? The thing that was telling is that the people that I hear from and see data on, and I'm not an expert, are saying we just don't have enough capacity to fund it at this level, not to fund it, to provide energy at this level, nor do we have a capacity of the actual power generation, nor do we have the ability to, enough wires to, if you will, to send it to you. And so that all has to get up, that all has to grow, right? And at the end of the day, just to give you some concept, which really I found stunning from the Dominion person, is that the power to generate one charge on one electric bus was equal to a 16-story building for a day that was across the street. And so when you just start calculating that through, without really doing the math, you can understand how much power at the end of the day all these things will need, not to even get into data centers and everything else that Ms. Sellers would regale us about. And so, I didn't say you didn't, but my point is, there's a capacity constraint today. It can grow, but there's a capacity constraint today, both in the amount of power and the generation. And we've bumped up against that capacity already from time to time. So we need more of both to be able to fully go to these kinds of technologies. And I think what's going to happen, and I'm no God's gift to forecasting, but what I think is going to happen is it's going to slow down a little bit. It will continue and it might ramp up again. But it's being driven by federal money at the end of the day, by demand. But if the federal money was not there, it would not be happening. And so when that money stops or slows down, it's going to slow down until it catches up where demand is just requiring it, as opposed to being incented to get it. And that's what I think we'll see over a long period of time. And you've seen sort of the declining numbers in some of the usage in terms of vehicles coming out and so forth and so on. We haven't even gotten into, it was really interesting when we were when I was in Europe, in London for the air show, we met a tire manufacturer. And what they've made a whole business, a pretty darn successful business in Europe on tires, because the vehicles are so heavy that it's killing the tires. And they've developed a tire that they've sold to all these transit companies and all these taxi companies and others because the vehicles are so heavy. We also know that a truck, we say this often, and I'm still looking for somebody to debate me on it, but a truck is 10,000 times, a fully loaded tractor trailer is 10,000 times the impact on the road as a regular vehicle, regular car. 10,000 times, right? So when we're looking at Kevin's condition ratings and we're looking at the impact on pavement, those trucks have a huge impact. Well, so do the batteries, right? And we're starting to see that even with guardrails now. Are the guardrails sufficient? Because the vehicles are heavier. So now we've got safety implications of the guardrails. And this is not to say we shouldn't be progressing in that way. You can have that debate separately. But there are lots of hurdles, there are lots of things in the way that we have to overcome, and there are lots of unintended consequences that we have to bake in and ensure that we're dealing with. So my view is, you know, this is going to continue and it's going to come, but it's going to reach its own level once the gas comes off the federal money. It's going to reach its own market level, and it will come naturally over time. And if we try to rush it too much, we won't be able to because we can't support it. That's what I think will happen. Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Mr. Berg, the illustrations you've shown us today are just awards and applicants and awards in 1A and 1B. Yeah.
Correct.
They do not show prior or pre-existing installations for the private sector, correct?
Correct.
So that map that we think has a lot of dots on it, if you were to look at the private sector that's already invested in this prior to this program coming online, we'd see a ton more dots.
We'd
Will
see
we
an
not?
additional 260 just fast charging stations, and then an additional 1,200 level 2 stations. So there's a significant footprint. I'm just showing what meets the federal requirements. Right.
So to your point about the demand, it's there, and it low, because it's reaching saturation at some point. It will saturate.
There is another process in the state level that you have to get permits for in order to access the power. It's not just Dominion. There is the believe it's the SEC, that they have to go and get permits for. And so when they come in and folks bring in applications, and we talk about the community getting all upset, there are state processes. And so if it's going to cause the power to fail, the state, and I believe it is the Exchange Commission, they will say, no, you cannot have it, or Dominion will phase it out. Yes. Yeah, I can't remember which one it is, but Dominion will say, you need to phase this out, and you can't access this. Or like, there are some requirements where they have to be within so much proximity of a certain type of line, like a data center, cannot just be anywhere. Dominion's gonna require you to have certain access. So it's, you know, again, when you bring it up to a local community, you're gonna hear it could kill power. We'll have rolling blackouts,
We're not Dominion by ourselves, right?
Right.
We're on a grid that runs up the East Coast.
Yes.
And we borrow and sell power back and forth and this and that. And my point to you is that grid has gotten on the edge, as I understand it. You know, it has gotten on the edge, and there's only so much power out there. So at the end of the day, I think we'll have more. I think we'll build more infrastructure. I think we'll have more generation. I think all that's going to come. I do. But the question is, how fast does it come, and what will it support?
It's not gonna reside here, though. Something we do here is not gonna stop everything. There's another commission that knows all these projects in there and takes it into.
Well, we're not stopping anything. What I'm saying is that I'm just forecasting what's going to happen in the market, because I understand, or I think I understand, why it is where it is. It's not market demand. It's market demand with a lot of incentive. If you take that incentive out of it, you take that subsidy out of it, demand curve looks different. You know, if a luxury car costs me $48,000 instead of $96,000, I'm much more likely to buy it. Somebody else is paying the other $48,000. But, you know, so when you heavily subsidize it, you're going to get more of it. And that may be okay, to Mr. Kasperitz's point. It may be okay. I'm just saying when you stop, then it stops. All right, anybody else? Thank you very much, sir. Good work. Keep it up. The next item is item 15, the policy index review. Ms. Joanne Maxwell.
Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. I hope you're well, too.
Thank you. I think I'm good.
You look well.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm back in front of you to bring you another round of policy index repeals. These are small in number this go round, and we're only bringing to you 6 policies. But just for a little background, particularly for the new members, The CTB, the policy handbook, was basically assembled in 2005 at the direction of then Secretary of Transportation Whit Clement. He asked us to put VDOT to put all of the policies of the CTB together in one single place, and we did so. And then VDOT was, in essence, directed to maintain the policy index and then update the Commonwealth Transportation Board notebook, the policy index, as necessary to reflect statutory, regulatory, and board changes, policy changes. Fast forward, as the policies increased and the size of the index grew, we started taking measures to make it more usable by making it electronic and therefore searchable. We divided the index into basically a policy index and then a CTB handbook or orientation guide. We also rearranged the policies within the index by topic, which probably shed light on why we're here now and why in these past few years we've been repealing so many policies. When we put these together by subject, we began to realize there were a lot of policies that were obsolete, had been superseded, et cetera.
Ms. Maxwell, are you telling me that that Secretary Clement created a big mess and we're having to clean it up? Is that what you're telling me? Because I can't wait to call him up and tell him that.
I admire Secretary Clement.
I'm teasing.
No, not at all.
I'm
No,
teasing.
it was a good idea, and it frankly, just as anything, like you mentioned, when you build something, you eventually have to maintain it.
Yes, you do.
And so from 2017 to 2022, we engaged in an effort to repeal and eliminate those redundant or those policies that were obsolete, et cetera. We went through a large group of policies and repealed many, many policies, and now what we are doing today is maintaining. We basically are now, as we perform reviews pretty much annually, we come back to you and ask that certain policies be repealed. Well, today that's what we're doing. We're asking that you consider repealing 6 policies. When we repeal those policies, they don't go into cyber nowhere. They are archived and they're kept, the record's kept, but nevertheless we do take them out of the index that's posted online. So, of the 6 policies, they're listed in this chart. I'm going to run through these. These are pretty much in date order. The first 2 are relatively simple. These were simply, and actually Rob talked about the regulations today earlier, but these were policies that have been superseded. There's a more current policy in place. So these 2 older policies, we're just asking that you repeal. The next policy is the policy that adopted rules and regulations governing the pre-qualification of prospective bidders. That was dated 1983. The CTB has since, adopting that policy, repealed the rules and regulations or repealed the pre-qual methodologies as regulations. And so this policy, in essence, is obsolete in that you decided several years ago to repeal the regulations. So we just need to get this policy off the books. In the meantime, VDOT is working on a revised set of pre-qual rules, and they are still in the works. So that's the reason for repeal of that particular policy. There's another policy, the policy on placing utilities or facilities underground. Basically, the statutory authority for that particular policy and corresponding regulation was repealed. That was 33.2348. That was repealed several years ago, and so now we just need the policy to catch up with the statutory authority, or the lack thereof. This particular policy required certain payments to 4 localities, Chesapeake, Hampton Roads, Newport News, and Richmond, and pay those localities up to $5 million for undergrounding their utilities on certain projects or undergrounding the utilities. That statute, again, was repealed, and so this policy is no longer valid.
At Hampton City, not Hampton Roads.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. You're exactly right. Hampton, the city of Hampton. The next policy we're seeking repeal of is the state noise and abatement policy that was put in place in 2011. Currently, that policy is redundant of state law. The only substantive provisions in that policy that deal with quiet pavement and vegetation for purposes of visibility or addressing visibility is verbatim of what's in the law. And that is in section 33.2-276. So the policy is redundant. We will continue, VDOT will continue to use the noise manual, the Highway Traffic Noise Guidance Manual, which has been approved by FHWA. It's based on federal law. We will continue to abide by that, but the policy itself is redundant, and there's some issues associated with that, just the way that's stated, that it really should come off the books. Finally, the last policy is the High Volume Unpaved Road Program Policy Modification. Same issue. The program no longer exists as the applicable code section was amended to remove relevant authorizing provisions. That policy came into being in 2018, and by 2020, the law changed such that the policy was really no longer valid or consistent with state law. So that, in a nutshell, those are the policies we're asking that you repeal. We have one more thing we wanted to bring before you this go-round. The policy index also contains a section of delegations. Whenever the CTB, for instance, like we just did with the CRAC, from time to time this board gives very specific delegations to commissioner, to director of DRPT, et cetera. At some point in time, those delegations really should come off the books if, for instance, a particular project involved is completed and there's no longer any need for a record of a delegation, then it's probably prudent to go ahead and pull those off. So what we're doing is we're going to ask that we've gone through the index of the delegation side of the policy index and found numerous delegations that projects are completed, et cetera, and the delegation's just no longer warranted. So we're asking that the board give VDOT authority to basically go through on its own and identify those actions, those delegations that are no longer warranted, and document the reasons for the archiving of the delegations. And then we're just asking the board to just give us that blanket authority to go ahead and move those delegations over to archives. They'll still remain accessible on the public-facing CTB website. Today, you can go in and see every action that this board has taken since back to, I think it's probably 2001. So they're still available online, but bottom line, we're just asking that they be removed from the index. And we'll be obviously extremely careful when we do remove these delegations.
That's what we do that, we're going to at least give the board a listing of the ones that we've done so that they have eyes on it.
Okay.
And I would say, is there a way going forward where when we do a delegation, we could focus on an expiration of the delegation so we don't have to have the conversation, it just happens? Where, project is over, the delegation's removed, this date, whatever it might be, but try to force in a sunset on all these so that they happen naturally. And if you need to not do that, then you would come back to the board and say, could you extend it for these reasons? But otherwise, we'll just be more efficient in the process and we won't have to.
Mr. Chair, we certainly can do that. We'll work on that. So with that being said, the policy index, if the board, once the board approves these.
That could be a policy. The policy of the board is to.
We could.
Yeah.
No.
We'll bring it back in December. TJ, we'll bring it back in December. You can vote on it then.
I want to vote on it now. I like that.
Dr. Smoot gave us up one. We're pressing him a little bit. Hi, Ms. Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So bottom line, in December, we'll come back to you with an action item for repeal of the policies that we've mentioned today, and then we'll also, by then we will have figured out how to address the repeal or the archiving of prior delegations.
Great.
That's it.
Questions for Ms. Maxwell? Well done.
Thank you.
We're tightening up, cleaning up, moving ahead. Very well. Thank you so much. Item number 16, Mr. Zach Trogdon, the Director of the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation.
Thank you, sir. I would just refer the members to the report that's in your packets for the most part. You can see performance of transit agencies and ridership and just what DRPT is doing. The only other thing I would mention very quickly is that in Southwest Virginia, we did have just one of our agencies that experienced in a vehicle, I guess was parked in the wrong place, and it got totaled. So otherwise, we were not aware of any agencies that really experienced damage from the storm. So we were relatively lucky, so very thankful.
Good news. Keep up the good work, sir. Any questions for Mr. Trogdon? All right, Mr. Commissioner.
Keep my remarks short as well. For everyone, there's a commissioner's report documenting the first quarter fiscal year 25. It's fold out in your folder. I encourage you to take a look at it. It varies from the projects that we're working on unlocking Interstate 81 to our sign crew or sign shop fabricating the temporary sign that was knocked down on 64 due to a tractor trailer with a raised bed. That made national news one Saturday morning, all the way through Mary and the tunnel boring machine that we'll see tomorrow. So I encourage you to take a look at it, peruse it, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to myself or the team. The second set of comments that I have for you deal with the recovery efforts down in Southwest Virginia, and just we'll come back in the December timeframe if there is no CTB meeting in November to give an overview of the impacts that have been experienced in Southwest Virginia. But I should note that there are impacts throughout the 81 corridor. We had impacts the preceding week in Stanton, Culpeper, Salem, and Lynchburg, as well as Bristol. So at the height of the storm, we had a total of 414 roads closed, and we're down now to 17 total. Happy to report that, let me give you the breakdown on, at the peak, we had 30 primary roads closed. We're down to 2, both of them in the Bristol district, one of which will be, I was just told now by the district engineer, it is being paved and should be open tomorrow. So we'll be down to 1 primary road, and that road is Route 58 that will likely be closed for upwards of a year, unfortunately. Secondary roads, we had 384 closed. We're down to 15. And one thing that I do want to highlight, the fact is, when I say that they're open, they're passable. We have at least one lane open. They are not being detoured around. So I don't want to give the impression today that we have completely restored traffic and services in there. We have a lot of work yet to be done. Bridges and structures that were impacted, we had 99 that were closed at the height. We're down to 5 today, some of which are completely washed out. And one thing that we did not note in Kevin Gregg's slide deck is that when he's talking about the emergency responses, one of those slides dealing with the bridge was out at Damascus, where it's completely washed out of the embankment. Now, having said all this, as we go forward, we have 805 sites needing repair. To give you an order of magnitude, out of that 805 sites, 744 sites are in the Bristol district alone. So there's going to be a recovery effort for some time. I am happy to say that VDOT responded very well. Part of our nature is that we respond to instances where one VDOT, and we really came together. So we had 150 people that we pulled from 4 other districts, the Hampton Roads District, the Richmond District, Fredericksburg, and Northern Virginia districts, and those crews have been on the ground starting that Monday after the rainstorm. We wanted to make sure that the equipment was ready and we knew where they were going to go and what help they could assist with. I'm hoping that they're going to come home soon, hopefully next week. I have not spoken. We had them out there for about a 30-day period. We have changed them out. Some of them wanted to come back, and because of the satisfaction of helping those people in need. I'll say that there have been some anecdotal evidence that crew members in Northern Virginia and Richmond have not gotten the treatment that they have ever experienced down in Southwest Virginia. They're being told thank you rather than some four-letter words. People are buying them, the residents are buying them dinners and bringing them food and just being very gracious in their support. So we're a member of the community, and they feel very privileged to be down there working in that setting. So there's going to be more to come. As I said before, we're still in a damage assessment phase, and I do want to come back in the December timeframe to be able to highlight the work that the men and women are doing, and will continue to do in those recovery efforts, show some pictures, as well as probably have some orders of magnitude of the cost that this event's going to have an effect on the department and the board and the finances. With that, Mr. Secretary, that concludes my comments.
Yes, sir. Mr. Folks.
May I take this opportunity on behalf of the Bristol District and every resident in the Bristol District to thank you and to thank Commissioner Bridge and to thank VDOT and to thank everybody that pitched in. As the Commissioner pointed out, we had 4 districts that answered the call immediately and within 2 or 3 days were there. I particularly want to thank the Stanton District who in 36 hours built a bridge to allow people who are otherwise isolated access to water, to food, to everything. And so, Secretary and the Commissioner, I had an opportunity a week after the storm, the previous Friday, to tour the affected areas and to see the incredible amount of damage. It, of course, pales in comparison to what Asheville and Western North Carolina in terms of magnitude, but in terms of severity, I think is exactly the same. And so, and not only was Damascus and that part of Washington County affected, but parts of Russell County, Tazewell County, Smith County, Grayson County, all in the deep southwest were affected by this. And, you know, it goes beyond VDOT. The Virginia Department of Health was there offering free vaccinations for people that were working for things such as hepatitis and the flu and tetanus shots. The Office of Emergency Management was there in full force. We hear a lot about FEMA, but FEMA was there, is there today, has several offices open. The incredible generosity of the individuals. My former boss at the United Company, I was told this weekend, came to Abingdon and wrote personal checks to, first of all, the Washington County and also the town of Damascus, $100,000 for each of those to help for grants for businesses trying to reopen, and also for individuals that have lost their homes. And so it's gratifying to see federal, state, local, NGOs, individuals, churches, and it runs a gamut. So I think it makes me proud to be a resident of the Commonwealth, Virginia, and part of the Bristol District, but also to be an American and see how we really pitch in and help each other in times like this.
Thank you, Mr. Folks. Well said. I'll echo a little bit of that. Look, we've had a heck of a year, lots going on in transportation. You know, it makes me reflect, Mr. Folks, when we first came to this administration. If you remember, it was the week after the terrible snowstorm that we had so much trouble with on 95 and all that. And so literally days after that happened, we were getting ready to get another one. And, you know, I hadn't worked with the governor in a working capacity before then, but I can tell you that you wouldn't use the term micromanagement because it might be considered pejorative, but he was into the weeds as he needed to be. He was very focused on us making sure we were doing what we needed to do ahead of time, and we were just all over it. Now, in some respects, perhaps it was situational in that we just had this terrible event, and so it really got your attention. But I can tell you we were 3 times a day in a sit room. The commissioner was there. VDEM was there, we were pre-positioning, we were doing all sorts of stuff. We went to emergency disaster early. We did we learned, if you will, and that cadence has continued. And I can tell you that even with this storm, even though it was not expected to do what it did, it was one of those, it's not a coast hurricane, it's an inland hurricane. Many of us remember some of those things, and they can be just as destructive. And so he was all over us to make sure we were ready to go. And we were ready to go, and certainly in transportation, but across the board, we had National Guard, we had VDEM, we had VDOT, and unfortunately, we needed them, right? So to the commissioner's point, we brought in 150 people from around the state, and we were prepared and ready to go. And so we did as well, I think, as you could do. We just couldn't stop it from happening. But we were quick to respond, and to Mr. Folks' point, it's really gratifying to see that happen, and to see the way that people work together. So it's really been great. We'll continue to do that. As I said earlier, the hard work does not stop. Commissioner said a year for 58. And the real question is, as we do this rebuild, what can we do to perhaps be more resilient, because it can happen again. And when you look at these little creeks and you see the winding road and you see 58 by it, and you see what it does when it decides to do it, and we had 17 bridges, I think, 13 or 17, whatever it was, on the Creeper Trail that just got crushed. These are not VDOT bridges, by the way, but they're steel bridges. And you'd see these trees, just massive, just bent bridges and toppled, and it's just, the destruction is unbelievable what the water can do. So we've got a lot of work to do. The question is, how can we build it back and maybe be a little bit better than it was in terms of does it come again? But I got to tell you, there's not a lot you can do to be 100%. You just can't afford to build it like that. And when Mother Nature does what it does, it's just going to do what it does, and we're just going to have to figure it out. We cannot stop it. We cannot prevent it. And we cannot be fully protected from it. We just can't. But anyway, great work on your part, Commissioner, and your team, and really everybody across, Zach and his team, everybody across transportation has just done a great job, so really happy. We have an action meeting that's going to start after this. Obviously in town for the transportation conference, and some of y'all are able to stay, and we appreciate that. We've got a really good laid out and well positioned conference this year, I think. The governor will be with us tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow's Wednesday. Is tomorrow Wednesday? Tomorrow's Wednesday. He'll be with us tomorrow morning to help us kick it off, and we've got a great agenda for the next couple of days, so I look forward to that. With that, folks, we've got some work left to do today. It's 3:20. We could take a break, but I think what I'm going to do is let individuals take their own breaks as you need it, and we're going to move into the action meeting unless somebody beats me up and tells me I can't do that. So I think we'll just continue and try to move forward. So with that, I'm going to adjourn the workshop meeting, and I'm going to call the action meeting to order. The first item on our agenda is public comment. We only have one person that signed up. Dr. Smith is here. Dr. Smith is a local guy, the Deputy CEO of Hampton Roads Transit. So, sir, we're glad to be, I'm glad to be home.
Absolutely.
Glad to be with you here.
Yes,
and
sir.
we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, and members of the CTB. Again, I'm Brian Smith, Deputy CEO here at Hampton Roads Transit, so I want to also echo that welcome, and glad you could be here for your meeting today and also the conference this week. Hope that you also, have a very enjoyable, safe, and hopefully a multimodal time while you're here as well. I did want to speak to one item in particular, but I'm going to go off course for a minute, and if this is part of my 3-minute quota, that's certainly fine, Mr. Secretary.
As long as we like what you're saying.
Absolutely. Well, but I really,
I'm teasing.
my schedule does not allow for me to be able to attend meetings like this. And so but I have spent the day with you, and just I wanted to kind of share, kind of man off the street, just as an observer, is just truly is incredible. Just the volume of topics, the depth of things that you guys are addressing, the staff work, the professionalism, and it's very obvious in everything that's happened today. And just want to say thank you for what everybody here is doing. We get to work very regularly with Zach and his team, so very familiar with the same on that front. But to see it, really at the scale of the Commonwealth, it truly is incredible. So just want to thank all of you for all the great work. I did have one, so that's my observer comment today, but as a participant, wanted to just sort of surface or elevate one item for awareness. And I should say it's not on your agenda today. It's something that hopefully will be on your agenda in the future. And I should also say before I get into detail, and this is specific to light rail and rail transit more generally in the Commonwealth, we have some more due diligence to do. We have some more homework to do, Mr. Secretary. So as we are very much engaging with Zach and his team, and we'll be able to bring some more information forward shortly. At that time, I'm certainly hopeful for favorable consideration with respect to the needs of rail transit in particular. So I'll comment briefly, but I want to sort of go back to the future, if you will. When Virginia was first looking to implement performance-based funding to apply to public transportation, which started mid-year in FY 2014. So been at this for quite a few years. In the run-up to that, there was a lot of work done. The General Assembly actually mandated a study to sort of look at these issues in contemplation of rolling out performance-based funding. And one of the things that came out of that work, that body of work, was that rail transit, and there are 3 rail transit public operators in the state. It's WMATA Rail, VRE, of course, Virginia Railway Express, and right here in the great city of Norfolk, the light rail system. One of the observations that came forward at that time was that rail transit should not be addressed in the same way that bus transit is. I mean, these are 2 totally different worlds, and even within rail transit, there's certainly differences between Metro and VRE and the light rail. But rail properties just have unique operating characteristics, unique capital needs. I mean, there's just unique cost structure. They really are different modes and should be treated as such when policy and programs are put in place. And struggle might not be the right word, but I would say for a number of years, there's been maybe continuous improvement might be a better way to put it. But there's been wrestling with how to, address the needs of these modes. And obviously Metro, as you heard today, and very much ongoing as an example of that. That was really, and had historically been the one rail operator that has risen to the top, if you will, in terms of significant needs and how do we go about addressing those. That began in 2018 when, the legislation pulled Metro, both bus and rail, but pulled Metro as a whole out of the statewide programs for transit capital and operating. So Metro was pulled out. And then concurrently, at that time, commuter rail, VRE, was also addressed. Now, VRE, I would call that something perhaps of a stopgap measure because what occurred in 2018, it started in fiscal year 2019, the implementation, was that a special commuter rail pool of funding was set aside within the merit program. So VRE was not pulled out off the top, but they stayed within the merit program, but a separate pool of funding was set aside for VRE. That, of course, changed effective this year, actually in 2015, as a result of an incredible effort and unanimous approval by the General Assembly to also address VRE's unique needs, similar to the way Metro's needs were met. So now today, of course, we have both Metro and VRE, which have a discrete allocation of Commonwealth Mass Transit funds to address that unique mode. Where we're at today, where that leaves us is that the light rail system here in Norfolk is really an outlier, right? It still fits within the merit program in terms of the current policy and allocations, but just revisiting what is, repeatedly been observed since 2014 onward. Rail modes are very distinct and have unique needs that need to be addressed in a different way. That's certainly something that we want to raise for further discussion and explore how can the discrete needs, particularly of the light rail, be addressed, somewhat in parity with the approach that has been taken most recently in the case of VRE. So this is, as I mentioned, is sort of more staff work to be done. There's certainly some more due diligence, if you will. We're very much engaged on that and look forward to, bringing more information forward and hope that, in the future, this policy board, will reach a point where, as you did this time last year, would be able to adopt a policy that applies to light rail, similar to the way VRE is done today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Appreciate it very much. The next item on the agenda is the approval. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak? All right, the next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from September 2024. They were distributed in advance. Is there a motion to approve? So I got a move from Ms. Sellers and a second from Ms. Green. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. With any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 1, action on economic development access to Pure Salmon, Virginia. Ms. Angel Dean. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, the first item for you today is a resolution to provide $850,000 to Russell County from the Economic Development Airport and Rail Access Fund in support of the development and construction of an access road off of U.S. Highway 19 to provide suitable access to Pure Salmon, Virginia, a 200-acre eligible property that was detailed to this board in September. The county will provide the required $150,000 matching funds for a total of $1 million total project cost estimate, and your approval is recommended.
Are there any comments or questions?
Mr. Secretary, I move approval.
Mr. Folks moves. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, item number 2. Mr. Hoffrichter, action on abandonment primary system of state highways, a previously discontinued portion of Route 156 located in Charles City County.
Yes, sir. This is a 0.04 of a mile section of roadway. It was previously, really short. It was previously discontinued in 1972 when 156 was relocated, and the adjacent property owner would like to take the property in. So that means we would have to abandon it. We have talked with the Department of Wildlife Resources. They do not need it as access to the river, so we recommend abandonment. Oh, and the county's in support.
Is there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
Mr. Davis moves, Ms. Sellers seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 3, Mr. Hoffrichter. Action on abandonment primary system of state highways, portion of 156 in Henrico County, located in the Richmond district.
Yes, sir.
Same route, different
Same
district?
route, completely different location. In this case, the County Economic Development Authority has a hot prospect that wants to buy property adjacent to it, so they would like to get rid of that old segment and abandon it so they can take it in. At this point, it was a relocation that occurred back in the 70s. No official action was actually taken on this particular segment, so it's sort of partially cleanup and partially as a result of Economic Development Authority.
Route 156 is going to start to get a complex. Keep getting abandoned here.
It's hot.
It's not a nice thing. All right, are there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve, Mr. Davis?
Yes, so moved.
Thank you so much. Is there a second? Mr. Laird seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 4, Mr. Prezioso, welcome. Action on commemorative naming at the request of the town of St. Paul and Russell County, the bridge of US 58 alternate Bull Run Road Town of St. Paul over the Clinch River, located within the Bristol District, is the H. Kyle Fletcher Memorial Bridge. Mr. Prezioso.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Board. The Town of St. Paul, the council enacted a resolution in July of this year, and Russell County Board of Supervisors enacted a resolution in August of this year to honor the life and service of H. Kyle Fletcher to his community and to the country. He was a member of the town council for 8 years, and he was also mayor of town council in St. Paul for over 12 years. He was a 40-year veteran of the military. He served in various services with the Army, Air Force, and the Navy. And during that service, he met his wife that he was married to for over 69 years. So he lived a long, healthy life of up to the age of 90. But in addition to supporting town council, he was on the Wise County School Board. He was a member, coach with the St. Paul High School cross-country team. He was a member of the Lewinisco Planning District and the Wise Regional Airport Commission. So with your action, sir, we would like to recommend approval of this naming.
Are there any comments or questions?
Secretary, I move approval.
Mr. Folks makes a motion. Is there a second? Mr. Coleman seconds. Is there further discussion? Please signify your affirmative vote by standing. In honor. Very much. Thank you, Mr. Prezioso. Mr. Heltzel. Item number 5, action on limited access control changes for the I-64 National Road Park and Ride upgrade and relocation located within the Richmond District.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. This action is as a result of us moving a very well-used park and ride lot on the north side of I-64 down 623 to the south side, and we're going to upgrade it by providing about 100 more spaces. The lot that's currently there is not very well designed, or was not very well designed, and has certainly outgrown its usefulness at this point. The willingness was posted for public involvement. We do have the Federal Highway Administration's authorization to make the break, and we also got an approved environmental document from them, and our chief engineer has signed off on it. So with your favorable dispensation, sir, we will move to the next stages of project development. And I ask for your approval.
Mr. Davis, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Dr. Smoot seconds. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Heltzel. Item number 6, action on location approval for the Van Buren Road North Extension from Dumfries Road to Cardinal Drive, located within the Northern Virginia District.
Mr. Chairman, this project, as it's been framed, is to set up and complete the environmental documentation for this proposed facility and to confirm its location so that a record of decision can be received from the Federal Highway Administration. We do have an improved environmental assessment from them and an endorsement of the county, Prince William County, for this location. Location public hearing was held, and we do have the Deputy Chief Engineer's approval of this action. And with favorable dispensation, we will close out that environmental document, and the project will move on to whatever its next phase will be.
Thank you, Mr. Heltzel. Is there any comments or questions? Mr. Gribben, do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Mr. Casper seconds. Mr. Gribben moves. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you. Ms. Pryor. Item number 7, action on the FY 25 to 30 6-year improvement program transfers for August 17, 24 through September 16, 24.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Members of the board, you have before you the monthly transfer report for the dates the Secretary mentioned, and I recommend your approval.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Kasperitz moves. Ms. Green seconds. She got her finger up before you got your voice out. Sorry. She's quick down there. You got to watch her. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 8, action of addition of projects to the 6-year improvement program for fiscal years 25 through 30. Ms. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I have the amendment of one project to this 6-year improvement program proposed for you. Is a segment of the Fall Line Trail in the city of Richmond, funded with regional trails funding, and I recommend your approval.
Is there any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Davis moves, Ms. Sellers seconded. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, thank you, Ms. Pryor. Item number 9, Mr. Trogdon, action on the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority annual reporting for fiscal year 24.
I'm going to defer to Todd Horsey, our NOVA manager, if there's any questions on this statutory item.
So we are statutorily required to receive a few documents, which we received this morning. What we're doing is certifying today that we have received those documents in accordance with the statutes. Are there any comments or questions? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Folks moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Casper seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much. Item number 10, Mr. Totten, action on delegation of authority to the Commissioner of Highways to enter into an agreement between the Virginia Department of Transportation and the Capital Region Airport Commission relating to the Airport Drive construction improvement projects. And we should include a piece of that that says this authority would expire when the agreement is over. We should do that, Mr. Commissioner. So does anybody want to add that on to the resolution?
I insist.
Folks wants to add it on. Ms. Dunlop seconds. So we're going to substitute motion. So let's approve the substitute to add to the original resolution. Do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second to add that on. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Now, the original motion is to take action on that agreement. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Davis moves. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second from Mr. Good. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? That was really hard, Mr. Totten. You did a lot of work there. Thank you very much. Now the favorite part of the meeting, Mr. Coker. How did Mr. Coker do this month?
I did very well, sir. I think we all did good.
Good job, sir.
Mr. Secretary, members of the board, I have 2 projects to present to you for your consideration. First project is Order L26 in the Stanton District. This is UPC 116268. This is a road widening on I-81. It is part of the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program. It's located in Shenandoah County. We received 6 bids with a low bid of $58.6 million from Shirley Contracting in Lorton, Virginia. I recommend approval.
Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Good moves. Mr. Lawson seconds. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? Thank you, sir. Next.
Next up is Order DB132 in the Stanton District. We had multiple UPCs. This is a design build project. This is the Stanton District Bridge Bundle, which consists of 5 bridges in the counties of Allegheny, Bath, and Shenandoah, as well as the city of Covington. We received 3 bids with a low bid of $39 million from Orders Construction Company in St. Albans, West Virginia. I recommend approval. This is within range.
Are there any comments or questions? Mr. Laird, would you like to make a motion? Mr. Lawson, is there a second? Mr. Good second. I like that. Good. That's even better. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Are there any abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Coker.
Thank you, sir. Y'all have a great day.
Well done, well done. Is there any new business to come to the board? So I will just say, I want to thank Carol and everybody who's made this meeting what it's been. Lots to cover today. We will be meeting here to leave for the tour tomorrow at
8:30.
8:30. We're leaving.
We're leaving.
That means you're on the bus, seated and
At
ready to go at 8:30 with your PP. What's the PPE situation?
You all got the email from me regarding the shoes. Make sure you wear the proper shoes. The district is going to provide the additional PPE.
Okay, so there'll be, you just need to wear your right shoes. Ms. Green, no open toes. Just saying. No flops. No. That wouldn't be good. It's going to be a really neat thing, folks, to go out there. So we're going to go out, we're going to meet off-site or at the sort of at the foot of the site and have a presentation. And then we'll move into actually seeing the tunnels and the boring. And I've been there, and I have to tell you, it's pretty amazing. You sort of think about this concept. You drop this drill in, and it just drills and creates the tunnel behind it as it goes. It's really quite interesting. And these concrete pieces of this tunnel are made over on the eastern shore and then brought in sections. I think there's 3 sections to each one, Commissioner? 9 sections. And so they put them in and then push against them and push the drill forward and drill some more. And then they get some more in and they push against them and push the drill forward and do more. And I think it took us, what was the total time on Mary going one way?
A year.
The first one?
A year.
A year, and the second one's gonna be quicker. It's gonna be quicker. Work with me, Commissioner. It's gonna be quicker.
Maybe by day.
We've learned, and the interesting, you'll hear all this tomorrow, but it's just fascinating. So when the drill broke through, I was there, I was able to see the drill break through, and it was really kind of cool, and all the water and the stuff, and the big concrete fell out. And then they pulled the drill out, and it took how many months? You gotta take it apart, you gotta do a little bit of R&M, and then you take it apart, because you gotta turn it around. There's no way to turn it around without taking it apart. So you take it apart and put it back together so it can go the other way, and then off you go. And we started that a week or 10 days ago. When was it?
Just last Thursday.
Just last Thursday. So,
She's boring.
5 days ago, and Mary's doing her thing. The key part about all this, at the end of the day, the things we worry about most in terms of critical path is the boring. And so if the boring goes well, everything else is pretty much standard. There you go. And so this is the key thing. And we had some trouble in the very beginning, but we got that worked out. We worked all through the contract and worked all that through. That's all behind us now. And so we're hopeful that we're going to have a great boring path back to the east, to the southeast, back returning to Norfolk.
Sir,
So
could I
we'll
ask,
see all that tomorrow. Yes, sir.
could you remind us what Mary is named after?
Yes, Mary's named after one of the, I call them the numbers ladies, at NASA. And so those African-American ladies that were basically computers, they were computers is what they were. Their brains were like incredible, who did all this work, to make NASA be what it is here in Hampton Roads. And this was really the beginnings of NASA here. They took space flight ultimately to to Texas, but the beginnings of NASA are right across the way, and still it's a very viable and very important piece of NASA here in Hampton Roads. So it's really cool. We had a contest to name it, and that was what was chosen. So it honors those, actually honors all those ladies, but Mary Jackson is the one who it's named after. So pretty cool stuff. So we're excited tomorrow. Of course, the conference will go through Friday morning. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of fun, but learn a lot and do some good work. So I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for coming out of town. I know it's always hard, particularly for our staff and the people that got to bring everything down here and make it all work. somewhere else, and so it takes a lot of work to do it, and I want to thank them. Please join me. Thank you, Karen. I think you're on your own until the morning, so go forth and conquer. And we will be on the bus no later than 8:30, or you're going to be on Uber or something, because the bus is pulling out at 8:30.
You got here when the bus will be back here to the hotel?
Yes, sir. Be at
By noon. We'll be
noon.
back.
By noon. All right, any questions? Thank you all very much. Have a great evening, a great night. Be safe.